Get it done. She smiled at him. She leaned toward him and pressed her lips softly against his. Let's get it done, she whispered. Luke pulled the bike up in front of his house, dismounted, and put it up on its stand. He took her helmet from her and hung it on the handlebar. Then he put his lips against hers as he lifted her off the bike and into his arms. He carried her inside, through the latch, and moved quickly and impatiently toward the bedroom. His brain was numb. All he could think was that soon he would be cured. Once he had her, he'd be over the insanity. But in spite of his desperation, he was determined that it wasn't going to be too fast. It was going to be slow and sweet, and he was going to make her feel so good she'd faint. Then he'd be cured. He sat her gently on the bed. He let his jacket drop from his shoulders and took hers, tossing them into the chair in his room. He unfastened his chaps and drew off his boots, kneeling on the floor in front of her. He slowly pulled off her boots and carefully drew her sweater over her head, placing small kisses on her chest, shoulders, breast, neck. She trembled, and he pulled her into his arms for a moment, reminding himself to take his time, take it slow, reassure her that he wasn't going to be the shark right now. Her bra disappeared, and his tongue brought her nipples to life, hardening them into peaks. He gently pushed her back onto the bed and unsnapped her jeans, giving them a tug. She lifted her fanny to give assist, and they slid down and off. He was left to view an incredible body, naked but for a tiny, transparent wisp of sheer fabric that barely covered her below the waist. He ran a finger slowly under the elastic. He made fast work of his own clothes, getting down to his boxers. Leaning over her, he began to place kisses all over her body, from her neck to her knees. Then he slid over her, his thighs on her thighs, chest to breasts, devouring her mouth. He heard her moan, felt her arch toward him, and his erection was throbbing against her belly. He nibbled at her lips and said, "You have about 10 seconds to change your mind." He looked into her soft hazel eyes and saw her give a small smile and shake her head. "You sure?" he asked, wondering what the hell he would do if she tried to stop him now. He was like a runaway train, the blood roaring in his brain. "Do you have a condom, Luke?" "I'm on that," he said. "Then I'm sure." He ditched the boxers and grabbed a condom from the nightstand. He thought, abstractly, that it was strange he kept them there when he never brought women home. He had never liked having women in his nest. But Shelby was here, and it seemed perfectly natural. He had the condom on in record time, but his hands on her were slow. He tugged off that tiny wisp of lace. He thought he heard a tear as he was getting it off. He might owe her a pair of panties. Running a hand down her belly, over her pubis and lower, he nudged her legs apart and massaged her, paying special attention to the small erogenous knot in the middle, a contact that caused her to moan and push against his hand. He let his fingers move lower and dip in, finding her wet and ready to go. And he was ready to give her the ride of her life. Easy, he told himself. It has to be good for her. He held himself over her and gently probed, pressing himself toward her. He found the path and moved farther as she lifted her hips up, but he met with resistance. He pushed a little, gently, but she was tight. Maybe he hadn't taken enough time getting her ready for this. He looked into her eyes and brushed back her hair. "Honey, you're awfully small." "It's okay," she whispered. But it wasn't okay. He spent a little more time stimulating her while he kissed her, making sure she was slick and aroused. He wasn't sliding in even though she was ready. He didn't want to force it. There shouldn't be any discomfort with this. It should all be good. She put her palm against his cheek. "It's okay, Luke. Just do it." "Something's not right," he said, shaking his head. "It's the first time," she whispered. Instinctively, he drew back. It almost deflated him. He was so stunned. "That's not possible," he said in a breath. "You're 25. But she only nodded her head, letting her eyes gently close. When she did that, she squeezed out a couple of tears that ran into the hair at her temples, and it tore at his heart. How does a woman this beautiful, this sexy, remain a virgin? Was all he could think. He found himself gently kissing those tears. "Aw, Shelby, this isn't good." "It's okay," she whispered again. "It's time. I want it to be you." "But I already made you cry and I haven't even done anything yet." "Luke, I swear I'm ready," she said. She reached a small hand down between their bodies and took hold of him, causing him to inhale sharply. "I've been waiting a long time for this to happen. Please don't make me wait any longer." On the upside, news that she was intact held the advantage of helping him slow down. Way down. In fact, it nearly rendered him incapable of proceeding. But he was mad for her and decided to explore the explanations later, and for now, take good care of her. "Okay, baby," he said, placing soft kisses on her lips. "I'm gonna make this all right. I'll try to make it nice for you. Trust me, and let me do the work, okay?" "Okay," she answered. He wasn't exactly an expert on the female body, but he knew one or two things. He wasn't going to get inside her without pain unless she was real soft and loose, and there was only one way to ensure that. He kissed his way down her body until he got to the center, and once there, he worked that erogenous spot with his tongue. He groaned in pleasure. She was sweet, intoxicating. Her hands gripped his shoulders as she squirmed beneath him, making small noises that convinced him he was on the right track. He slid his hands up her ribs to her breasts and gently kneaded them, softly running his thumbs over her nipples. Her sighs became pants, which became little cries, and he buried himself in her until he felt the quivering turn to clenching spasms. She dug her fingers into his shoulders and clamped her knees against him, locking him there while she reached a powerful orgasm that seemed to hold on to her forever. He didn't move until it finally set her free and she collapsed beneath him. Then he rose slowly, a bit reluctantly, kissing his way up her body until he reached her lips. "Better," he whispered. "I want the rest," she begged breathlessly. "We're getting there, sweetheart. We need to take a little time with this." He gave her a few moments of gentle kisses before letting his fingers wander south. What he hadn't expected was for his whole objective to change, from dying to get inside her, to free himself of the insatiable craving, to wanting to make this memorable for her, do right by her, especially if this was, insanely, her first time. He found what he knew he would between her legs. Her tissues were plump, soft, damp and loose. When he sensed she had mostly recovered, he let his fingers work that precious little knot, getting her stirred up all over again. When she started to make eager noises and move against his hand, losing herself in the sensations, he gently positioned himself to slowly enter her. He rose above her and watched her face, prepared to stop the second she winced or gasped or showed signs of discomfort. No way he could hurt her. There was still some resistance, but not nearly what he had felt before. A woman's body was miraculous, nothing like a thundering climax to open her up. He moved carefully, just a little bit at a time, until he made his way inside, filling her. He was still, letting her get used to the sensation of having him inside her. And soon he saw her slow, satisfied smile shape her lips. "You should have told me," he said between soft kisses. "You would have run for your life." "I might have been better prepared." "It turns out you were prepared enough. And I want to know about this. I want you to show me." He began to move, deep, slow, even strokes, watching her face, taking pleasure in her sweet smile. He reached down and pulled her legs up, bending them at the knees. Then his hands went to her hips. "Move your hips a little, honey. Help me find the right spot. We have to find it together." He kissed that gasping mouth again and again. She moved around a little, then suddenly she threw her head back and muttered, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God." He smiled down into her eyes. "There you go," he whispered. "That's what I'm talking about. The love spot," he said against her lips. He matched his movements to hers, a pace with her. He chuckled, a deep, lusty sound. "That's my girl. You know what you want, don't you, baby?" he asked her in a hoarse whisper. "Yes," she said. "Oh, yes." "Does it hurt?" "No," she whispered. "Oh, God." Soon the little murmurs once again became more passionate and his strokes faster and deeper. The tempo increased and her hips lunged toward him until finally she lifted her pelvis against him, instinctively digging her heels into the bed for traction to push against him, and the storm took her on another frenzied ride. She froze, gasped, and closed around him with a heat so intense and power so strong his brain froze. Again, it held her in its grip for a long, wondrous moment. A pleasure so blinding and spasms so fierce that they pulled his climax out of him. He thought he might lose his mind, it was so good. He'd never felt anything quite like it. "Oh, Luke," she cried in a passionate whisper. The sound of his name on her lips made his experience even more incredible. And then she drifted slowly back to reality in his arms. And he found this to be the most tender part. He held her, ran his hand over her soft, perfect body in long, slow caresses, while she caught her breath and calmed. Something happened to him. The tension was gone, the physical relief was welcome, but he wasn't completely satisfied. He didn't want to leave her body. He found himself thinking, "I'm in a place no one has ever been, and it's the sweetest place imaginable." The thing he usually did to prove he knew how to treat a woman right, holding her for a long, precious moment after the lovemaking, he was doing now because he simply couldn't let her go. When he thought about her leaving his bed, it made him feel empty inside. Holding her, kissing her, touching her felt right. Perfect and normal. At long last, she let out a deep, satisfied sigh. Reluctantly, he let himself slip out of her body. He braced his head on a raised hand and looked down at her, idly toying with the hair at her temple. "Was that everything you thought it would be?" he asked. "Oh, man," she said, her voice quivering with a small laugh. "Now I know what the girls have been talking about. It's even better than I imagined." "Okay. Even if I can believe you haven't had sex before, it's going to be damn hard to convince me you've never had any kind of orgasm. I started having mine at 12, all by myself." "Yeah, I've been there. But there's a definite difference between that and this. Whew." His lips found her neck, shoulder, ear. "You're going to have to help me understand this." "It's not interesting, Luke. You already know, if you think about it. My mom, She got sick when I was 18. I never left her for long. She shrugged. I got out a little with friends, but I never got involved with any guys. I even had some dates, some very dull dates. The last couple of years were all about helping my mom to the end. She touched the short hair over his ear. I'm a late bloomer, huh? He looked down at her, shaking his head. I don't know how it's possible. Is everyone in Bodega Bay blind? You just about sent me into a coma the first night I saw you. They should have been beating down the door. She stroked his face. This is a whole new world for me, Luke. To have this kind of freedom, to think about myself, to flirt with a man, she smiled. A dangerous man. Then her smile faded. Something like this couldn't have happened while I worried whether my mom was okay at home. This is new territory for me, Shelby. I never would have planned this. She grinned. Is that so? I suspected that, which is why I decided not to mention it. Until it was too late for you to turn back. I don't get into things like this. There are 100 reasons why I shouldn't be in bed naked with you right now. He pressed a soft kiss to her temple. 101, now that I know you're a virgin. Was, she corrected. No one had ever been inside me. And you're... Shoo, she shook her head. I'm what? He asked, running a hand along the hair over her ear. She laughed softly. I admit I don't know much about men, but I suspect you're a little more blessed than the average guy. Plus, you're amazing. I've always heard the first time is uncomfortable. She smiled. That was great. I think if I'd known, I would have moved away, left town for good. I'm really glad you didn't. It was perfect. It was pretty perfect. But damn, girl, I've never done that before. What? I'm 38. You're the first virgin I've ever been with. Why did you cry? She dropped her lids. It's a little embarrassing, being this old and... Aw, baby, he said, kissing her closed eyes. It was sweet. Sweeter than anything I've ever experienced. He rolled onto his back, looking at the ceiling. Crazy thoughts began filling his head. Chief among them was that he couldn't imagine there ever being another man in her life, in her body. He'd never had such possessive, proprietary feelings. He wasn't sure if this was because it was Shelby or because she'd never been touched inside until he claimed her. I'll be honest with you, he said. It shakes me up. I noticed, she said with a laugh. I'm serious, Shelby. I'm wanting you again. I don't want you to leave this bed. She rolled over onto her stomach and raised herself up on her elbows. I'm gonna have to go home eventually, before there's a search party. I will shoot anyone who touches that door, he said. Don't move. I'll be right back. He slipped off the bed and headed for the bathroom to get rid of the condom. As he walked back into the room, she got her first sight of a naked man in full form. She smiled. He was so beautiful. It was so awesome to have a gorgeous, lusty man walk toward her. He stretched out beside her, pulling her against him again, placing a gentle palm over her soft mound. How does it feel? Down here. Lush, she said, snuggling closer. There's a little blood. Yeah, no surprise. Nothing to worry about, she said. Are you sore? She shook her head. She felt him against her thigh, growing. Am I gonna be able to walk out of here? She asked, humor in her voice. He covered her lips with his. Not soon, he whispered. But don't worry. I'm gonna be good to you. Luke took her home in the truck. The motorcycle would have been too hard on her tender parts. When he pulled up in front of the general's house, she leaned toward him. He cradled her jaw in his big hand and pulled her lips to his. They were all gonna know. Her face was branded with his love. Her cheeks were aglow, chafed from his beard. Her lips were bruised bright pink from hours of kissing, and the look in her eyes reflected a whole afternoon of the finest love he'd ever made. "You should hide all the guns and sharp objects," he whispered against her mouth. "You worry too much," she said. "I'm an adult." "When am I going to see you again?" he asked her. "Soon." "I just want to keep you flat on your back for a month." She laughed at him. "Luke, don't ever let anyone tell you you're not romantic." She gave him a peck on the lips and got out of the truck to go inside. No one seemed to be around, which suited her. She really didn't feel like walking into dinner in progress with Vanny, Paul, and Uncle Walt. In fact, there was no activity in the kitchen, and she wondered if everyone had gone to Jack's. She went to her room, pulled off her jacket and boots, and flopped on the bed. She stared at the ceiling dreamily. After about 10 minutes, she heard a door open down the hall. Vanessa, looking sleepy, peeked into Shelby's room. "I thought I heard someone come home." "I didn't think anyone was here," Shelby said. "Oh," Vanny said through a yawn. "Matt's having an extra long nap, and I kind of shared it with him." She rubbed her eyes, then looked at Shelby. "Oh," she said. "It happened. And happened and happened and happened," Shelby said, and laughed as she kicked her legs on the bed. Vanny came into the room and sat on the side of her bed. "Welcome aboard," she said with a soft smile. "How do you feel?" "Like I've had sex all afternoon with a brand spanking new vagina. I might have to take a long soak in the tub." "Was it okay?" "Indescribable. Like I've never really been alive before today. Vanny, he was so good to me." "You aren't falling in love with him, are you?" Vanny asked. "Because I get a sense about Luke that he might go a little hard on the heart." "Yeah, he gave me that talk. He doesn't like to commit or get tied down." She laughed again. "The least of my worries," she said. "Oh, baby, see, I was afraid of that. I don't know if you're up to that. You wanted me to be a virgin forever? If he makes me cry, I'll get over it. But I have to tell you, he doesn't treat me like a man who's going to break my heart. Besides, if he does, haven't you and I already been through way worse and recovered?" she asked. "Yeah, we sure have," Vanny said. "He treated you right, I guess. Don't tell anyone and ruin his reputation. But he's the sweetest man I've ever known. He's afraid Uncle Walt is going to shoot him." "Daddy sure worries the boys," Vanny laughed, remembering when Paul was afraid of the same thing. "Where is everyone?" Shelby asked. "Paul's not home from work yet, and I don't know where Daddy is. I'm thinking of starting dinner. Have any ideas?" "Yeah," she said, sitting up. "I'm going to soak in the tub for an hour, and then I'm going back." "So soon?" "I can't help it. I just have to. You and Paul are great company, but I want to be next to that man." She grinned. "You think Uncle Walt will have a fit?" "Don't worry. He may not even be home himself," she said, shaking her head. "He's pretty savvy about this kind of thing. He didn't say too much when Paul was sneaking down the hall into my room. You slip out if you want to. I'll handle the home team." "Thank you, Vanny," she said. She had to go back. Not for more sex. She couldn't take any more. She wanted to know how he'd receive her. Would she be welcome? Was he done with her now, at least for today? She had many curiosities about his world. He warned her not to count on him, then treated her like a queen. He hadn't promised to love her, but he said such tender, lovely things to her. That she was beautiful, that he'd never had a sweeter experience, that he didn't want her to leave. Could he say those things and not care? After a long soak, she went to the kitchen where Vanny was at the stove and Matt was in his high chair. Paul sat at the kitchen table with the newspaper spread in front of him. He was still in his dusty work clothes. She'd been tying up the bathroom. He looked up at her, and his smile of greeting changed slowly into a look of surprised recognition. His mouth opened slightly. She must be beaming. She poked through the wine rack and pulled out a bottle. "Think Uncle Walt can part with this?" she asked Vanny. "Sure, take it." "Don't wait up," she said. "Shelby," Paul said. He stood up from the table and went to her, draping an arm around her shoulders. "You know, if you need anything at all, you can call me." He dropped a kiss on her brow. "Wow, there aren't many secrets around here." "No one said anything," Paul said. "No one had to." "Did anyone warn Vanny when you were sneaking into her bed at night?" she asked softly. "Paul, he's wonderful, and I'm not naive. I understand what kind of man he is." She shrugged. "Right now, he's what I want, and he's very good to me." "He'd better be. You can tell him if he isn't, he'll answer to me." "I don't think I'm going to have to tell him that." She rose on her toes and kissed his cheek. "Now let me be. I have a man in my life, at last." Maybe not for long, she reminded herself, but at the moment, a good man. Okay, the joke's on me, Luke thought. Shelby had left his bed and he'd taken her home at about 4 o'clock, and he had hated it. He was not nearly ready to let her go. Far from cured of her, he wanted her more than ever. And not just her body, all of her. Her sweet laugh, her soft mane of hair, her gentle and secure way of dealing with him, and everything else in her life. He had warned himself not to get involved with someone so innocent, and it had turned out he was the innocent, not prepared to feel such a rush of emotion. Every time he remembered her voice whispering, "Show me, Luke. I want to learn what makes you feel good." It sent a ripple of desire shooting through him that almost overpowered him, leaving him weak in the knees. He hadn't gone to Jack's for his beer tonight. He didn't feel like being around anyone, unless it was Shelby. Right now, when he thought of her, his eyes steamed with lust. He felt electric shocks soar through his whole body. He couldn't be in the same room with her and keep his hands to himself. So he'd stayed home to feel those things in private, undistracted. He went to Art's cabin and helped him fix some chicken and dumplings with vegetables out of a can. They talked for a while about what they'd do around the cabins in the morning. Then Luke went back to the house. He made himself a sandwich, drank a beer, took a shower, content to be alone. His mind was whirring with the memory of holding her, touching her silky skin, feeling her warm, fragrant breath against his chest. He could still smell her, taste her, even after the beer. He had never felt like this before in his life. Never. Wearing just a pair of jeans, no shoes or shirt, he sat on the sofa in his small living room in front of the fire, feet up on the ottoman, holding a beer by the neck of the bottle, thinking of nothing but her awesome body, her luscious lips, and all too often the way he felt inside her. Had he warned her to be careful of him? That he was a heartbreaker? Jesus! He was an idiot was what he was. Thinking there would never be a woman he'd want to hang on to. Thinking he'd take his taste and move on. He heard an engine and headlights bounce through the front window. He stood up, holding his breath. For a moment, he was sure Walt had come for him, come to work him over for touching Shelby. He heard a soft knock at the door. When he opened it, she stood there, a backpack slung over one shoulder and that alluring smile on her lips. He felt his chest expand in ways he didn't recognize and knew that his eyes had grown molten and dark. "You're here," she said. He opened his arms and she stepped into his embrace. "Where'd you think I'd be?" "I don't know." She looked up at him. "Out for the evening? Prowling?" "Baby, you worked all the prowl out of me this afternoon." He pushed the door closed without letting go of her. "I probably shouldn't have come back." "Why not?" "Well, I might have had a little too much of a good thing. I'm spotting and I'm sore," she said. He ran a hand across her cheek, lifted her chin, and placed a soft kiss on her lips. "I'll just hold you. We wouldn't want to do any damage. I'm sorry if I made you sore." "It wasn't so much you as the newness, Luke. You were careful. But I just wanted to feel your arms around me some more." She laughed and buried her face in his chest. "I wanted to smell your chest." A deep sigh escaped him and he tightened his arms. He was just beginning to admit it to himself. He was in love with her. Totally gone. "Where does your family think you are?" "With you. For the night, if you want me to stay." He held her away from him and frowned. "You told them?" "Is that all right?" "I don't care who knows. But what about you?" "I didn't have to tell anyone," she said. "Paul and Vanny took one look at me and told me to be careful. They all think I'm so fragile and you're a rogue. I'm not," she smiled. "And you're not." He pulled the backpack off her shoulder and put it on the breakfast bar. "I was hard on you earlier, Shelby. Trying to push you away, trying to scare you. I'm sorry." She shook her head. "Luke, I had made up my mind. Couldn't you tell?" It was just beginning to dawn on him. "When did you decide?" he asked her. "Not right away. I had to get to know you a little. And," she laughed, "there was that tool belt." "You had a job for me to do, didn't you, Shelby?" "I did," she smiled. "It had to be someone irresistible and experienced." "Sometimes I don't think. I can be insensitive, careless with feelings," he said. "Weren't you afraid I might hurt you?" "Not for 1 second," she said, shaking her head. "I brought a bottle of wine." "I'll open it for you. Pour you a glass and finish my beer." He took her jacket, hung it on the back of a chair, and started to unbutton her shirt. "Let's get into bed." "I'm not kidding," she said. "I may have overdone it. See, I shouldn't have come. I just want to feel you against me. I just want to touch you a little. I'm not going to do anything that will make you sore. I want to get you better." He kissed that delicious mouth. "You might need a few days, but I don't want to be away from you." "But won't that just make it too tempting? Naked in the bed?" "Nah. You're important to me. I'm going to take good care of you." He opened her shirt and lowered his lips to her breast. "God," she said in a breath, "it might be too tempting for me." He lifted his head and smiled into her eyes. "Don't worry, honey. I know how to take care of that." He turned her toward the bedroom. "I'll bring you a glass of wine." Luke was locked in an incredible dream, with ecstasy overpowering him. His entire body was quivering wildly, madly, as the woman in his dream worked on him. He was close, ready to let himself go in a climax so huge it would rock the bed. The sound of his own groan woke him, and he realized it was not a dream. He looked down at that honey-colored head of hair and gasped. "Shelby!" He reached down, grabbed her shoulders, and pulled her up toward him. "Shelby, come here." He pulled her face up to his. Honey, what are you doing? Did I hurt you? Hurt me? Sweet Jesus. I've never done that before, so I wasn't sure. Why are you doing it now? Well, I've never slept with a man before, and you were keeping me awake, poking me in the back. She smiled at him. You don't hesitate to take care of me. Shelby, do you realize what almost happened? She smoothed her hands over his chest and gave his lips a little tug with hers. I'm inexperienced, Luke, not ignorant. He caught her to him, holding her close. Ah, baby. Was I awful? Maybe you should tell me what to do. Awful, he laughed. I almost lost it in my sleep. That means it was okay? You don't have to do that. This is all so new for you. She smiled at him. Turns out it feels almost as good to please you as it does to be pleased by you. She gave him a little kiss. Relax. And she slid down his body. Her lips brushed against his belly, and he shuddered involuntarily. His head dropped back, and he groaned. In one day, his life had changed too much to comprehend. No way he could deserve this woman and her unselfish passions. In no time, his world exploded and he saw stars. Then he felt tears in his eyes, and he knew it wasn't from the orgasm. She slid up and lay atop his body. She pecked at his lips. I think you like that. God, he said, unable to catch his breath. I'm dead, that's what. And against all odds, I was sent to heaven. That good, huh? Not just that. Everything. I've never had a day like this in my life. I thought you had lots of days like this, she said. Never. Baby, never. I'm afraid I'm gonna wake up. He brought her mouth onto his and kissed her deeply, holding her tightly against him. He hadn't expected the most mind-blowing sex of his life and the sweetest woman on earth dishing it out. And I think now I might be able to get a little sleep, she said with a soft laugh. Then with her lips against his ear, she whispered, Luke, thank you. You've made it all so wonderful, so good. Hold me, she said. Let me fall asleep against you, in your arms. He held her there, like that, stretched over his body, her head resting against his shoulder. She might weigh 110 pounds to his 180, and she fit against his chest perfectly. He ran his hand down her back and over her soft bottom, stroking her, listening as her breathing evened out, as she sighed in her sleep. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me, he thought. I hope I don't screw it up. Chapter 12. Walt went to the stable in the early morning and found Shelby there, mucking out a stall. He jumped in surprise when he saw her. Morning, she said brightly. When did you get here? He asked her. Not that long ago. Maybe a half hour. It was such a beautiful morning, I decided to come right down here, see what I could get done. Then I'll shower off the stable and have some breakfast. He stepped toward her, frowning. Shelby, you weren't home last night. You mean this morning, don't you? Because you weren't home last night either. Shelby, I was with Luke. But just in case you wondered or were worried, I told Vanny where I was going. All night? He asked. All night, she said firmly, giving her chin a lift. He was quiet for a long time, looking at her from under those fierce, hooded brows. Finally, she leaned on her shovel and met his eyes fearlessly, stare for stare. You have something you want to say to me? She asked. Let's go for a short ride. Talk about some things. I'm going to pass on the ride, Uncle Walt. I have some things I'd like to do this morning, but we can take a few minutes for you to get this off your chest.
I don't know where to start.
His expression softened.
Shelby, honey.
Walt, she said, purposely omitting the uncle. Let me help you, because we're going to get this over with quickly. I like him. He's very nice to me. I haven't been impetuous. I gave Luke a lot of thought. There's no question in my mind. He's a good man. I know he comes off looking like a reckless tough guy, just like a lot of the men in this town at first glance. But he's not that way with me. He's very thoughtful and considerate. He's real worried about you, however.
I don't dislike the man. It's just that I don't know him real well. And I know a lot about men like Luke. I've commanded hundreds of them.
You mean men like you and Luke? Soldiers? Men who fight battles, go to war, get a little roughed up, seem to manage on very little conscience. He hung his head briefly. You can thank Vanny for already having this conversation with me. About soldiers, how they're trained, how they live, that edgy son-of-a-bitch personality they learn in the army. You have a little of that in you too, don't you, Uncle Walt? Covering up your softer feelings, being hard and resilient, and not letting yourself feel guilty about the damage you have to inflict. I suppose it goes with the territory. She stepped closer to him. I spent a lot of years around you when I was growing up. I saw young GIs shake in their boots when you walked past them. But you always treated Aunt Peg and Vanny like precious jewels. And just like you, Luke has a sweet side.
I promised your mother I'd look out for you, watch over you.
And so you are, she said. I'm sure you'd be more comfortable with me right now if I'd stayed home and waited for some nice young man from church to come by the house and ask your permission to take me out for a buggy ride. But it's not going to be like that, thank God. I was attracted to Luke Reardon almost right away. The attraction is mutual. I'm having a romance, Uncle Walt. At last, I'm having a romance. I'm way overdue. And you're not going to make me feel guilty or make him nervous. I appreciate your concern, but it's up to me. Woo, Walt thought, resisting the urge to take a step backward.
If I'm concerned, it's only because... honey, I just want you to be happy. I don't want you to be hurt. You might be getting in over your head.
She took another step toward him, looking up at him. There was absolute conviction in her eyes. You thought I'd save myself for marriage? She asked, lifting one eyebrow.
I'm a lot of things, but I don't think anyone could accuse me of being foolish or old-fashioned.
She just tilted her head, questioning him.
Or impractical,
he added, grudgingly. She laughed at him, though softly. I'm not so sure Luke's going to hurt me, she said. Regardless, there isn't much anyone can do about that. I don't know if you can understand this, but I'm glad that I can finally take my romantic lumps just like all the other girls have. She looked up at him earnestly. Why does everyone think I'm such a wuss? You think the last 5 years have been easy? You think it doesn't take a brave girl to spend the night with a man when my overprotective uncle might be at home, pacing, loading his shotgun? Believe me, even if Luke Reardon breaks my heart, it's going to be a lot easier in the end than some of the stuff I've been through the last few years. This is a new adventure for me, and you're not going to bully me out of it. Man, if anyone's earned the right, it's me.
And all your plans? He asked. Travel? School? A new life?
I think it's ridiculous to even ask, she said. Women don't have to choose between a relationship and education, Uncle Walt. I don't have to give up anything. Walt reached out a hand and lifted her thick braid off her shoulder, caressing it between his thumb and forefinger.
I'm not here to bully you, and I don't think you're a wuss. In fact, I think you're pretty tough stuff. I guess I need to assure myself you're wise to this. Sometimes these adventures can scar the heart."
"I'm not afraid of that," she said, shaking her head. "I wouldn't be the first. Vanny said her heart was broken 100 times.
"Her mother handled most of that," Walt said with a shrug. "You were stuck with me."
"You're not a bad guy to be stuck with."
"Just be careful."
He reached out and touched her cheek softly.
"I keep forgetting how strong-willed you are. Luke Reardon might be sorry he got himself into this.
Romance," she finally supplied. "Really, I can't believe you're having such a hard time with this. I'm seeing someone, Walt, just like you are. It's not as if he's married or a priest or anything." She lifted one eyebrow at him. "Everyone in this family has someone. Even 18-year-old Tom. You'd better get used to the idea I'm no different than anyone else."
"You're a little different," he said with a smile. "Better, probably."
"Phooey. I just want to be normal. Are you going to behave yourself?"
"What are you getting at?"
She crossed her arms over her chest. "You know exactly what I'm talking about."
"I just want to be sure you're all right," he said. "You're a grown woman. If you've made up your mind, I'll just hope all this works out for the best."
He leaned down and kissed her forehead.
"Are you going to be home tonight?" he asked.
"I sincerely hope not," she said. "I'll let you know." Luke was up on the ladder, scraping old chipped paint off the eaves of number 3, when the General's Tahoe pulled up to his house. He had been expecting this, but he wasn't sure how it would happen or when. Luke climbed slowly down the ladder. He tucked in his shirt and mopped his face with a rag.
"Luke,"
the General said. He did not extend his usual hand.
"Sir. My niece hasn't been home until morning the last few days." "You aren't armed, are you, sir?" "I knew where she was, of course. She was considerate enough to tell the family so we wouldn't worry. But I thought you and I should have a little talk." "Go ahead, sir," Luke said.
He hoped it didn't show that his stomach was twisting. Not because he was afraid of the General. He knew Walt wouldn't really shoot him. But because he was afraid of the General somehow convincing Shelby she was making a big mistake. He'd barely gotten into this with her. He was a long way from being ready to give her up. Walt's cheeks darkened with a ruddy stain as he said, "She's been with you every night, and she hasn't been riding. Well, I don't know what to think. That she's not sitting a horse." Luke looked down and found his own cheeks warming. "Sir, I can honestly say I haven't ever been this uncomfortable in my life. She says her back's bothering her. Then maybe her back's bothering her. I want something understood. Shelby might seem shy and sometimes not real sure of herself, but she's very stubborn. She does as she pleases. She always has. She might go at it quietly, but once she's decided, that's it. I tried like hell to talk her out of putting her life on hold to care for her mother. Midge could have gone into a nursing home, at least at the end. But I didn't make any headway because Shelby's mind was made up." He took a breath and shook his head. "I wasn't sure getting involved with you was the best idea, even though I don't dislike you. I didn't want her involved with me either, sir. But as you say, she's stubborn. Well, that gets us straight to the point. I can't accuse you of coercing my niece or taking advantage of her. I was more than a little aware that she had you in her crosshairs, and I could see she was hell-bent. Seems you're right, sir. It appears the die is cast. She's made herself clear. She plans to spend a good deal of time under your roof. When she's here, Reardon, you'd better be a gentleman." "Absolutely, General.
I'd be curious to know what kind of plans you have where my niece is concerned, Walt said. Due respect, sir, it would be wrong for me to discuss any plans with you before talking to Shelby. And at the risk of being indelicate, Shelby and I have barely— That'll do, he said, holding up a hand. I know how that sentence was going to end. Leave it at that.
Luke took a breath.
What I meant to say is, we're just getting to know each other.
Luke stepped forward.
Sir, I've probably been around more than a father or uncle would prefer, but I'd like you to know that Shelby is treated with absolute respect when she's with me. I consider it my responsibility to see she's protected, that she's safe with me. I treat her with great care. You damn sure better. I love that girl. She's very special. Yes, sir. Very special. I'm not an idiot about relationships, son. I have 2 kids who have been through a few. My daughter has already buried a husband at her young age.
That grave, Luke thought. He would have to remember to ask Shelby about it. Luke had assumed Paul was Vanessa's first husband.
I understand things don't always go smoothly, Walt was saying. Sometimes these things don't work out. I'm not naive about that. This thing with you and my niece, it'll either be a lasting thing or not. That's yet to be seen. But if you do anything terrible to her—
he sucked in his breath.
You know what I'm talking about.
Luke frowned.
I'm not sure I do. You abuse her, hit her, cheat on her, and give her something, treat her with cruelty, or— For God's sake, Luke said, cutting him off and stiffening indignantly. What the hell are you talking about? What kind of man do you think I am?
Walt shrugged and said,
Well, I don't have any reason to suspect you of foul behavior yet. But after all, I've seen a lot. I've had a lot of different kind of men in my command. I thought we should understand each other. We understand each other. I wouldn't do things like that to any woman. Jesus. Good then. Because I'd have to kill you. I'd have to let you, Luke said, passionately. He took a breath. Due respect. I've known a real horseshit general or two, sir. I felt the need to clear the air on a couple of issues. Consider it cleared. He rubbed a hand along the back of his neck. Well, I didn't come here to try to talk you out of seeing my niece. Given the situation with her mother passing not too long ago, I feel a little more protective than Shelby is comfortable with. I didn't think it would hurt for you to know. I have limits. So do I, Luke said calmly, but vehemently. Then I guess we're clear.
He turned as though he would go. Luke watched his departing back and, in a split second, thought about how he'd feel if he had to turn Shelby over to some guy.
Sir,
Luke called. When the general turned back, Luke said,
Now that we've faced off on this and both hold Shelby's well-being as the most important thing, I'd like you to know some things. Shelby could do a lot better than me. We both know that. I didn't mislead her. I avoided her and discouraged her. I've been completely honest with her. I'm not a good catch, and I'm not looking for a permanent relationship. I'm sure Shelby had no trouble believing that. But it's not my intention to treat her badly. Jesus, she'll get the best I have. If it's any comfort, my mother would kill me if I ever abused a woman. If she failed to kill me, my brothers would do the job. Good, Walt said, a smile tugging at his mouth. I can appreciate a close family. I might be a scoundrel, but I'm a fairly civilized scoundrel. Luke stuck out his hand. I wish we could be friends. For Shelby, at least.
Walt hesitated, but he took Luke's hand.
Behave decently, Walt said. Yes, sir, Luke said. You too. After putting in a long day of work on the cabins, Luke went to his house as the sun was lowering in the sky. He laid a fresh fire in the hearth and took a shower. Just as he was getting out, he heard his front door open. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he left the bathroom in time to see Shelby coming in with a brown sack. "Wow," she said, looking at him. "How's that for timing?" "What you got there?" he asked, hands on his hips. "When I left the clinic, I stopped by the bar and got us some dinner so we could stay in tonight. I'm tired. I brought some pie so Art can have dessert with us if he wants to." "He'll want to. Art has never turned down a slice of pie." She looked down his body and laughed. "Luke," she said, shaking her head, "I don't even have my jacket off and you're popping out of your towel." "Well, then take your jacket off," he said. "Will dinner keep for a little while?" She put the sack on the table, shrugged out of her jacket, and walked into his arms. "I put in a long day and the clinic was busy. I've been around babies and sick people. Can you give me some time to freshen up?" He gently touched her lips with his. "Sure, help yourself." "I won't be too long," she said, slipping past him and into the bedroom to take off her boots and clothes. Luke went into the kitchen and peered into the sack of takeout dinner. He pulled out the pie and put it in the fridge, then sniffed the remaining contents. It smelled delicious. But Preacher never put together a mediocre meal. He got down a couple of plates, pulled some flatware out of the drawer, and opened 2 beers. Then he heard water running in the tub and headed toward the bathroom. He caught the scent of something feminine. Shelby had brought a couple of her things with her a few nights before, shampoo and lotion and such. He told her to leave it, something he'd never invited a woman to do before. Things like that always made him claustrophobic. But this time, it made him feel extremely good, as though he wouldn't have to release her too soon. As if holding her shampoo and lotion hostage meant she would stay with him for a while. He entered the bathroom just in time to see her lowering herself into the tub. Her long hair was pinned up on her head and there were bubbles. It was in his mind to pass her a beer and sit on the closed toilet lid to talk with her while she was in the bath. But then another thought was inspired. Luke had never in his life even contemplated a bubble bath. He put the beer on the sink, dropped his towel, and got in. "You're gonna make a flood," she said with a laugh. "This tub isn't quite big enough," he complained, sitting to face her, the faucet jabbing him in the back. He pushed his long legs past her hips, lifted her legs to drape them over his thighs, and pulled her toward him, into his arms. "You're acting crazy," she said, laughing. "I'm impatient," he said, his lips on her neck. "I can hardly get through the day, waiting for you." "I'm not quite freshened up yet," she said. "I'll help with that," he said, picking up the soap. He ran the soap smoothly over her shoulders, down her back, over her breasts, under her arms, bringing low, delighted hums from her when he lathered her up. Then he took the face cloth and gently rinsed her. "I want to tell you something." "Another one of those talks? More conditions?" "No. I visited a clinic in Eureka, right after our first night together. I had a screening for STDs, to be sure, though I was already pretty sure. I wanted you to know that despite my shady past, I'm okay. You're not in any danger that I'll pass anything to you." "Aw," she said, pulling him closer, chest to chest. "That was thoughtful." "No one's ever been inside you before me," he said. "I want to keep you completely safe." "I appreciate that." "I got the results just in time. I don't have a condom in this tub," he said. "But there's that other matter." "I'm on the pill. I took care of that." "You didn't tell me," he said. "Sorry,
I didn't think about your concerns. I was handling mine.
Good news to me, he said.
Then, after leaning in for a deep kiss, he said,
I meant to tell you another thing. Your uncle visited me.
He did? He shouldn't have done that. What did he say?
That he knew where you've been every night, and that he didn't much like the fact that you weren't able to ride.
Oh, God, she moaned.
It was by far one of the worst moments of my life.
I'm sorry, Luke. I'll talk to him.
No, don't. We worked it out.
How?
Well,
he said, pulling her close to him and gently rocking her against him.
I refused to explain. He threatened me with dire consequences if I abused you or treated you cruelly. I tried to reassure him that I can be civilized if I concentrate. And in the end, we actually shook hands.
God, she said. Luke, Uncle Walt and I already had our standoff about this. He told me to be careful of you, and I told him he wasn't going to bully me out of whatever relationship I chose. He promised to behave himself.
You stood up to him? Luke asked, smiling. You defended me?
Does that surprise you? That I can stand up for myself? Really, does everyone think I'm a spineless little twit?
Nah, you're just too sweet. And Walt wanted to be sure you're safe with me.
Did you tell him the truth? That I'm not? That you're dangerous and wicked and a real shark with women? She asked, playfully, tugging at his lower lip with her teeth.
No one has to know, do they? He asked her. But I was the first one to...
She leaned back, looking at him. Why? Do you want it to be a secret?
I'd like it if that belonged to us. You and me. Private. Personal. It's so damn special. He grinned. I've never had an experience like this in my life, he said. And I've had a ton of experience.
And I've never had any, she said.
But I've never been with anyone like you, he told her. You're amazing. You drive me crazy. You've got me playing house, for Christ's sake. I don't do things like this.
See? I tried to warn you. Maybe I should have given you the talk.
Yeah, I never saw that coming, he said. Your uncle also wanted to know what plans I had with you. I told him that was for me to talk with you about.
Luke, you shouldn't lie.
I didn't. Right now, I plan to make love to you till you beg me to stop.
Oh, well, that's today. You'll probably be tired of me in 2 weeks. Remember, you don't stay involved for long. He ran a hand down her chest, over her breast, down to place a palm over her soft mound.
How are you down here?
Fine, good.
Not sore? We getting you healed up?
You've been very considerate. I didn't know I could function on so little sleep, but I happen to like it, she laughed. More than I thought I would. I never thought I'd be back every day. I guess I'm being a real pig about it.
Go ahead, be a pig about it. I can take it. He rubbed her gently. You're opening up, blossoming.
He lifted her and brought her neatly onto his lap, slipping inside without difficulty.
God, he whispered. Sweet heaven.
Then with his mouth drawing on her nipple, his finger massaging her, and his hips gently pumping, he loved her deeply and smoothly. She held his head against her breast and rocked with him, making all the wonderful little noises he'd grown to love. In a few short and breathless minutes, she had risen to that pinnacle of pleasure that caused her insides to tighten and pulse. She pulled his head harder against her, and he pushed more deeply inside, letting himself go in a blast of heat that blinded him for a moment. He clung to her, panting, recovering, wanting the moment to never end. And then he heard her giggle. Someone's going to have to wipe up the floor. Luke Reardon, you're in a bubble bath.
Yeah,
He said, breathless. What would people think? Big, tough, womanizing Black Hawk pilot in a bubble bath.
You better not tell or you'll be punished,
he said, still catching his breath. She giggled again. That might be interesting. I never know what you'll come up with next. Late in the night, long after dinner and some time in front of the fire, Luke was lying in bed, his head propped on a hand, staring down at the sleeping form of Shelby. She was curled on her side, her beautiful smooth back and perfect bottom against him, and he could see her profile. She slept like a baby, content, peaceful, and drunk on sex. He had known from the moment he saw her that she was dangerous, but he'd had no idea how lethal. She had pulled feelings to the surface that he thought he'd been in control of, and now it was here. He felt it all, and he was completely lost, terrified. He adored her. He couldn't stand the thought of this ending. He had felt something almost this deep and powerful once before, when he was much younger. He had been 24 when he found the beautiful raven-haired Felicia. In her arms, in her body, he had come to life. He'd never fallen so hard before, and certainly not since. He had been surprised by the passion and commitment he felt, but he let it sweep him away. He loved her hard for a year, and then he had to leave on a mission. He went to Somalia. When the conflict was at its worst, it was her face in his mind that helped him get through, gave him purpose, something strong and powerful to fight for. He had pledged his life to her. He was going to love her till the day he died. When he got home, he found out it had all been a lie. She had never been his. She'd been unfaithful since before he left. She cut him loose the first day he was back. It had been an ugly, bitter parting that left everyone scarred, mostly him. To say his heart was ripped apart didn't touch it. For a couple of years, at least the pain was so bad he thought it might kill him. When the pain stopped, he was empty inside. He made a firm resolution that would never happen to him again. His involvement with women was purely recreational from that point on. He wasn't about to be vulnerable to a woman, open himself to that kind of pain. Yet beside him, all gentle and sweet, was an incredible woman. He wanted to pull her into his arms, tell her how much he loved her, how far he'd go to make her happy, beg her to either change her plans or include him. But he wouldn't. It was too risky. Another deal like the last one would kill him. He wouldn't give his heart. The problem was, without meaning to, without wanting to, he had. Walt Booth had watched the evolution of Muriel's renovation for almost 6 months. He'd helped with some of it, but she was extremely protective of her work and wanted to be able to take credit for doing it herself. As he witnessed, he learned a few things. 1. Gutting and remodeling, upgrading, modernizing might be expensive, but it was easy. And such houses like his were a dime a dozen. All you needed was money and a builder. What Muriel was doing, restoring it to its former pristine beauty, was an art. Well, it was largely restored. She had new appliances and wasn't about to be sitting on spindly settees or sleeping on a 100-year-old mattress. She couldn't wait to get her flat-screen TV, stereo, and DVD equipment, all of which would be kept in antique wardrobes. It was mid-November when she called him and said, "What are you doing?" "I'm babysitting while Vanny runs into town. She'll be back soon." "Why?" "I want you to come over," Muriel said, "as soon as you can." She never had to ask him twice. When he pulled up, she was all bundled up and standing on the porch of the big house, waiting. Her hands were plunged into her pockets, she was stamping her booted feet, and her breath was swirling in steam around her. He got out of the Tahoe.
What's the matter? He asked, walking toward her. Her face lit up in that brilliant smile of hers. Matter? God, nothing. Walt, it's done. Done! Muriel had the upstairs finished to her satisfaction at least a couple of months ago, but she'd never moved out of the refurbished bunkhouse. She hadn't wanted to move that furniture out and live in a mostly empty house when she was perfectly comfortable where she was. She just kept working away. Are you ready? Ready, he said. She swung open the front door, and he was standing right in a living room. No fancy foyers in old farmhouses. The dark wood floor gleamed. The baseboards and crown molding were the same dark varnished color. She'd needed his help to lift the heavy sections of crown molding, but she'd fit it herself, using her very own circular saw. The walls, textured by her own hand, were painted green. The banister had been stained and varnished to match the walnut trim and molding, and the wall of the open staircase was a dark beige, the ceilings a lighter beige. Straight ahead, the same color scheme as the living room. The dining room was framed by a walnut arch. She must have recently installed the sheer lacy curtains that were pulled back from the windows. The hearth was framed in the original thick dark wood mantel. The kitchen was bright yellow, some of it papered in a design of old-fashioned yellow roses. The cupboards and counters were the originals, sanded and stained, but she'd pulled the cupboard doors apart and installed dark glass panels to replace the old buckling wood. The sink and appliances were new white, but she kept the sink pump handle right where it was. She'd even sanded and stained the windowsills and frames, and the light fixtures that hung over the kitchen, dining room, and breakfast nook were rewired antiques. There was a door to a pantry and a door to the cellar. You are amazing, he said. The upstairs was equally impressive. The shining hallway floors, 3 bedrooms all painted different colors, a bath much too small and compact for a movie star down the hall from the largest bedroom. No master baths or walk-in closets here. But every detail of the original house was polished, varnished, painted, papered. It was beautiful. It looked like a museum piece. This will be my room at the top of the stairs, she said. I bought a bunch of quilts, but I bought them from a real quilter, so I'm only cheating a little bit. And throw pillows in petite point. Actual antiques. I've been collecting them for years. I have a new floral print duvet and matching sheets. I bought 10 extra top sheets. Instead of wallpaper in here, I'm gluing sheets to a couple of walls. And I have old pictures of my parents and grandparents and great-grandparents to hang on the staircase wall. We have some Native Americans way back in the family tree and, remarkably, have some pictures of them. I also have a couple of old country watercolors I picked up years ago and took special care to preserve for this moment. He shook his head and chuckled. This is not how a woman nominated for Oscars is supposed to want to live. Phooey. There's a lot more to me than Oscars. Though I have to admit, it really pisses me off that I never got one. She smiled up at him and put her arms around his waist. I've had some special pieces of furniture in storage. The movers are coming tomorrow. Will you stay with me when the bed's made up? I will gladly stay with you in your flowery bedroom. And if I ever get rid of my house full of offspring, you will stay with me in my bold and manly master bedroom, with convenient master bath and big doorless shower. I will, she grinned. Muriel. This house, it's beyond my wildest expectations. You're gifted. Your talent is unsurpassed. I just can't express how impressed I am. And proud. I'm just so proud of you. Thank you. I'm proud of me, too. We should have a drink and cigar. I'd never have thought to bring cigars, he said. Not to worry. I bought us a bottle of Pinch and box of cigars. I'll leave all the lights on in the house.
We'll sit on the bunkhouse porch, freeze to death, have a scotch and a Cuban, and stare at the house. Is that brownish lavender porch the best?
Cubans? You have Cubans?
I do. You don't think Mike V will arrest me, do you?
If he finds out, it'll be tough to keep the local Marines off your porch.
She chuckled. I want to have a housewarming after the furniture is in and pictures hung. Do you think anyone would come? He frowned.
You're Muriel St. Clair. I think the whole town will come.
Really? She asked, surprised. That would be so wonderful. Then her brow wrinkled as she thought it over. What will I do for food? Luke and Shelby fell into the nice little pattern of new lovers, with Shelby sleeping over almost every night. Then she would start her day real early, going first to Walt's stable to help with the horses, maybe have a ride and breakfast with him, shower, and grab a change of clothes. Next, she'd go to town where her main industry was keeping Mel's professional life manageable. She helped in the clinic, sorted and filed, watched the kids. Luke marveled at her energy, her industry. Luke and Art worked together on the cabins every day, and Luke took great pride in the fact that Art was quite functional. He wasn't a gourmet cook, but he could warm a nourishing dinner in the microwave a few nights a week, eating with Luke and Shelby the other nights. He showered and shaved daily, took good care of his teeth, laundered his clothes, fixed his bed every morning. Luke had stocked his cupboards with decent food and non-toxic cleaning supplies. Art had fruit to add to his breakfast and lunch. He kept his bathroom and little kitchen spotless with spray cleaner. Art was absolutely competent to live on his own, as long as he had someone trustworthy nearby in case he needed advice or ran into a problem, or maybe to remind him of things like,
"Time to wash the sheets and towels, Art."
Luke told him that when the cabins were finished, Art would be the custodian. He'd make sure the trash was handled, that things were tidy, and they'd work together on upkeep, cleaning, yard maintenance, whatever needed fixing or painting.
"Do you miss your old friends at the group home?"
Luke asked him. He shrugged.
"I miss Netta and Payne," he said. "I miss my mom."
Then he smiled.
"But I like it here by the river. I like my own house where I don't have to sign up to use the washer. You're doing a great job for me, Art. Thank you." "You're welcome, Luke," he said, beaming proudly.
At the end of her day, Shelby would either meet Luke at Jack's or pick up dinner and go straight to his house. They were together every day. They were outed. They were a couple, and everyone in town knew it. This was something Luke hadn't thought about, this couple status. But the price of holding her through the night was this public recognition. People were nice enough not to make too many invasive comments, though there were lots of jokes about the water in Virgin River. It seemed plenty of men had made their way to the little town looking for peace and quiet, maybe some hunting and fishing, and found themselves tethered to a woman. Luke was able to chuckle and ignore them because it gave him strange satisfaction to be connected to her in this way. He was oddly content to be able to put his arm around her in public, to not worry about being caught kissing on the porch. Shelby had him so loose and relaxed, he wasn't likely to complain. When it was obvious to the whole town that Luke and Shelby were together, it was time to bring Art out of the closet, introduce him around, give him a chance to make friends, even if they were only casual friends. Art had been out at the cabins less than 2 months, and of all the residents of Virgin River, only Shelby and Paul had seen him, knew about him. They'd been cooperative about staying quiet while Luke had been paying attention to newspapers, radio, and TV to see if Art was being looked for. There didn't seem to be any missing persons bulletins. Art already loved Shelby. If she had a short day at the clinic and the weather was nice, she would ride over to the cabins with plenty in tow and put Art on the horse. He was like a 190-pound 10-year-old, and the guy's sheer thrill with it made Luke laugh until he had to turn away to not offend. Luke started to take Art to the bar once in a while to buy him a cold drink. Maybe dinner with Shelby. It held positively no surprise that he was accepted very kindly. It was seeing Art on that horse that prompted Luke to buy some fishing gear for the man, an inexpensive rod and reel he could keep in his cabin. He taught Art to drop a line first. Casting was more of a challenge, but Art loved learning new things. The river was close enough for Art to get in a little fishing when he wasn't working. He took to it right away. It made Luke happy to see the big guy wander down to the river on his own, independent and content. There was a small-town party out at Muriel St. Clair's house that Luke, Shelby, and Art attended together. It was newly remodeled, or, as the general insisted on pointing out, restored. Indeed, it looked like a brand-new 100-year-old house. Even the pictures, which she insisted were of family members, were antique. The oldest were tintypes. Besides a modern sectional and chair, everything was vintage, even the huge antique wardrobe that concealed her TV and stereo equipment. Luke was astonished by the work she'd done, impressed. But some of the townfolk, especially the women, were looking for something a lot more Hollywood. Most of them already had all that old stuff. It had been passed down from generation to generation, and they took it for granted. Of course, their old stuff hadn't been pampered and restored like Muriel's, but they were small-town folk and lusted after more modern furnishings. What they wanted to know was, had she dated Clint Eastwood or Jack Nicholson? When she replied she hardly knew them, though she'd been in films with them, they seemed disappointed in her. For a movie star, she wasn't all that provocative. At least 100 people wandered through her open house, and she beamed every time surprise was expressed that she would prefer this old farmhouse to a big marble palace in Hollywood. It didn't make sense to Luke that his mother would be such a prude. Life was exactly as he liked it. Being a man, he wasted no time thinking deeply about it. Feelings weren't exactly something men spent a lot of time pondering. All he wanted was for nothing to change. To that end, he called his mother and explained that he wouldn't be able to come to Phoenix for Thanksgiving. It turned out it would only be Sean this year anyway. Colin was in Iraq, Patty out to sea, and Aiden was pulling call at the hospital over Thanksgiving to get Christmas off. His mother was disappointed. She hadn't seen him since August. So he told her about Art. Of course, Maureen Reardon told Luke to bring Art with him. "I don't think I can do that, Mother," Luke said. "He's on the run from a group home because someone abused him. I'm pretty sure I'm not breaking the law by giving him shelter, but I don't think it would be a good idea to take him out of state. At least not until I've had a chance to get his situation sorted out a little, which is going to take some investigating and probably legal help. It's just one Thanksgiving. I'll probably see you at Christmas. Be a big girl. Don't nag." "I don't nag," she said. "Oh, you nag," he laughed. "There's no mercy in it." "I don't want you to be alone on Thanksgiving," she said. "I'll be fine, Mother. Don't worry." But Luke wasn't going to be alone. He was going to the general's house, and he was bringing Art. The invitation had come through Shelby, and he recognized right away that it was mandatory. He'd rather not get any more enmeshed with the family, but it was impossible to avoid. When it came to living in a place like Virgin River, you were enmeshed the day you hit town. It was all right. A holiday dinner wasn't too much to ask. Art was welcome, and Luke happened to like the General and the Haggertys. He couldn't deny that if Shelby had been his younger cousin or niece, he might feel just as protective as they did. Yet they'd managed to act as though they respected her choice and treated him fine. Just as he was coming to accept it all, Luke's well-organized life was derailed by a phone call from his brother Sean. "So, you put in a no-show for the turkey," Sean said. "What's up with that? You're stateside? You're not that far away." "I have things to do here, Sean," he said. "And I explained to Mother
I can't leave Art and I can't take him on a trip. So I heard. And that's your only reason? What else? Oh, I don't know, he said, as if he did know what else. Well then, you'll be real happy to hear this. I'm bringing Mother to Virgin River for Thanksgiving. Luke was dead silent for a moment. What? Luke nearly shouted into the phone. Why the hell would you do that? Because you won't come to Phoenix, and she'd like to see this property you're working on, and the helper, and the girl. You aren't doing this to me, Luke said in a threatening tone. Tell me you aren't doing this to me. Yeah, since you can't make it to Mom's, we're coming to you. I thought that would make you so happy, he added with a chuckle in his voice. Oh, God, he said. I don't have room for you. There's not a hotel in town. You lying sack of shit. You have room. You have 2 extra bedrooms and 6 cabins you've been working on for 3 months. But if it turns out you're telling the truth, there's a motel in Fortuna that has some room. As long as Mom has the good bed in the house, clean sheets and no rats, everything will be fine. Good. You come, Luke said. And then I'm going to kill you. What's the matter? You don't want Mom to meet the girl, the helper? I'm going to tear your limbs off before you die. But Sean laughed. Mom and I'll be there Tuesday afternoon. Buy a big turkey, huh? Luke was paralyzed for a moment, silent and brooding. He had lived a pretty wild life, excepting that couple of years with Felicia, when he'd been temporarily domesticated. He'd flown helicopters in combat and played it loose with the ladies, taking whatever was consensually offered. His bachelorhood was on the adventurous side. His brothers were exactly like him. Maybe like their father before them, who hadn't married until the age of 32. Not exactly ancient, but for the generation before theirs, a little mature to begin a family of 5 sons. They were frisky Irish males. They all had taken on a lot, dared much, had no regrets, moved fast. But one thing none of them had ever done was have a woman who was not a wife in bed with them under the same roof with their mother. I'm 38 years old and I've been to war 4 times, he said to himself, pacing in his small living room, rubbing a hand across the back of his neck. This is my house, and she is a guest. She can disapprove all she wants, work her rosary until she has blisters on her hands, but this is not up to her. Okay, then she'll tell everything, was his next thought. Every little thing about me from the time I was 5, every young lady she'd had high hopes for, every indiscretion, my night in jail, my very naked fling with the high school vice principal's daughter. Everything from speeding tickets to romances. Because that's the way the typical dysfunctional Irish family worked. They bartered in secrets. He could either behave the way his mother expected, which she considered proper and gentlemanly, and he considered tight-assed and useless, or he could throw caution to the wind, do things his way, and explain all his mother's stories to Shelby later, including the story about Felicia. It really didn't make sense for Luke to expect his mother to be a prude. She was obviously much too with it for that. She was a beautiful, statuesque 61-year-old woman who'd been widowed at 53 when Luke was only 30. And remained single and devoted to her military sons. She still had her hair dyed the flaming red of her youth. With some ambivalence, he sometimes wished his mother would find a romantic interest that would take her mind off her boys and their personal lives. Maureen Reardon was smart, energetic, and funny. She was fearless. Despite her commitment to her Catholic faith, she had some rebellious ideas. After 5 sons in 10 years, the priest had told her to keep the faith and reject birth control, and she had told him to do something to himself that was never again repeated. But there hadn't been a 6th child. Getting down to it, she didn't have that many flaws,
Just this rigid set of principles she could be coerced into being quiet about if her demands were met. And there was her relentless dissatisfaction with her son's inability to marry successfully and bring her grandchildren. That was getting real old. The boys ranked thusly: Luke, Colin, Aiden, Sean, Patrick, ages 38 to 30, down the line. All bachelors. Maureen might be getting a little bewildered and desperate. As it stood, they had a firm family law that had evolved through bitter fights. No one told embarrassing or family secrets to newcomers without paying, and paying dearly. Frankly, Luke thought the story about his mother standing up to the priest about birth control was hilarious. But she didn't find it funny. And a trade was a trade. He could keep her quiet by respecting her principles and not telling stories on her. He could keep his mother's mouth shut by not sleeping with Shelby while she was in town. For 5 nights. He was going to have to kill Sean. "Shelby?" Luke began while she relaxed in his arms in the aftermath of yet another amazing sexual experience. "There's a complication with Thanksgiving." She asked sleepily. He took a breath. "My brother Sean is coming. And bringing my mother." She lifted her head. "Wonderful," she said, smiling, lying back down. "It's not wonderful," he said, miserably. She laughed. "What's the matter, Luke? That's not bad news. I'd be so happy to meet your mother." "Yeah, but... see, she's a little on the rigid side." Shelby laughed again. "Okay. Like Uncle Walt doesn't get a little stiff? We'll just set 2 more places. It could be fun. Stiff Uncle Walt and rigid... What's your mom's name?" "It's Maureen, but we're not going to do that. We're not getting them all together like one big happy family. You know how I feel about stuff like that. I don't like setting up those kind of expectations. This can't be..." She laughed some more. "Will you please stop being so paranoid? It's not an engagement party. It's Thanksgiving. We bring together people who are important to us. You're also bringing Art, and he certainly doesn't complicate the whole family thing. My God, Luke, lighten up." "It screws up my head, thinking about getting our families together. Maybe you've accepted me the way I am, but I'm not convinced your uncle has. And I know my mother hasn't." "But that's not an issue. That would be their problem. We've been over this. I know you pretty well, despite your efforts to be my greatest mystery." "You do, huh? Still, this whole family thing, it's not what I had in mind." "I know," she said. "What you had in mind was picking up a girl from out of town, having her in your bed at night, and far away the rest of the time, with no connection to your day-to-day life. Unfortunately, we're from the same town right now, and we all have the same friends." How did she know that? He wondered. He had never explained what he'd originally hoped this would be. "But if you'll just relax, everything will be fine," she said. "We're all good friends and neighbors. Let me ask you, would your mother mind coming to our house as opposed to having a nice private turkey with you, your brother and Art?" He was quiet a moment and then said in a pout, "No, she'd love it." She giggled. "Oh, I see. You're afraid she's going to like me." "Shelby, stop it. You know what my problem is with this." "Well, I guess your problem is with your mother, because I certainly haven't given you any trouble. You and we knew what we were getting ourselves into. I have plans. You have plans. This is temporary. Isn't that what you said? Temporary? So it's just a couple of families getting together for Thanksgiving." She grinned at him. "I like Sean. He's cute." "I think he's an ugly, stupid asshole." Shelby laughed at him. There is going to be one inconvenience, she said.
Yeah? What's that?
I'm not going to be able to spend the night with you while your mother's here. He propped up on an elbow and looked at her.
You're not?
She shrugged. I'm sorry, it's a little old-fashioned, but that's a bit too much for me. She's your mother. I can't stay here any more than I can bring you to my house while my Uncle Walt is down the hall. I hope you understand.
But Shelby, they know we're what we are.
Not quite the same thing, she said. I'm not doing it under the same roof with them. Maybe if we actually lived together, as in set up housekeeping, changed addresses, etc. But no, we're a dating couple having sex. I'm not doing that with your mother in the same house.
If you can't...
Sorry, I can't. Out of respect. That's just it. I won't.
She's staying 5 nights,
he said, running a hand along the hair that fell over her shoulder.
5.
Well, I guess you'll be some kind of maniac by the time she leaves. Maybe I can get Mel to prescribe something so you don't go out of your mind.
That's what you want?
He asked.
For us to be apart for 5 nights?
No, that's how it's going to be, Luke. We all have our ground rules. Now, I want you to relax. It's just dinner. It'll be fun.
Sure,
he said. There were 2 reasons he hadn't been able to think of a way to explain why he couldn't cross that line with his mother either. He was stunned that Shelby hadn't used the opportunity to pull him into a more serious relationship. And he didn't want to sound like a wussy mama's boy. But, he thought, it's not supposed to be like this. This isn't the way women acted. She was too cool. It was almost as though she wasn't madly in love with him. She was deliberately passing up an opportunity to trap him. Muriel and Walt spent a whole day driving through the mountains, looking for garage sales and antique shops. He'd never, in his life, done anything like this. Nor had he ever cooked for a woman or helped her restore a house. She was folding and refolding a Garberville newspaper in her hands. Okay, there's a barn sale up the next road about a half mile.
What can you possibly need from a barn sale?
As I've explained 50 times, you just never know. I once bought an incredible 150-year-old pine dry sink from a barn sale.
Your house doesn't seem to need more furnishings.
But this is what I do. Like some women drink martinis, I shop for antiques and collectibles.
You also drink martinis.
She grinned at him. I pride myself in being well-rounded. He pulled off to the side of the road. He turned and looked at her, resting the wrist of his left arm on the steering wheel.
Muriel, have you had invitations for Thanksgiving?
A few, she said.
Are you going south for the holiday?
I haven't decided, she said. A few friends were very thoughtful to think of me.
Mind if I ask? What friends?
No one you know, Walt.
Just the same.
She took a breath. Susan Sarandon extended an invitation to join her family. Lovely family. Love those kids. My friend George has reservations at a nice restaurant for a few friends.
George?
Not a boyfriend. Clooney. George Clooney. Very nice man. Very attached at the moment and a tad young for me. He's dating a woman in her 30s. I could be her mother. I actually met George many years ago through his Aunt Rosemary. And there was a call from an old friend, Ed Asner. He has a small family gathering at his house. And of course, Mason would like me to join him and his 4th wife and her grown children and grandchildren. She chuckled. We're so modern, aren't we? The ex-wife is invited to dinner all the time. Of course, 20% of me is very appealing to her, I'm sure. When Walt looked perplexed, she laughed. His commission, Walt. That's what he gets when I work.
So, where are you going?
He asked. I'm not sure. Why? He was a bit uncomfortable. He looked away briefly.
We're hosting Luke Reardon and his family. If you'd like to join us, that would be wonderful.
Walt? He turned back toward her, meeting her eyes, her smile.
What?
Are you hoping I'll decline?
Why would you say that?
You wouldn't even look me in the eye when you asked me.
Oh,
he said.
Sorry, it's just that I know you want to keep us casual.
When did I say that? She asked with a laugh.
When you said you'd been married 5 times and we're done with that shit. I believe that's a direct quote.
That amused her. She reached over and put a hand on his thigh. Walt, it would take a lot to get me to ever consider marriage again. I've been through the ringer on marriages. I say I do, and there's a cosmic explosion turning fabulous, sexy men into incorrigible animals, or complete idiots. I'm cursed. I wouldn't do that to anyone. But I'm not avoiding a good relationship. And this seems as though it's shaping up to be a very good relationship. I'd love to join you for Thanksgiving dinner. But since we both know my limitations, I'll be in charge of cleanup. His black brows lifted and he smiled.
Really?
Why not?
I'm not Susan Sarandon or George Clooney, for one thing.
Or Ed Asner, who is very special to me. But you are Walt Booth, and you rank right up there. But be careful, Walt. People will think we're serious. He grinned at her.
At the risk of scaring you to death, I'm very serious about you, Muriel. And a good relationship is exactly what I'm in the market for.
That, and a decent dishwasher. Chapter 13. When Sean and Maureen arrived late Tuesday afternoon, Luke was ready for them. The house was cleaned from top to bottom, and though there was still a lot of renovation to complete, the walls were textured and painted, the floors sanded, stained, and varnished, and the kitchen rebuilt. His furniture was good stuff. It made the place look better. He would put his mother in his room and his brother upstairs. Since there was no furniture in the second upstairs bedroom, he'd take the couch. He had logs in the fireplace, wine chilling in the refrigerator, steaks to put on the small grill he'd purchased, and he told Shelby she would meet Maureen Wednesday night because he'd want a little time to visit with his mother first. That wasn't the reason, of course. He could have asked Shelby to come over right after she finished in town on Tuesday, but that might look eager, and Maureen didn't need any encouragement. Much as he resented the intrusion, he was actually thrilled to see his mom. He figured in about 2 days he'd be less thrilled, but when she stepped out of Sean's SUV, he beamed. Damn, she sure didn't look 61 and on both blood pressure and cholesterol medication. And you'd never take her for a woman who'd been a stay-at-home mom raising 5 very high-maintenance sons. She looked sophisticated, even though she wore jeans, boots, and a leather jacket. The thing that really melted him was his mother's smile, her eyes. Her smile was so stunning and bright. She had large, strong white teeth. And Luke couldn't remember a time her green eyes hadn't sparkled. Now they crinkled just a little bit in the corners when she grinned. "Luke, honey," she called, running up onto the porch and embracing him. He held her in his arms for a long minute. "How you doing, Mom?" "I couldn't get here fast enough, that's how." She held him away from her. "You look okay. I was afraid you'd be thin and pale." "Now why would I be thin and pale?" he asked. He glanced over her shoulder to see Sean struggling with multiple suitcases from the back of the SUV. "Jesus, how long are you staying?" "Just until Sunday, but it was hard to know what to bring for a place like this." "So you brought everything?" "Funny," she said. "So where is Art and Shelby?" "Shelby?" he asked. I heard all about her from Sean. Pretty little thing. The only niece of a general, young, great on a horse, crazy about you, etc. Mom, she's not here. She's at home. I asked her to come over tomorrow night to meet you, and we've been invited to her uncle's house for Thanksgiving. Oh, she said, sounding disappointed. I was looking forward to cooking for you. We can do that, he said, hopefully. I'm sure they'd understand. We don't see each other that often. Don't be ridiculous. I have plenty of time to cook and leave you leftovers. And what are we to bring to Shelby's family for the meal? He frowned. It might not take 2 days for that excitement to wear off, after all. Wine. I bought it. We'll have to take something else, she said. Pies, beans, bread, something. Let me get the luggage, Mom. Fine. And then show me this wonderful place. Luke went down the steps while his mother went directly into the house to look around. There was one thing about having 5 boys with a strict father. Maureen was not to insult them by lifting a finger while they were around, except in domestic ways. They wouldn't let her haul groceries or luggage while any of them were present. So Luke went to the back of the SUV where Sean was unloading way too many suitcases for 5 nights. You'd think she was taking a freaking cruise. Your death is going to be slow and painful. Ah, come on. What's up your butt now? You had plenty of time to get used to the idea, and she's thrilled to be here. You can see that. You told her all about Shelby? I didn't even tell you what was going on with Shelby. Can't you ever keep your mouth shut about anything? I beg your pardon. I fly a spy plane. I have a very large security clearance. I told her about Shelby to piss you off. He grinned. Did I hear right? We're going to the General's for dinner? Listen to me carefully, because if you screw this up, I really will kill you. She's young and inexperienced, not my type. I'm too old for her, and it's not serious. Her uncle is trained in hand-to-hand combat, and he doesn't like that she likes me. It's not the usual thing. So just keep your big mouth shut, you hear me? Woo! This is making you testy, Sean said with a smirk. That means it's heating up. Where's Art? In his cabin. I'll go get him as soon as we get these bags in the house. Luke hefted too. Jesus, where did she think she was going? She plans to be at her best for your new friends. You know, you could have avoided all this by just going to Phoenix for 2 days. I've been trying to avoid you for years, but you just won't go away, Luke grumbled. This was your idea and you know it. Don't screw with me. Sean stiffened. In 3 seconds, we'll be back 20 years rolling in the dirt. Let's not do this to her, huh? She really gives a shit what's happening with you. I don't, but she does. Ugh, Luke said, hefting a couple more bags. He took them up on the porch and said, Put her stuff in my room. You're upstairs. I'm going for Art. He went down the steps to the cabin next door. Luke gave 2 taps and opened the door. Art was sitting on the edge of his bed, made up tidily every morning, just waiting. He was all cleaned up, his sparse hair slicked back and wearing the new pants that Luke had purchased for him. His hands were clasped in front of him, and he seemed to be terrified. Art? Luke asked. Are they here now? They're here. You ready to come say hello? He stood up nervously and rubbed his palms down his trousers. He nodded too vigorously. What's the matter? It's just Sean and my mother. You know Sean. You got along fine. You worried about something? He shook his head forcefully. Luke stepped toward him. Look, you're shook up about something. What's got you so upset? Nothing. I had a shower. I didn't eat sandwiches like you said. Luke smiled. Art loved his bologna sandwiches. You look great. I just wanted you to be hungry for dinner, and you wouldn't be if you filled up on sandwiches. You'll have some steak with us.
Steak is hard. I had it. I don't work the knife that good because I didn't use it that much, and steak gets too big for my mouth. My head's big, but my mouth is small. That's what Stan said. You worried about that? Luke asked, smiling. I'll help with that. You'll work the knife fine. You do everything else with tools just fine. We'll get the steak small enough for your mouth. By the way, I don't buy that your mouth is small. I listen to you all day long, and I wouldn't call it a small mouth. Come on. You're the first person my mother asked about. My mother's gone now, he said. I know, Art. You'll like my mother. She'll like you. I'm not like everyone else. I told her you had Down syndrome, Art. She knows all about that. We had a good friend with Downs growing up. You're not going to disappoint anyone. You're perfect. She'll like you very much. You think? He asked. Is that what you're worried about? Aw, it's going to be fine. My mother is a very nice person. To people other than her sons, anyway. Come on, let's get on with this so you can settle down. I don't think I've ever seen you nervous. You act like you're scared. I had a shower, he said, and didn't eat the sandwiches. One. I had one. It's okay. Luke laughed. Were you hungry? Because around here you eat when you're hungry. You don't get in trouble for that. I know, he said. I know. And he twisted his hands. Jesus, we better get this over with, Luke said. She's not the Queen of England. Calm down. Art moved slowly. As Luke walked to his house, he had to pause and wait for Art several times, and it was not far. By the time he opened the door to his house, his mother and Sean were working their way into the wine. Well, hello, Maureen said brightly. You must be Art. Art stood just inside the door, looked down at the floor, and nodded. Then come in. I'm so happy to finally meet you. I hope you're hungry. I think we're going to a place called Jack's. Luke shot a glance at Sean and scowled. This could really screw up his plan to have his relationship with Shelby appear casual. Sean shrugged and glanced away. I like Jack, Art said, tremulously. I have steaks, Luke said. I thought we'd stay in. Maureen came out of the kitchen and went to Art. Steaks will keep. We want to do the town. Are you a little shy, Art? She asked him softly. He nodded, but not quite so ferociously. Well, you don't have to be shy with me, because I've been looking forward to meeting you, and I hear you've been a big help to Luke. Art lifted his eyes and said, You're not the Queen of England. Maureen gave Luke a withering stare from narrowed eyes. Something she had perfected by the time he was 7. It was that warning glance. The boys called it the don't fuck with me look. But Maureen had never in her life uttered that word. But I almost am, Art, so I trust you to be very sweet and nice. He nodded. Of course you will, she said. Now, do you have a handshake or hug for Luke's mother? He just stood there, uncertain. Maureen wrapped her arms around him, pulled him close, and rocked him. Ah, yes. So wonderful of you to help Luke. So wonderful to meet you. When she released him, he said, My mother's gone now. Is she dead, Art? Maureen asked gently, and he nodded. Then I'm so sorry, and you must need a mother's hug even more, she grinned. Let's have another. And he freed up his arms to hug her back. Luke found himself smiling in spite of the fact that he was trying to remain insulted by the whole invasion. The one thing that would make any man, at least a normal man, happy was tougher than a $2 steak for Luke to swallow. Maureen won them over.
Not just Shelby, not just Shelby's family, the entire town. To be fair, Maureen hadn't met every resident of Virgin River, but she'd met the crowd Luke considered to be his new friends. And she not only impressed them, she made Luke look good. They started out with dinner at Jack's the first night she was in town, and of course, Shelby was there when they came in, so the introductions began early. Of course, why wouldn't Shelby be there? She had nothing better to do. She hadn't been invited to Luke's. Her face lit up in a way that made Luke feel guilty. Sean grabbed her and hugged her like they were old friends, then made the introductions himself because he was like that, out in front, the gregarious one. The general wandered in with the famous Muriel, and they all stayed for the usual gang dinner with Mel and Jack, Bree and Mike. Maureen couldn't be kept out of the kitchen, asking Preacher and Paige a lot of questions about the operation of the bar, and while doing so, holding their new baby. Luke peeked into the kitchen to see what she was up to and got the hell out of there before she started harping on the fact that she had 5 healthy, handsome, successful sons and no grandchildren. Maureen had a gift for getting to know people, for putting them at ease and showing her finest qualities. For example, she kept Art near her and was often seen holding his hand, something that showed her kindness, her tenderness. She made the general laugh, endeared herself to Mel and Bree, nurtured and courted Shelby, and she was best friends with Muriel in minutes. A covert glance at the general told Luke he was close to thrilled with Luke's gene pool. Dinner the next night was an intimate family meal with Art and Shelby included. The steaks that had been kept waiting. It was then that Luke learned more about Shelby's life than he had made time to ask. Shelby's cousin Vanny's first husband, Matt, was a fighting Marine who lost his life in Baghdad. Paul was his best friend and the best man at their wedding. After Matt was gone, it was Paul who was with her for the birth of their child and, after a lot of stumbling, finally confessed to Vanny that he'd loved her since the first moment he'd laid eyes on her. But Matt had gotten to her first. No self-respecting man invades his buddy's territory. And now they were together, Paul parenting his best friend's son. The romance of the story made Maureen sigh and fan at tears that gathered in her eyes. Shelby shared other stories of the town. How Mel came to Virgin River after the violent death of her first husband. The saga of Bree and Mike. How Preacher found Paige and built a life and family he never expected to have. Maureen was enchanted by the history of Luke's friends. History Luke hadn't even known. Luke knew few of the details of the people who'd become his friends. Men don't share stories in the same way women do. Thanksgiving Day was a stellar success at the General's house. Maureen met the rest of the family. There was a lot of laughter, and the family stories that were shared were the safe kind, unlikely to ruffle any feathers. He was proud of his mother. She was a force of life, with her strong good looks, humor, compassion, energy. And there was not so much as a glimpse of her rigid side. It was obvious after getting to know her even a little bit that she was on the proper straight-laced side. But she only judged her sons, no one else. With a jolt, he realized she gave him credibility. He'd been accepted well enough, but he remained a mystery to the Booth household, to the town. Known as a career soldier, single but interested in women, solitary, he presented himself as the kind of guy it wasn't easy to get close to. Enter Maureen, and he became a beloved son, the kind of generous man who would take on Art, a safe man for Shelby, a normal guy from whom good things should be expected. The way he was regarded by the General and Paul took a slow but noticeable turn. They treated him like one of the family, like someone they could trust rather than someone to be suspicious of. Any normal guy would be grateful, relieved. But for Luke, it presented complications. It was bad enough worrying about Shelby's expectations, but he could keep that under control. He didn't know what the hell he'd do with the expectations of her family. of an entire town who'd recently begun to see him as a trustworthy man with honorable intentions. It left him quiet, morose, and at the same time, very ready for Maureen and Sean to go. Give him back his private life with Shelby, who he was aching to hold, to make love to. And finally, Sunday morning came. The bags were packed, Art had breakfast with them before heading down to the river to fish, and Sean was ready to take his mother to the airport. He'd drive her to Sacramento and put her on a plane to Phoenix. Then he would make the trip back north to Beale AFB, where he was stationed. Luke took a mug of coffee out onto his porch. The sun was shining, but it had gotten cold. He had a morning fire blazing in the hearth. It wasn't long before Maureen came outside, wearing her jacket, holding her own cup of coffee. "All set?" Luke asked. "Ready. Sean's using your shower. He should be done in 10-15 minutes. I thought maybe you and I could have that time. We haven't really talked." "We've been together for 5 days," he said with a shrug. "Almost a record." But he knew that wasn't what she meant. "It's been a long time since Felicia, Luke," she said gently, and she lifted her cup to her lips. "Long time," he agreed. "I'm over that." She was the exception, not the rule, Maureen said. You shouldn't assume relationships can't work just because you were treated badly by one woman. Luke said nothing, but what he wanted to scream was, "Badly? Badly? I thought she was having my baby and I came back from a war to find out it wasn't mine." "Shelby is a wonderful young woman. You're good together." "Mother, it isn't just her. Oh, it's obvious she loves you, but it's also you. The second she's near you, all those tense lines in your face relax and you soften up. That grumpy, self-protective shield drops, and you're warm and affectionate. She's good for you. She brings out your best, makes you fun. You have something special with her." "She's 25. Maureen shook her head. "I don't think that's relevant. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with how you two communicate." "There are things you don't understand about Shelby," he said. "She's not just young, she hasn't had many relationships. She's been taking care of her mother and hasn't really looked at the world. In a lot of ways, she's a child." "I know all about her mother, but she's no child," Maureen said. "It takes maturity and courage to do what she did. So she didn't have a lot of relationships with young men. It doesn't mean she lacks worldly experience. And your age doesn't matter to her." "It will. I'm too old. I'm not going to stand still while she gets older. She'll be 35 and I'll be almost 50. She'd find herself with an old man." "At 50? She laughed. "I liked 50. She said with a dismissive shrug. 50 was good. I was only 23 when I married your father, and I never thought of him as too old for me. To the contrary, it made me feel better in so many ways to be with a mature man, a man of experience who didn't have doubts anymore. He was stable and solid. It brought me comfort, and he was awful good to me." Luke straightened his shoulders. "I'm not getting married. Shelby will move on, Mom. She wants a career, a young husband. She wants a family." "You know this?" Maureen asked. "Of course I know that," he said. "You think we haven't talked? I didn't lead her on, and she didn't lead me on. She knows I don't want a wife, don't want children." Maureen was quiet for a long moment. Finally, she said, "You did once." Luke let go a short laugh that was tinged with his inner rage. "I'm cured of that." "You have to think about this. The way you've managed your life since Felicia hasn't exactly brought you peace. I suppose it's normal when a man gets hurt to avoid anything risky for a while, but not for 13 years, Luke. If the right person comes along, don't assume it can't work just because it didn't work once, a long, long time ago. I know this young woman as well as I ever knew Felicia, Luke. Shelby is nothing like her. Nothing. Luke pursed his lips, looked away for a second, and then took a slow sip of coffee.
Thank you, Mom. I'll remember that.
She stepped toward him. It's going to hurt just as much to let her go as it hurt you to be tossed away by Felicia. Remember that.
You know, I don't think I'm the one guilty of assumptions here, he said impatiently. What makes you think all people want a tidy little marriage and children, huh? I've been damn happy the past dozen years. I've been challenged and successful in my own way. I've had a good time, good friends, a few relationships.
You've been treading water, she said. You're marking the years, not living them. There's more to life, Luke. I hope you let yourself see. You're in such a good place right now. You can have it all. You put in your army years and it left you with a pension while you're still young. You're healthy, smart, accomplished, and you have a good woman. She's devoted to you. There's no reason you have to be alone for the rest of your life. It's not too late. He'd met her soft gaze while she talked, but now he turned away from her instead of arguing. He didn't see it that way. He thought it was too late. What he saw was a beautiful young woman agreeing to life with him, having a child or two, then waking up one morning to realize she hadn't really lived yet. She'd have gone from her mother's sickbed to Luke. She would still be young, beautiful, vibrant, and sorry she hadn't looked a little further, for someone with more to offer her. Maureen was wrong. If that happened, if Shelby gave him a few years and then came to her senses and walked away, it was going to hurt a lot more. A lot more. She spoke quietly to his back. Listen, I have no idea what possessed Felicia to do the things she did. She could have had everything with you. Finding a man who knows what he wants and cherishes it every day, that's not easy. But she was so foolish and short-sighted. On a stupid whim, she gave it up. Maybe she thought she had logical reasons. She had a chance to have it all, but she walked away from a good man, a good life, a hopeful future. Luke turned around, and there was anger in his eyes.
Stop it, he said. You don't have to draw me any more pictures. I know Shelby is nothing like Felicia.
I wasn't talking about Shelby, Maureen said. I was talking about you. In this case, you'd be the one in love who, on a stupid, illogical whim, throws it away. Think, Luke. Don't throw away the best chance at happiness you might ever get. Stop it, he said softly, in a desperate plea. Maureen wasn't easily intimidated. You've held on to this anger way too long. It's time to let yourself have the life you really want. They locked eyes for long seconds. Then Sean bounced out of the house, all smiles.
Well, we ready to head out? Mom? Luke?
It took a second for them to recover themselves.
Sure am,
Maureen said, handing off her coffee cup to Sean. Just let me go down to the river and say goodbye to Art.
Yeah, I should do that too, Sean said, handing Luke the cup. Then let's make tracks, huh?
Luke waited by Sean's car until they came back. His mother was smiling that enormous smile of hers, green eyes twinkling. Luke, honey, it was wonderful. I love your house and cabins, your town, your new friends. I think if you decided to stay right here, you might like it. She went to him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you so much for everything. I'll talk to you soon.
Real soon,
Luke said.
Sean, drive carefully. Get her there in one piece.
Luke was brooding long after his mother and brother left. He knew what point she was trying to make. He could even give her credit for making some sense, but what she didn't understand was that even if he could work up the courage to take that kind of risk, it was impossible for him to put Shelby through a challenge like that. She was young and fresh. He was not. He was seasoned, bruised, and holding back how he felt was by now a habit. He could have worked on one of the cabins, but he didn't. He puttered. There weren't even breakfast dishes to clean up. His mother had done that. He laundered the sheets and towels. He wandered from the house to the porch and back again. At one point, he saw Art come back from the river. He waved at Luke and went into his cabin for a while, then back to the river. Lunch break? Luke thought about getting him a little more gear just to ring his chimes. Maybe a canvas vest, a creel, a fancy fisherman's hat. Luke loved his mother so much. He held her in such high esteem, and he hated that he disappointed her. It wasn't a question of what he wanted. It was a matter of survival. Didn't she get that? She really annoyed him with her theories. He had to remind himself where she was coming from. She wasn't like women of his generation. She'd been considering the convent, although he'd seen pictures of her, and she was a beautiful young woman. Boys and men must have been after her all the time. But, being the prude she was, she hadn't slipped an inch. Although she wouldn't speak of indelicate things. Luke's father had said their mother was pure as the driven snow. Luke took that to mean a 23-year-old virgin, a rarity in these days. Luke didn't run into women like that. Until lately. But that was a whole different thing. Shelby. She wasn't necessarily a virgin because she had been saving herself, but because she'd had no opportunities. That was what Shelby needed now. Opportunities. Education, career, experience, and yes, a few more men so she could learn for herself what worked best for her. It wasn't a good idea for a young woman of Shelby's intelligence, curiosity, and gratitude for the good things in life to get herself stuck. Just because Luke was the first didn't make him the best. God, he was hardly the best. Still, there was a part of him that wished his mother's fantasy could be real. That you accidentally find this person, this one ideal person, and you dive in, not wasting a minute, and make her yours. And then everything for the next 30 or 40 or 50 years is just one big love fest. Unfortunately, it wasn't just his bad experience he drew from. He'd been around a lot of men the last 20 years, and too few of them had relationships that held strong. Too many had been fucked over by a woman. Being a big, tough guy, he didn't get into emotional conversations with men by habit. But as a matter of fact, he'd held a few young, sobbing soldiers as they grieved lost love. The same men who could go into a bloody battle fearlessly could be brought to their knees by a woman who couldn't keep her promises. His mother didn't know what she was talking about. His mother didn't understand him, he groused. She meant well, wanted the best for him, but she was pie-in-the-sky delusional. And then Shelby drove up to his house. It was early afternoon, and Shelby had known his mother and brother were scheduled to leave in the morning. She came. He stood from his chair on the porch and watched her get out of her Jeep, her hair full and free as he liked it. She wore tight jeans and boots, a down vest over her turtleneck sweater, and she stood there beside her car, smiling at him. She could have waited for him to show up at Jack's or to call her and tell her the coast was clear. But she didn't wait. She came. "Where's Art?" she asked. "Fishing." "Good," she said, grinning. He forgot everything he'd been dwelling on. He smiled at her and never even felt all the tension drain from his face, his neck, and shoulders. He laughed and hooked his thumbs in the pockets of his jeans. She slammed her car door and ran up the porch steps. She lunged at him, her arms around his neck, her legs around his waist, her lips on his lips. She laughed against his open mouth, but only for a moment. He devoured that sweet mouth, holding her up. He couldn't move from his spot on the porch. All that was important to him at the moment was having her in his arms, tasting her, smelling her, feeling his mouth on her mouth. "I'll slow down," he promised against her lips. "I'll take some time." "It's okay," she said in her own breathless whisper. "You don't have to slow down for me, because I'm in a big hurry." "Oh, God," he whispered, weak. "Are you sure?" "Sure, I'm dying for you, Luke." "God," he said, again. And he found his way into the house. He carried her like that straight to the bedroom and fell with her onto the bed. "I couldn't get away any sooner," she said, while pulling at his clothes. He began to peel away her clothes at the same time. The vest and sweater went first. His shirt was flung from the bed to the floor. "And I wasn't exactly sure when—" He stilled her with his mouth on hers, hungry and aching. She wrestled free of his lips and said, "Boots, Luke. We have to get rid of the boots." He laughed a loud, lusty laugh. "Be interesting, doing it in only boots. Let's take off the jeans and put the boots back on." "Someone could get hurt," she said. "Hurry up." He thought he'd die, having her like this, rushing him, needing him. "This is an emergency, honey?" he asked her. "Oh, man," she said, tugging at his lips. "Boots. Take care of the boots." He got an evil, amused glint in his eyes. He pulled off his boots, then hers, very slowly. It was fun, Shelby in a wild state. Holding her pleading eyes in his hot gaze, he grabbed her wrists, held them over her head, and gently kissed her body. On the top of her bra, on her belly, on her chin, on her neck. She laughed at him. "Will you please?" "Need something?" he asked, teasingly. "I've been turned on all day, just waiting for you to be alone again." He leisurely unsnapped her jeans and slipped his hand down over her flat belly. "Luke," she scolded, "we can play later." It made him laugh. He released her arms, pulled off the bra, pulled down the jeans, and got rid of his own. Against her lips, he said, "I'm gonna last 2 minutes." "I think I have 1 minute in me," she answered. He lifted her legs for her, teased her a little bit, and then he went in for the kill. But Shelby was way ahead of him, hungrier than he was, which seemed impossible to him. Her legs came around his waist, and within seconds she was astounding him with a shattering climax, sending him reeling into another world. He groaned low in his throat while he held on, letting her ride it out, and when she was on the way down from the experience, he let go. A week of tension, worry, doubt, and paranoia pulsed out of him. He was in the only place he wanted to be. Then there was the part he'd come to love as much, holding her while she returned to the world, conscious of their surroundings, relieved and appeased, flushed, happy. She laughed softly. "That was embarrassing," she said. "What have you done to me?" "Nothing you didn't do right back to me," he said. He gave her a kiss. "I missed you." "Yeah, but it was a good week," she said. "Whew. We're too new to have separations like that, I think." "I hated my mother every night," he said as he slipped out of her. "Aw, she's great. You're lucky. You have a wonderful mother." He settled onto his side and pulled her close. Funny. The thing that came to his mind first was that he had learned more about Shelby's life by listening to her talk to his mother than he had from their time together, which had been intense and intimate. Something about that made him feel bad. "Tell me about your mother," he said, hugging her. "She was fantastic. If my mother had lived, our mothers would have liked each other. Before she got sick, she was such a bundle of energy. She was beautiful. I'll show you pictures sometime. She always worked. She had to, of course. My dad left us before I was even born. My Uncle Walt was a huge help, but still. Even though she worked full-time, she still made it to every concert or game or school thing I had going on. Not only did she make time for me to have girlfriends over, we were like chums. Everyone else hated their mothers. They were fighting all the time, but I was shopping and going to the movies with mine. She got a little sniffly and said, "I'm so damn grateful we had that when I was a teenager. It's not the usual way, you know?" "I know," he said, brushing her hair away from her face. "You do? Were you fighting with your parents?"
"I have 4 brothers. Everyone was fighting. We still fight."
Aw, how can you say that now? Sean is so sweet.
"Stop saying nice things about him," Luke said. "He's a troublemaker. So tell me some more."
You sure? It's boring.
"Not to me," he said.
Well, after she slowed down and needed me, we couldn't get out much together anymore. But that didn't keep us from having fun. We both loved to read. I read to her till late in the night. I read all of Gone with the Wind and Anna Karenina, even though we'd both read them before. We loved those old, rich, deep, complicated romances. And we used to watch chick flicks and cry. Then we'd talk about them, about what the girls did that was stupid, what the guys did that was inadequate, and of course, what they did totally right. We'd develop our perfect man fantasies around those characters. We were kind of alike, you know? She hadn't had a perfect man either. We'd talk about the best things a man could say to just bring you to your knees. Like the Jerry Maguire line. You know.
"Who's Jerry Maguire?"
he asked, running his hand over her bare shoulder. "Tom Cruise," she said.
"He's short." Shelby grinned at him.
"So am I."
"Stop," he said, laughing. "What did he say? What was the line? I'm always looking for a good line."
"You complete me."
Luke's eyebrows rose. "Really? What does that mean?"
"You make me whole."
He frowned at her.
"I'm not a whole person without you. You know."
"Oh," he said. "I don't think I could pull that one off." She laughed.
We used to make up our own best lines and talk about what the perfect man would be like.
"What was your perfect man like?" he asked.
"Nothing like you," she said. "But then everything changed and it became you."
"What was your perfect line?"
he asked. "It's just silly."
"Oh, tell me. I want to know."
"It's just a line, a fantasy line. You can't steal it. It wouldn't be the same if I fed it to you. And if you use it on some other woman, I'm going to tell my Uncle Walt you did something horrible to me so he kills you."
"Shelby, we're naked and just had unbelievable sex. Death threats right now are rude. Mind your manners. Tell me the perfect line."
She was quiet for a minute. She chewed on her bottom lip a little, thinking it over. Then, in a very soft voice, she said, "You are all I need to be happy." Then she lifted her eyelids and connected with his eyes. She smiled shyly. "Just a line. Writing screenplays or romantic novels was once on my to-do dream list." He ran his hand over her honey hair. He kissed her temple.
"Shelby," he said softly, "I think you're all I need to be happy."
She looked at him for a long time. She smiled into his eyes. "In my fantasy, he doesn't say, 'I think.'" Then she laughed and said, "So, did your mother convince you to go to Phoenix for Christmas?" She said she was going to try.
"I might go, but for 2 days. I'm not doing this 5-day thing again. They can't take it when we're back together. You almost killed me." He grinned. "Do you realize you went from self-conscious little virgin to aggressor? Shelby, you've come out of your shell. Way out."
Maybe you brought me out. Ever think of that?
"You must have been ready."
Oh, I was ready, she said. She put a hand against his cheek. For you. It was the Saturday following Thanksgiving, and Walt wasn't sure he could remember ever lying in bed with a naked woman in the middle of the afternoon. When he was a young man, not only was the Army working him to death, the first baby came along soon after he and Peg married, and from that point on, their lives were entwined with family and the demands of a military officer's life. When he became a general, he also had an aide and some household staff. It wasn't that they were inhibited, neither of them were, but the second they tried something as daring as showering together, one of their teenagers would come home unexpectedly and bang on their door, yelling, "What are you doing in there?" There was definitely something to be said for being consenting adults of a certain age. He chuckled to himself. "Something's funny?" Muriel asked, nuzzling closer.
"Yeah, you and me. Stealing sex in the afternoon with a couple of lazy dogs sleeping at the foot of the bed. This is good, Muriel. Good. And I'm glad there are no ceiling mirrors."
She laughed at him.
"Me too. Let's not think about what we must look like. Maybe not what we used to look like, but you still have the body of a girl. You do."
"Know what I like best about you?" she asked. "Your intelligence. Even though you're a liar, you know exactly what to say."
Well, this might be the wrong thing to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I haven't had sex since Peg died. Until you."
She tilted her chin up, looking at him.
"Walt, I haven't had sex since before Peg died." "Really?" he asked, surprised. "That's amazing. You're made for sex." She frowned.
There was probably a compliment in there somewhere.
"I'm serious. You're a wonderful lover. Partner. That's not too encroaching, is it? Partner?"
It doesn't cross the line, but it rushes right up to it.
"You don't want to think of us as casual."
"I don't," she said. "Casual is coffee or drinks. Intimate is, The phone rang in her bedroom. She rolled away to pick it up, and Walt grabbed her arm, pulling her back.
"Intimate is what?"
She smiled at him. "Very, very nice. May I answer the phone now?"
"Any of your close friends or family members dying?" he wanted to know.
"Not to my knowledge."
"Then how about we don't?"
"Walt, I'm answering my phone," she said, rolling away from him. "Hello?" she said into the phone. "Hi, Jack. What's up?" "Oh, really?" "Is his name Mason?" "Yes. You can give him directions. He's my agent. And Jack, thanks for asking first. That was thoughtful of you. He could be anyone, you know." When she rolled back to Walt, she just sighed. A man in a funny hat driving a Bentley just showed up at Jack's asking if he knew where I lived. Mason.
"What's he doing here?"
Hell if I know. But I suspect he's got some big idea or script or something and thought if he pressured me in person, it would make a difference. It won't.
"Why'd you tell Jack to give him directions?"
All right. Now listen. Mason can annoy me with his focus on my career even after I'm trying to get away from movies. But he's been a good and loyal friend for over 35 years and
an ex-husband,"
Walt pointed out. "We hardly notice that," she said. "Seriously, I owe Mason. He's gotten me out of some tight spots. My business can get real complicated, and he might get a little zooped up over projects that aren't all they appear to be. But if he ever sees that something isn't going as it should for my career, he steps in like a lion and gets it handled." So let's get dressed and be cordial,
Tell you what, Walt said. Let's meet him in our birthday suits so he knows how it is with us. How about that?
That's just plain cruel. You're the only one I plan to subject to that sight. Now be civil to Mason. He'll go away much sooner if you just play nice and let me handle him.
I'm gonna slip into the shower, Walt said.
Oh, come on. You're being a little obvious, don't you think? She asked, drawing up her jeans.
When he asks who's in the shower, you'll say, Walt, my beyond casual and not legally partnered boyfriend, who isn't going away without a fight anytime soon.
Fine, she laughed. Be sure you're dressed when you come downstairs. Muriel let Mason in the front door 10 minutes later. She hugged him. He fussed over her beauty, though she wore no makeup and hadn't had a manicure or pedicure in months. He was shorter than her, wore a cashmere sports coat, Gucci shoes, and a burgundy beret on his balding head. He had a salt and pepper beard and crystal blue eyes that were looking a little too alive. He either had a special script or was on crack. By the time she was serving him a cup of tea in her brand-new kitchen, Walt appeared, dressed. Mason, I'd like you to meet Walt Booth, my
significant other,
he said, putting out his hand. He glanced askance at Muriel with a lifted brow, challenging her. She just shook her head and chuckled. Walt is my neighbor and very good friend. Very good. Walt helped himself to a beer from her refrigerator, demonstrating that he was not a guest. Now, Mason, Muriel said, let's skip the suspense. What brings you all the way to Virgin River?
Okay, here it is. I hoped you'd come to the house for Thanksgiving so we could talk about it, but since you didn't, I have an Oscar script written for you. It's a romantic comedy, but it's got some serious teeth. Jack Nicholson wants you to co-star. Only you. He's prepared to go to contract if you'll take the part. This is your shot, Muriel. This is it. I know I've thrown you a lot of crap that you turned down, probably wisely, but you have to look at this one. The producers are loaded and are courting 3 of the best Oscar-winning directors in the business. Dead silence and absence of movement reigned. Muriel knew the fact that she said nothing caused Walt to stiffen nervously. He was no doubt accustomed to her saying no immediately. You brought the script? Yes. Read it. At least talk to them. No matter how you feel about working, if I let you turn this down without thinking it through, I should be jailed as a fraud. She stood. Well then, let's get you comfortable in the guest house. Walt, stay put. I'll be right back. This way, Mason, she said, exiting the kitchen and leading him through the front door. She took Mason and a couple of suitcases to her old abode and came back 10 minutes later with a script. Walt was seated at the table, waiting. Without preamble, she said, Here's how this kind of thing usually goes. I could love everything about this project, and after I make a commitment, Nicholson and the directors all disappear and we have to make do with whoever will step up to the plate. When I was actively working, I could afford to take chances like that. We'd always salvage a decent film in the end. But without even looking at this, she said, holding up the script, I'm damn sure not leaving my horses, or my new house, or you, for something that isn't carved in stone. Do you understand, Walt? He's staying? Was all Walt said in reply. Mason Fielding only stayed overnight, and at mid-morning the next day was on his way back to L.A. Early in the afternoon, Walt rode Liberty up to Muriel's house and waited while she saddled her Palomino mare, Sweetie. Buff had to stay behind, but Luce was out in front, blazing their trail along the river, until Muriel cut loose that piercing whistle of hers, bringing the lab back to heel. The air was cold. The steam rose from the horse's nostrils. There was no snow yet, but if the clouds rolled in,
The air was cold enough to support a nice white cover.
"Did you look at that script?" Walt asked her.
"Uh-huh. Read it twice."
"Twice?"
he asked, astonished. "It's not a shooting script. It's just 135 pages of dialogue. I read down the middle."
"Any good?"
"Very good. It could use a tweak or two, but it's inspired. The writer's been coming along. This is pretty much what everyone's been waiting for from her."
"Her?"
"A woman, yes. This would be only her second feature film, and her first was highly acclaimed. She was a very young playwright when she began her career. Now she's about my age." He said, knowing so little about this business.
"Good enough to consider?"
"Good enough to talk about considering it. I haven't said anything to Mason yet. I'm still in the pondering stage."
"When you say talk about considering it, what does that involve?"
"Getting all the principals together in meetings, ironing out details, determining stars and supporting cast, directors, etc."
"Does that mean going back to L.A.?
he asked. "Maybe not. Actors and directors are often on location when deals are being set up. Conference calls work just fine. This is the kind of script that, done well, could be everything. But if a couple of things slip through the cracks or the right cast can't come together for the production, could be just another mildly entertaining film."
"Aren't a lot of scripts like that?"
"Not really, no. You know what most of them are going to turn out to be from the get-go. This one really does have great potential. But I think the thing that appeals to me the most, I could play myself."
"As in, yourself?"
he asked. "An unfancy woman who lives in the country and isn't crazy about a lot of Hollywood flash. I think the script flirts with being autobiographical. It's about a writer who hates Hollywood and lives on a non-working farm with animals who are pets, dogs, horses, goats. Because she's gifted, an actor comes to her asking her to write a script that will make his career before it's too late. He's no longer young. They have nothing and everything in common, and the relationship is complex while they hammer out a script together. Sometimes hilarious, sometimes very sentimental and touching. Passionate in places. Lots of emotion. And no backless gowns or jewelry."
"You're thinking about it,"
he said. "I can't help myself. I've always seen myself in roles like this, with the right people involved, but they rarely presented themselves. It's a life transition film, like On Golden Pond with slightly younger lead actors."
"Making a comeback?"
he asked.
"A starlet returning to the big screen?"
She shot him a look of horror. She reined in her horse. "All right, let's get something straight. I'm not an aging starlet, and I wouldn't consider it a comeback. I'm an actor, and to me this is serious work. A challenge I'm up to. In my business, the opportunities that are truly good are rare. But I'm no aging starlet, Walt. I work for a living, and the job isn't easy. But the rewards, if you do the job well, can be good. Not the least of which is pride."
"You'll have to cut me some slack," he said. "I don't know much about your business. I didn't say you were an aging starlet."
"You thought it," she said.
"You can't prove that."
She let out her breath, slowly, as if deciding on something. She eased up on the reins.
"Sounds like you'd like to do it,"
he ventured. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Like the main character, I wouldn't like being away from here." She looked at him. "I wouldn't like being away from you, either. And don't let that go to your head." That brought a small smile to his lips. And then he laughed.
"Well, I'll be."
"Inflated your ego, did I?"
"Not that," he said. "I had a moment of déjà vu. I don't know how much you know about the military, Muriel, but each special training program or promotion or new assignment incurs another commitment. To go from captain to major gives the Army 4 more years of you. Go to flight school, sign up for 4 more years.
I see. Your déjà vu?
The first 20 years were a no-brainer. I already had 8 and owed 4 more when I met Peg. When I hit my 20 and could retire on a colonel's pension, Vanny was 11 and Tom wasn't even a twinkle in my eye. I had the potential to go further and, like your script, it could all fall apart at any moment if the right players weren't on board. Or I could go all the way. Not only that, my assignments were getting more complicated. The Pentagon, war zones, attaché to diplomatic service abroad. Every time I reached one of those forks, I'd sit down with Peg. I'd tell her what was involved, tried to be frank about the sacrifices that not only I, but the whole family would have to make. And I'd always wrap it up by saying, I can stop right now and be happy. If you ask me to say no, I will.
Muriel was gloomily quiet. She wasn't giving him that kind of choice. Even though she liked her life right now, she'd decide for herself.
Now, Peg, she was a very independent woman. But in some ways, she was dependent on me. Naturally. As a partner, a father to her children, a provider. She needed me. And I needed her. In the end, she would always say, you have to fulfill every ambition you have. Go where you can do the most good, and we'll stand behind you while you do. And she never once made me regret it. Sometimes it was damn hard on her.
Muriel chewed on that for a moment. She must have been a remarkable woman.
She was,
Walt said easily. He reached over to her and grabbed her hand.
So are you, Muriel. A remarkable woman. It's my turn to say it. You have to fulfill every ambition. I wouldn't like being away from you either. But I'll be right here, rooting for you every step of the way. Proudly.
She looked at him with absolute love, though neither of them had uttered such a binding word. Her eyes glistened as she had to purse her lips to keep them from trembling. Men had said wonderful things to her over the years, lavish compliments about her beauty and wit, but never anything like this. She blinked. She took a deep breath. Then she said, "Stop it. I don't cry. Not unless the director says, cry." Walt laughed at her and leaned over, sidling up against her, and, with an arm around her shoulders, pulled her near.
Would you have to be naked in this one?
Briefly. Would that bother you? He grinned devilishly.
Not in the way you think.
Chapter 14. For the couple of weeks following Thanksgiving, things around Virgin River were far more hectic than usual, and every hand was needed. It started with the erection of a huge Christmas tree between the bar and the boarded-up church. As Luke understood it, this was only the second year the town had put up such a tree, and it was a major project. Every available man was needed to chop it, haul it into town, stand it up, and, with the use of a rented cherry picker, string the lights and decorate the highest parts. It was trimmed in red, white, and blue, and hung with gold stars and military unit patches. It was meant to be a tribute to the men and women who stood the watch. And when Luke saw what they were doing, it made him feel, without a doubt, he'd chosen the right town. It was the first time he'd felt truly at home in years. Right after the tree lighting, there were 3 new residences finished, and 3 families to relocate before Christmas. Luke was more than willing to help. Preacher and Paige had to be moved back into their new enlarged quarters behind the bar. Then Paul transferred his small family along with furniture into his house on the other side of the general stable. And finally, the Valenzuelas were moved into their new home next door to the Sheridans. Throughout this process, Bree was much in evidence, staying busy while she got ready for 2 major events, moving into her new house, and giving birth. A number of people watched over Bree protectively, making sure she wasn't taking on too much. Mike Valenzuela was always within earshot of his wife, and Jack kept a close eye on his little sister. Bree had put the last piece of folded clothing in the last drawer when her first labor pain hit, 2 weeks before Christmas. Jack, almost as excited as if it was his own child coming into the world, told everyone who came in the bar that Bree had been in labor most of the day. Mike called him with updates. Whoever heard of a bartender reporting on centimeters and time between contractions? But Jack did. That's when things took a crazy spin that Luke allowed himself to be swept up in. Shelby was looking after Mel's little ones so she could attend Bree in childbirth. So Luke happened to be at the bar when the call came that Bree was in the last stages of labor. The place came alive.
Mel says she's getting close, Jack reported. Let's go.
Luke had no idea what was happening. He meant to quietly slip away so these people could live their lives, when Preacher called him to the kitchen and started snapping orders.
Luke, help me pack this stuff up. You can take the food so I can help Paige load up the kids. Jack will get some good liquor and cigars. Paige, call Paul and Vanny, tell them what's happening. They'll make sure the general gets the word.
Luke had no choice but to do as he was told. He boxed up what Preacher pulled out of the freezer, refrigerator, and pantry. Barbecue, buns, chips, pickles, creamy coleslaw, pie. He added salmon fillets, seasoned and ready to broil in a big container of rice and peas, a bag of pre-made salad, and a big cheesecake. He saw Jack hurry past him with a box of liquor and cigars. It took only a few minutes before Preacher said,
"See you out there."
"Where?" Luke asked, dumbly.
"Bree and Mike's. We're having a party."
"A what?" Preacher drew a patient breath.
"Bree's having the baby. We all go when there's a baby, if it's not the middle of the night. But they've barely moved in. I don't know what they have for food and drink. I think there's a little more than usual here. We can leave some behind."
"Wait a minute," Luke said. "Isn't she in the hospital?"
"No,"
Preacher answered, as if confused by the question.
"She's gonna have the baby with Mel and Dr. Stone at home. Enough talking."
So he went, and all the way there he was thinking, I hope they don't make me get too close to this thing. He decided straight off he wasn't sticking around. This whole baby business wasn't his cup of tea. He found the house filled with people. Vanny and Paige were in the great room with small children, one in a swing, two in playpens, young Christopher on the couch watching an animated movie. Jack held David balanced on his hip in a kitchen full of men. Preacher was setting up pans on the stove, the general was mixing drinks, and Paul was putting out small plates, napkins, and utensils. Luke put down the large box of food and said he'd just get going.
"Oh, hell no! You're not going anywhere," Jack said. "My sister's having a baby, her first, and this is the cheering section." "Wait a minute here," he said. "I'm not real big on babies. We've been over this. I have no idea what to do with them." "Well, for God's sake, we're not going to make you do anything," Jack laughed. "You know how to eat, raise a glass, smoke a cigar? The delivery team is taking care of the messy stuff." "Shouldn't it be real quiet around here? Fewer people?" "We'll be quiet. We'll stay out of the way." Preacher handed Jack a bottle for David. "This guy's going to break in the new crib. Say goodnight, David."
The boy had the bottle in his mouth that fast, leaned his head against Jack's shoulder sleepily, and opened and closed the fingers of one pudgy little hand, holding his bottle with the other. "What if she—" Luke couldn't go on. "What if she what?" "Screams or something," he said, squeamishly. Jack put his free arm around Luke's shoulders. "See, you need to be here, buddy. It's time you learn about the cycle of life. You never know. This could happen to you someday. This is not happening to me someday. I'm way past all this." A few male heads came up. There was some subdued laughter. "Is that so?"
Jack said. Cry me a river, pal. I was over 40 when Mel tripped me up. We're all about the same age around here, except Preacher. He's still a pup, even though he looks older than the rest of us. Walt handed Luke a drink. I was 44 when Tom was born. I think I'm holding up all right, to tell the truth. You're going to have to come up with a better excuse, Jack said. Besides, I've been wanting to ask you something. Yeah? What? Well, I have a situation. We usually go to Sacramento for Christmas, but with no doctor in town and Bree just delivering, my family is coming here. There's a ton of them. I have the guest house for my dad, a couple of rooms if we double up the kids, and the cabin is free again.
Just a quick reminder, this is a free audiobook. No ads, no paywall. Now take a short break and enjoy the music. See you on the other side.
This is a new Valenzuela baby coming. Wanna bet we'll be seeing a ton of Mexicans around here? Mike's family is bigger than mine. Buddy, we are out of space. What's the status on those cabins? Got any ready to rent?
Luke lifted his eyebrows. This was unexpected.
Tell you what I've got, he said. They're habitable, and the new appliances have been delivered but not installed. They need inside paint and furniture has been ordered, not delivered. Thanks to Paul, all new roofs, windows, and doors. The countertops and cupboards are installed, but I'm still working on baseboards. I put in new hot water heaters. If you had a hand with the paint and appliances, think you could free up a couple by Christmas? Jack asked. I don't see why not, Luke said. If furniture can be delivered quickly. But, Jack, even with your help, that would be a push.
Paul moved closer.
Where's your furniture coming from? Maybe we can pick it up with one of the company trucks. Eureka. Beds, sleeper sofas, small tables and chairs, etc. It was the next thing after paint and appliances. Then we'll get it done, Jack said. That would be perfect. Otherwise, we're going to have to hang all these people from the trees. Be right back, he said, taking David off to bed.
Then, suddenly, Shelby appeared in the kitchen. She was smiling a sweet, secret smile, a very special light in her eyes. I didn't think you'd be here, she said.
Neither did I.
To the men in the kitchen, she said, Mel said to tell you it won't be much longer, and she said you are not to get drunk.
We don't get drunk at birthing parties, Preacher said indignantly.
Then he looked over his shoulder and said,
Except Paul. He got toasted after Matt was born, but that was a whole different thing.
Luke was focused on Shelby's smiling face.
What are you doing?
He asked. I was helping with Mel's kids so she could be with Bree, but now that Vanny and Paige are here, I can observe, she said. Bree said it would be all right. I've never seen a birth.
You're up to that? He wanted to know.
Of course, she said. She gave him a kiss on the cheek. I'll see you later. Luke made fast work of his first drink and was nursing his second, through many jokes and soft, respectful laughter, when Mike came into the great room holding a very small bundle wrapped in a pink receiving blanket. Mike went to the women first, Paige and Vanny. While they were murmuring, smiling, beaming, the men moved in a crowd out of the kitchen to have a look at what Mike had for himself. The look on Mike's face was a combination of exhaustion and exhilaration. Just what would happen to a guy who just helped and worried his way through labor with his wife while she produced this, his first child. His smile was huge. His eyes were bright inside and weary on the outside. And that's when Luke started to remember. So long ago. So deep and buried. He migrated to Mike and the baby, smiling sentimentally, gently tugging back the pink wrap to get a better look at her. He even heard himself say, "Good for you, man." When Felicia first told him there was going to be a baby, she'd been real upset. It was unplanned. She wasn't ready. But he had felt something inside him grow proudly. She told him to keep it to himself. She didn't want everyone to know before she even got used to the idea. But back then, he'd been so bonded with his men, his boys, he wasn't into secret-keeping, especially about things like this. He told them all. They toasted him, got him a little drunk, and drove him home. Against her wishes, he'd called his mom and dad, his brothers. He had been all puffed up on testosterone pride. Life had taken on new meaning for him. He never even tried to understand her cranky behavior. He was a young buck with a baby coming, and she was pregnant. What was to understand? He put up with her pissy mood. He tried to be patient. He watched her begin to grow. She told him it was a boy, and it seemed like seconds after he learned the news, he got the call. Somalia. But it wasn't supposed to be long. It was a peacekeeping mission. They'd make a presence there with the Marine Corps, and he'd be back quickly. He felt he could do anything because waiting for him were his woman, his son. That euphoria stayed with him for so long, he assumed that was the way all men felt when they struck oil. But it was ugly in Somalia. Lives were lost in Mogadishu, and it was, in many ways, a miracle there hadn't been more casualties. When he got home, the first thing he could fill his eyes with was his wife. She was huge. He should have looked at her eyes first, but he couldn't help himself. "It's not yours," she said. He wasn't sure, but he thought she said that before she even said hello. "I didn't want to tell you while you were on a mission, but you're back safe now. We're over. I'm leaving. I'm going with the father. I'm sorry it happened this way. You shouldn't have been bragging about it. I told you not to." In a flash, he wondered how that came to be his fault. Being proud? At first, he thought she was joking. Some really sick joke. Then he thought there was a mistake. When had she had time for another man? He'd been making love to her constantly. Next, he thought she couldn't have done that to him. Not while he poured every cell of his body into adoring her. He wanted to kill someone. Her, maybe. Or the father, who turned out to be an officer in his command. A man whose orders he was obligated to follow. A man who'd been with them in Somalia, knowing every day that he had a baby coming with another man's wife. The months that followed blurred as he drank too much, avoided people, got in random fights, buried himself in a dark, black loneliness, and wished he was dead. Before he got to remembering the scandal, the shame of having been made to look like a complete fool, the sympathy and pity, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "How about that, huh?" Jack said to him, bringing him back. "When have you seen anything as sweet as that?" Luke pushed it all back down again. 13 years had made him very adept at that, shoving it underwater where it should all just drown. He smiled. "A lot of black hair on that little head," he said. He briefly remembered how the happiest day of his life had been when his transfer orders finally came and he could get away from Felicia and her new partner. By that time, he was lucky he had a career left in the army. He'd been completely out of control there for a while and had been disciplined more than once. Given that he'd performed heroically in Somalia and came home to a wife 9 months pregnant and leaving him, his commanders cut him a little slack. Moving gave him a second chance, helped him pull it together. He wanted to leave the Valenzuela house. He was exhausted. But there was that bold press of men, converging on him, catching him up in their celebration. While he'd been drowning in the past, Muriel St. Clair had arrived and was now gathered with the men. There was food to eat, gossip to pass around. He was eventually pushed out on the porch where cigars were clipped and lit. Rather than going with the women, Muriel stayed with the men, accepting her cigar and drink, making them chuckle. If they were a batch of women, the childbirth stories would start. But there were only a few such comments. Jack had delivered his own children. Preacher had almost fainted when Paige gave birth. Dr. Johnstone joined them for a cigar, and talk went back to all the work left to be done to get Luke's cabins ready for the Sheridan and Valenzuela clans to hit town for the holidays. Luke had no idea if he'd been unusually quiet. He glanced at his watch and was stunned to see it was almost midnight. That was a little scary. Hours had passed, and he'd been in the past not real conscious of what had been going on around him. Then Shelby was beside him, looking up at him. "She's beautiful, isn't she?" He put an arm around her shoulders and laughed. "Shelby, babies are like puppies. There's no such thing as an ugly one." He put a cigar in the ash can. "I'm gonna head home." "I'm not needed here anymore. Want some company?" she asked him. He gave her shoulders a squeeze. That was exactly what he needed. Someone soft, warm, and safe. This young woman had an uncanny ability to make everything in his life feel right. Good. "You bet I do," he said. Chapter 15. Jack Sheridan must have been more serious about needing room for his family than Luke realized. The day after Bree's childbirth, he showed up in the morning with Paul and 6 men in 3 pickups. It was the sound of trucks arriving that brought Luke out of cabin 2. As the men clambered out, he grinned. "Looks like a barn raising." "Might as well get it done. Show us what and where," Jack said. First, Luke showed them Art's cabin, which was finished. Luke was no decorator, but it had all new furnishings, appliances, and fresh paint. Art had a new queen-size bed, a table with 4 chairs, and a large chair with ottoman and reading lamp. There was a new stove and microwave, a small refrigerator that slipped under the kitchen counter. It boasted wooden blinds on the windows and a patterned area rug. Art was all stocked with dishes, glasses, sheets, and towels. In the large bathroom were a small washer, dryer, and closets. All the men walked through, poking around, nodding. "Luke, this came out real nice," Jack said. "You did a fine job here. I'm no professional, but they've come a long way since we bought them." He showed them a partially finished cabin, new baseboards, paint, and appliances, but that was as far as he'd gotten. Then he showed them an unfinished cabin. The appliances sat in the middle of the room, uninstalled. Blinds that he ordered were still in long boxes, ready to be hung after painting. Area rugs were rolled against the wall, and cans of paint were stacked next to a couple of folded tarps. "Looks simple enough," Paul remarked. 2 days, maybe 4 if we need extra supplies." 4 days? Luke repeated, stunned. "It's all moving and cosmetic. We're kind of fast." He grinned. "We do this a lot more than you do." "Since there have only been 1 or 2 painters here, there are only 2 tarps," Luke pointed out. "Not a problem. We came prepared. Even brought some baseboards in case you didn't have enough. Now, if you're not worried we'll screw it up, this might be a good day for you to go over to Eureka and set up a pickup for that furniture and get anything else you might need for these cabins." "Leave you working?" he asked. "I couldn't do that to you." "Wait till you see my family, and the Valenzuelas," Jack said.
Go. Buy sheets and towels.
Luke thought about this for a very short time. He had other important errands in Eureka. It was high time he plunged into an investigation of Art's job and group home there. He had to know the man's past in order to help with his future. Buying sheets, pillows, towels, and dishes wouldn't take any time at all.
You sure? Can you keep an eye on Art in case he gets a little excited with all the people? Sometimes he's too much help, you know? Sure, he'll be fine. Where is the good man? If he's not here, he's at the river.
Luke grinned.
I'm not getting so much help since I bought him that rod and reel. But the freezer's full of fish. I have a feeling some of it's going to be coming your way at the bar.
We never turn down handouts, Jack said, hefting a ladder out of the truck. As Luke stood and watched, they all started hauling tarps, ladders, toolboxes, brushes, and rollers out of the truck beds. He wandered down to the river and found Art.
Hey, Art, he said. How are they biting today?
Okay, he said, throwing out a line and slowly reeling it in.
Jack and Paul and some men have come to work on the cabins.
He laughed at the way Art's head jerked toward him and his eyes lit up.
I'm sure they'd want you to help out if you feel like it.
Do they want me to? He asked, pulling in his line.
Sure, but you'll have to let them tell you what they need the most help with, huh?
Okay, he said, grinning happily.
I'm gonna run over to Eureka to get some supplies. Need anything?
He shook his head. Maybe I'll get a lot done with Jack and Paul, he said.
I bet you will. Come on, I'll walk back with you.
Art really enjoyed being around people, especially people who treated him with respect. And whenever there were men at work, he eagerly, though shyly, loved to pitch in. It sometimes made him a little clumsy. Luke only needed an hour or two in some big box stores to load up a couple of carts with things for the cabins. What he really wanted to do was visit a certain little grocery store. He had tried not to dwell on what Art had gone through, but he had managed to have a couple of conversations with him that gave him enough information to figure out where it was. Griffin's Grocery on Simmons Street. It wasn't a bad grocery store, if a little on the worn side. He glanced around and then grabbed a cart. It took him 20 seconds to pick out a bagger who had downs, and in the produce section, there was a woman who asked a few questions, and, by her slow and difficult answers, grappling for the right word, he suspected some kind of disability. Then he noticed her name tag. Netta. This was someone from the group home Art had said he missed. So Luke asked,
Who's your manager here?
Stan. That's Stan.
And where would I find Stan?
Luke asked. She shrugged and said, Maybe in the back. Before Luke had a chance to search Stan out, there was a grocer beside him asking,
Can I help you with something, sir?
Luke smiled his most engaging smile.
I wanted to talk to the manager. This lady says that would be Stan.
This was a guy in his late 30s, sharp and clean, articulate, wearing a green apron. He returned the smile.
I'm the assistant manager. Anything I can do to help?
Not sure, he said with a shrug.
I just bought a small store in Clear River. Just a little neighborhood store. Smaller than this. Thing is, I'm doing it on a shoestring. It's a real good gamble. There's no grocery in there right now,
he said, though he had absolutely no idea if there was a grocery store in Clear River.
I'm going to hire a couple of full-time people and a few part-time people. I'm going to have to stay low budget for a while when it comes to payroll. I'm interested in this store's employees. They're nice, they look productive, they're challenged. I wondered how you go about finding employees like them.
The man kept an even expression.
You're right. You're looking for Stan. That's his project. His sister has some kind of home, and he gives work to a lot of them. But you might want to think twice about that idea. If they get slow or confused, it can be frustrating. I work real well with them, but
he shook his head almost sadly.
It bothers some people. My younger brother has downs, Luke lied. I'm up to speed on the problems. You have the patience for that, then? Oh, yeah, he said with a laugh. He's got a real good job now. Makes him so happy to be managing his own life. The guy has never missed work, does his chores around the house, always has money in the bank. He's a dream come true. The work has to be uncomplicated to start, like bagging, opening boxes, cleaning up. Even stocking shelves can get too complicated for some of them. Everyone has a different level of competence, but I understand what you're saying. So, where's Stan? Follow me, he said, and Luke followed. The surprises started immediately. First of all, Stan was a young guy, probably not 30. He was slight, way smaller than Art, but scrappy looking. He met Luke with a curl to his lip and furrowed black brows, suspicious at once. There weren't a lot of reasons for a man to be suspicious right off unless he was expecting trouble. His size only confused Luke for a second. Stan was the one in charge, and knowing Art, he would never hit back, never strike. Art also wouldn't lie. He knew right away Stan had punched Art. Luke went through his spiel about the imaginary grocery store again, as convincingly as possible. He skipped the part about having a brother with Downs and concentrated on the hard work, minimum wage, reliable attendance, his need to stay low budget. Stan did a lot of head shaking and shrugging. I can't help you, buddy, he said. Eureka's a long way from Clear River, and these kids don't drive. They aren't kids. But Luke kept a smile on his face. He offered to buy Stan a beer to talk a little bit about the grocery business, since they weren't competitors. Stan warmed up at the suggestion of a beer, and he agreed. It was time for a break. When they were leaving the grocery, Stan never told anyone where he was going, and he glared at everyone. The employees here didn't seem happy, not even the good-natured assistant manager. To just peg Stan as an abusive jerk could be accurate, but it might be too simple. What Luke really wanted to know was what had happened to Art and why Stan hadn't reported him missing. A glimmer of understanding came with a beer. My sister has a group home for these retards. I help her out by giving her kids some work, he said. Keeps them busy and out of the house. They ever give you trouble? Luke asked. They bug the shit out of me. How many times you gotta show them something? Tell them. But you're right about one thing. They're cheap and they keep coming back. Maybe you could get someone in Clear River to start up a home. It's not like it's hard. Just has to be clean and pass inspection. Luke had an instant image of someone completely unqualified to run such a home, doing it for the money, and it made him feel angry and ill. But he said, that might be doable. I have an ex-wife who's always hurting for money. There's an idea. Get the ex off your payroll. Maybe I could talk to your sister? Think she'd tell me how a person goes about that? Sure she wouldn't mind. What else has she got to do while her kids are at work, huh? He gave an address and some directions, not far from the store. Just tell her I sent you over, huh? I appreciate it, man. You'll never know. Luke dropped Stan at the store and immediately followed the directions he'd been given. When he knocked on the door, another surprise almost blew him over. Cheryl was even younger than Stan. She was maybe 28 at a stretch, dressed in a tight short skirt, V-neck sweater that showed off her boobs, ultra-black hair with a pink strip framing her face. This was not Mother Teresa. And, of course, she was chewing gum. He could barely get a glimpse, but behind her appeared to be a very small, tidy house with old, worn furniture. That was the first time he considered that the couple of challenged employees he'd seen in the grocery were wearing clean but well-worn clothes. Art had looked as if he'd been homeless forever, but he was merely dirty and his clothes had already been threadbare. Cheryl didn't waste a lot of cash clothing them. She opened the door cautiously. Hi, he said, pulling out his wallet and flipping it open fast, shut again, just as fast, officially. I'm looking for Art. Art? She asked, stepping back. Who? Art Cleary. I think he's at work. I've been there. He's not at work," Luke said. She frowned. "Are you the guy with the new grocery store?" she asked in confusion. "My brother called me and said—" "Well, that was kind of a story," he shrugged. "I'm with the agency, looking for Art. Just a follow-up visit, that's all. The paperwork on him shows it's been a while since he's had a visit." Okay, she said, tiredly, holding up her hands, caught. "What timing?" He took off. It was just this morning. He said he wanted to go see some really old aunt of his in Reading. I called there, no answer, and no answering machine. Some of these people are real hicks. I was just about to call social services, but I'm sure he just hitched a ride to his aunt's and she'll make sure he gets back. I was giving him a chance to check in. I don't want him in trouble. What are you going to do, find me? Okay, lie number 1, Luke thought. Art had been with Luke a couple of months. "You know what?" Luke said. "You keep trying the aunt. The less said about this, the better for Art. The better for you, huh?" And he winked at her. "Yeah," she smiled. "Really? Why don't you jot down the aunt's address and phone number for me? If I find him there, I can bring him back before there's any confusion about it." "You don't have the address? She's next of kin." "Save me some time, huh?" he said with a smile. "To tell the truth, I have a lot of better things to do than track him down, but it's on my sheet." And Luke wondered how many challenged residents had run off or disappeared while Cheryl and Stan pocketed the monthly stipend provided by Social Security or insurance or the state. What happened to their paychecks from the grocery store? Did Stan write them off and keep the money? "I'll work it out," Luke said. "There might be paperwork. Don't worry about it. You're a nice girl to take him in the first place. These folks get to be a handful," he added with a grin. "Tell me about it," she said. He didn't know about the others, but there was no sweeter soul, nobody less trouble and more eager to please than Art. But he said, "I'll take care of this and get back to you. You don't have to say anything." He raised his eyebrows. "We don't want him in trouble." "Right," she said. "Want to come in? Have some coffee or something?" "Thanks, but I'm running behind. I'll come back, though. How's that?" Luke left Cheryl and took a big truckload of supplies for the cabins back to Virgin River. He decided he wasn't going to take any chances. He'd get help from Mike and Bree. He'd wait till after Christmas, give the Valenzuelas some time with their new baby and all the visiting family. Then pay a visit, explain in detail about the group home and job Art had come from, and ask what he had to do to clear things up so Art could stay with him. And if it wasn't possible for Art to stay with Luke, his next residence would be safer. Luke would see to that. Between Mike and Bree, given their legal and law enforcement experience, they could at least help him figure out how he should proceed. And he'd like to get Stan and Cheryl investigated. They were a couple of punk kids in charge of a lot of disabled adults. It smelled like they were working the system for profit. Luke decided it would be necessary to go to Phoenix for a couple of days over Christmas. If he didn't, there was no telling how many Reardons might show up in Virgin River, and he didn't have the patience for that. Going to Phoenix would appease his mother and mollify his brothers. With all that was going on over the holidays around his cabins, he needed to be sure everything was well organized, planned out. First of all, he had to be sure Jack and Mike Valenzuela could manage everything their families needed while Luke was away, because Art certainly couldn't handle guests' needs. As for Art, he'd be fine on his own for a couple of days. But Luke didn't feel right leaving him alone. Luke appealed to Shelby and the General. Art should have a holiday dinner, a few presents that Luke would provide before leaving town, and some sense of family. He knew before even asking they'd be more than happy to welcome Art and see that he had a memorable Christmas. And then there was Shelby. He racked his brain for a gift idea. He wanted her to know she was very important to him, but he was nervous about what to buy her. She was the kind of woman he felt like buying something flashy and sparkly for, but he just wasn't ready for something like that.
Women saw things like jewelry as stepping stones to marriage, but things like sweaters sent the message you didn't care at all. So Luke went all out in the only way he knew how. It was more than he'd spent on a woman in over a dozen years, including his mother. He bought Shelby very special $600 ostrich boots, handcrafted and stitched. He considered buying her a saddle, but the boots were more personal. They had their Christmas gift exchange right before he left town, and when she opened her gift and saw the boots, she wept. No one had ever given her a gift like that in her life, and he enjoyed success when she kissed all over him. He took her into his arms, laughing sentimentally. "I've never seen you cry," he said, holding her close, rocking her back and forth gently. "Oh, you'd have seen way too much of that a year ago. But these are happy tears. That's different. That means I did good." "You did very good," she said. "They're just amazing. Exactly what I would have had made for myself. Like my own skin. I could sleep in them." "But someone could get hurt," he reminded her with a laugh. She gave him a new leather jacket that was almost as expensive as the boots, and just as personal. "It's okay if you don't wear it a lot. I know you love that flying jacket of yours, and you're so sexy in it. But this is for when you're not on the bike, for those rare times you dress up a little bit." He asked her about all those things she'd talked about doing before Doc had died, and she'd become so busy helping Mel. The applications to college, for example. She told him she'd applied to several major California universities: Stanford, USC, UC Davis, San Francisco State. It was only Christmas. September was a long way off. "I also sent an application to Humboldt State University, right down the road, in case I decide to stay right where I am. They have a fabulous program for Bachelor of Science nursing." That was his cue to say something about how much he'd like that. He'd like to keep her here forever. But something caught in his throat, and he said, "Sounds like you've covered all the possibilities, honey." It was only the three boys in Phoenix for the Christmas holidays, Luke's stay being the most brief. "With Art and cabins full of holiday visitors, I can't be gone long." "And with Shelby there," his mother said while she blended eggnog. But Luke said nothing. His mother and Sean brought up Shelby's name fairly often, but Luke wasn't participating. Their traditions amounted to food and church and laughter. There was a call from Colin in the Gulf, another from Patty aboard ship. Once those two calls had been handled, they were free to leave the apartment. On Christmas Eve, they refused to let Maureen cook, even if it was the one thing she most wanted to do. Instead, the boys took her to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Scottsdale, where you could eat the fillets with a spoon. Then back to her apartment complex where they played pool in the recreation room, all four of them. Then there was midnight mass. This was where Maureen shined, presenting 3 of her 5 sons to her friends, to the priest, to the sisters she knew. "I'm going to hell," Luke muttered to Aiden. "I took communion and I haven't been in a church since last time I visited Mom." "Me too," Aiden whispered. "Me 3, Sean said. And the 3 of them cracked up laughing so hard they could barely stand, while Maureen glared at them. The tradition in their family since they'd become adults was to open their presents after Mass on Christmas Eve. But the presents were less important to the boys than the fact that now they could finally bring out the bottle and pour some healthy shots, since they were in for the night. They had purchased lavish gifts for their mother. Luke had gotten her a gift certificate to the Chanel counter at Dillard's. Aiden had bought an expensive Yadro sculpture for her collection. Sean gave her a new iPhone. The brothers gave each other modest gifts. Luke got a subscription to a motorcycle magazine and a sweater that was as ugly as a ball of string. Sean gave Aiden a subscription to Penthouse magazine. "What the hell?" Aiden said, looking at the gift card. Aiden was 34, an OBGYN in the Navy, a doctor responsible for active-duty military women and a lot of the wives of Marines and sailors, although he himself was alone.
I thought you might like to know what women look like when they don't have their feet in the stirrups.
Thoughtful, Aiden said. How can I ever thank you? Luke simply gave his brothers shirts, but Maureen's gift to her 3 sons stole the show.
It's for the Camelback Spa, she said proudly, passing them their individual envelopes. They're open from 11 to 3 on Christmas Day, and I made you appointments. I had to do it months ago. While I'm making the turkey and trimmings, you can go have massages or facials, manicures. They looked at each other with wide eyes, and each one said, "Thank you, Mom. That's wonderful." "That should be cool, Mom. Thanks." "How original, Mom. Thanks a million."
Now I know you think you're too manly for facials, but try it. You'll love it. And on Christmas Day, while Maureen was making the turkey, Aiden, Luke, and Sean found a bar that was open and drowned their guilt that they were not in a spa having facials and manicures. When they got back to Maureen's apartment, she fussed over how relaxed they all looked. The Christmas dinner was, as usual, fabulous. Maureen loved nothing so much as fussing over her family, and they all ate too much, which pleased her. Luke would be the first to leave, the next morning, home to Virgin River. As his last day with his mother and brothers wore on, he grew more and more pensive, thinking about how Shelby had said after the first of the year she'd be moving on. When everyone finally went to bed, he fixed himself a drink and sat up in the dimly lit living room of his mother's apartment. Aiden found him there, sitting in the semi-dark, nursing a whiskey. Aiden fixed himself a matching drink and went into the living room, sitting down across from him. He was one of the brothers who'd tried marriage. It had been brief during his residency, but in his case, the breakup was his idea, and he couldn't get out of his mess fast enough. He didn't suffer anything afterward but relief.
"So," Aiden said, "we could talk about it." "Talk about what?" "Why you look like someone shot your dog." "Shelby, I assume."
Nah, Luke said, taking a drink.
"That's not serious." "I guess it has nothing to do with your sleeplessness or your mood then. Trouble with the cabins? The town? Your tenant helper?" "Aiden, there's nothing bothering me except maybe that I've been working my ass off for 3 months getting a house and 6 cabins rebuilt and furnished."
Aiden took a sip of his drink.
25, so Sean and Mom say. And gorgeous. Sean's an idiot who can't mind his own business. She's just a girl. She's just a girl who has you looking a little uptight." "Thanks," he said, standing. "You don't look that great yourself. I'm going to bed."
He threw back the rest of his drink.
"Nah, don't," Aiden said. "Fix another one. Give me 10 minutes, huh? I can just ask a couple of questions, right? I'm not like Sean. I'm not going to get up your ass about this. But you haven't talked about it much, and I'm a little curious."
Luke thought about that for a second, and against his better judgment, he went into the kitchen and poured himself a short shot. He went back and sat down, leaning his elbows on his knees.
"What?"
he asked abruptly.
Aiden chuckled. "Okay, relax. Just a girl? Not serious?" "That's right. A town girl, sort of. She's visiting her family, and she'll be leaving pretty soon." "Ah, I didn't know that. I guess I thought she lived there." "Long visit," Luke said. "Her mother died last spring. She's spending a few months with her uncle until she gets on with things, like where she wants to live. College and travel and stuff. This is temporary, that's all." "But if you felt serious, there isn't any reason you wouldn't let it, You know, evolve. I don't feel serious, he said, his mouth in a firm line. Okay, I get that. Does she feel serious? She has plans. I didn't trap her, Aiden. I made sure she knew I'm not interested in being a family man. I told her she could do better. I'm just not built that way. But when I'm with a woman, I know how to treat her right. If she needed something permanent, she was in the wrong place. It's how it is. Never? What do you mean, never? No one in this family is interested in that. Bullshit. I am. Sean says he's having too much fun, but the truth is he has the attention span of a cabbage. But me? I'd like a wife. A family. Didn't you already try that once? Luke asked, sitting back in his chair, relaxing a little bit since the attention had shifted to Aiden's life. Oh, yeah. I tried hard. Next time I try, I'm going to see if I can find a woman who's not certifiable and offer meds. He grinned. Really? That's what happens when you ignore all the symptoms because she's such a friggin' miracle in bed. It causes brain damage. He shrugged. I'm on the lookout for that. Luke grinned. She was hot. Oh, yeah. She was worse than nuts. Nightmare nuts, Aiden agreed. But this gorgeous 25-year-old, she's real sweet, I hear. Fucking Sean, Luke said, shaking his head. Not Sean. Mom. Almost as bad, Luke said. You know Mom. She's been on this marriage and grandchildren campaign for a long time. So, she's not sweet? Aiden asked. Sweeter than honey, he admitted. But there are other things about her. Complications. Her mother had ALS, and Shelby was her nurse for years till she died. The girls had no life. She dropped out of school and hardly left the house. Her idea of a big night was reading to her mother or watching a DVD with her. She's had her freedom for about 6 months, and it was a hard freedom. That's why she's with her uncle, recovering, making a transition. To hear her tell it, it's not easy to go from being needed 24 hours a day to having no one to take care of but yourself. She's a young 25, as in not a lot of life experience. She's a little bit like a prisoner on parole. Aiden's mouth was open slightly. Jesus. He took a breath. Mom knows this? Sure she does. They talked a lot, which wasn't a great idea. Mom loves her. She'd like nothing better than to reel her in. He shook his head. Bad idea. Whoa. Sounds like she had a rough time. How's she doing? With the transition? He shrugged. Good, I think. You'd never know it, that she's been through all that. What was the problem? Not enough money to put the mother in long-term care? Luke was shaking his head. Plenty of money. Her uncle wanted to put the mother in a nursing home, but Shelby wouldn't have it. She was committed. She says her mother was her best friend. Aiden was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he said, This sounds like an incredible young woman. She is that. Very mild-mannered. Hard to guess she could have had that kind of conviction. Stubbornness. Strength, Aiden added. Commitment. Well, you'd have to be strong to do that, right? Yeah, she's very strong, but she seems fragile. Then he grinned. Unless you see her on a horse. She's 110 pounds, and on a horse, she's Annie Oakley. Again, Aiden was quiet for a moment, sipping. What are you going to do? He asked quietly. Do? Luke repeated. Nothing. Nothing? She needs to get on with her life. She's behind. You can relate. I can relate. Remember being set free from medical school after years of no life? What did you do? Married a nut job, he said, smiling blandly. Shelby put in her time, did the right thing, took good care of her mom, and now it's her turn. She's going to go back to school. She says she's going to be a nurse, but you watch. She'll end up a doctor or something. She's quiet, but scary smart. She has money from selling a paid-off house, so she can travel all over the world, pay for 12 years of college. You know how important that is. We've been all over the world, and it's worth seeing. Aiden laughed. I hope she sees better parts than we did. You saw a bunch of deserts. I went to sea, medical officer on a ship. But it all counts. Life experience. It's worth it. She's young. She has time to look around. I'll tell you what, that girl's gonna have men hunting her down. She's that good-looking. She never had that before. In high school, she was shy, had a couple of short-term boyfriends, but she lost a lot of shyness, got tougher and more aggressive while she was taking care of her mom and had to go up against doctors and therapists and hospitals and insurance companies. His eyes glistened proudly. Believe me, she's ready now. It's her time. He's letting her go, Eden thought. For her, though it's going to kill him. Aiden leaned back in his chair and sipped his drink. What if she just decides to stay? At her uncle's place? Forever? Luke laughed. She's not gonna. That would be a waste. If she did? Look, I admit it. I got a little comfortable. The whole chase is a little boring, and it wasn't exactly a punishment to have a sweet, pretty girl right there, handy. But that's just convenience. I'm winding down a little. There's this nice little bar in Virgin River. A bunch of town people go there at the end of the day. Real good people. They have the best food on the planet, and the jukebox hasn't been turned on since I hit town. A couple of Marines run the place, so we connected. It spoiled me for entertainment. I lost interest in noisy, smoky bars with slutty girls looking for a pickup. I've been thinking, if I can rent out those cabins, work and live there, grab a beer at Jack's, hunt and fish, I'm telling you, it's almost a perfect life. You'll have to come up sometime. Aiden let him think about that for a minute. Then he said, How old do you have to be to appreciate that as a perfect life? Luke laughed. About 38, 20 years of army, 4 wars. But now I'm thinking about staying in one place a while. I might look around for some flying in the area, something like medical airlift transport or something. Could someone like me get into that? Small town like that? They have a midwife and everyone loves her. Luke laughed. You'd have some stiff competition. What I mean is, could someone younger than 38 want that life? Or do you have to be this crusty, beat-up old grunt? Luke got the point, and his lips went back into that firm, non-negotiable line. Do you suppose young women ever choose that life over PhDs or world travel? Think that's ever happened? I think young women like Shelby might think they want that life, and 2 years later realize they threw away their real life, and they're stuck, and everything would go to hell at that point. But that's a guess, Eden said. And this is a remarkable, committed, stubborn, aggressive woman who's been up against a lot and knows what she wants. You tricked me, Luke said. You said you were going to be a little curious, but now you're up my ass. What are the odds you're ever going to run into someone like her again once she leaves Virgin River? If you let her get away? Luke stood up. He put his drink, what was left of it, on a coaster. But that's not the point, he said. I'm going to bed. Late on Christmas Day, Shelby leaned on the corral fence and watched as her cousin Tom kept an eye on Art astride Chico. Ever since first seeing Chico, Art had wanted to ride him. But Chico was a lot of horse for Art.
Tom, however, was more than happy to spot that. And when they were done, Shelby would take Art back to his cabin, and Tom would go into town and find his girl. She jumped when she felt a hand on her shoulder. With the noise of churning hooves in the corral, she hadn't heard Vanny's approach. Shelby turned toward Vanny and then turned back, giving her cheeks a quick wipe. "Come on," Vanny said. "You can't pretend. Something happened between you and Luke." "Nothing. Really, nothing." Vanny turned her around. "Something," she insisted. "Did you have a fight?" "No, nothing like that. It's just that—" Her voice trailed away. "What, honey? What happened?" Shelby's eyes welled anew, and she shrugged. "Oh, well, I miss him." "It's a couple of days, honey. That's all." "I know," she sniffed. "It would have meant the world to me if he'd called to wish me a Merry Christmas. But I haven't heard a word out of him. He loves me like I mean everything to him, but he never says the words. I don't know why. Why, Vanny?" Vanny ran a gentle finger along her cheek, wiping off a tear. "Baby, I don't know Luke like you do. It's almost as though he tries to keep this distance between us." "You said you wouldn't cry." "No, I didn't. I said if he made me cry, I'd get over it. I still don't have any regrets." "It hurts, huh?" She took a deep breath. "I guess I'm as naive as everyone thought. I fell in love with him. I didn't mean to." "Oh, baby," Vanny said, pulling her into her arms. Shelby put her head on Vanny's shoulder. "It's gonna be real hard to give him up." Then she let out a little huff of rueful laughter. "It's gonna be real hard if he lets me go. But I'll get over it. What are my choices? I couldn't have done anything differently." The day after Christmas, while Walt was babysitting so Vanny could spend some time working on the wallpaper at her new house, Shelby drove over to the new neighbor's place. She banged on Muriel's front door and heard the sound of welcoming dogs inside. Muriel beamed when she pulled the door open. "Any chance you have a cup of coffee?" Shelby asked. "Sure, come in. Everything all right?" "Well, not exactly. Thing is, I need to talk to someone who's not a member of my family. About Luke." "Gosh," Muriel said. "I'm honored. I would have expected you to go to Mel. The two of you are awful close." "True, but she's got a lot of family in town right now," Shelby said. "And I just thought maybe, I don't know, Muriel, maybe you can tell me something I don't already know. About, men." "You do realize I've been married 5 times and never could make it work?" Muriel said on her way to the kitchen. "It wasn't my fault, I swear it, but still." "I think maybe I've been a fool," Shelby said. "Oh, now that I've been 100 times. I am an expert," Muriel laughed, pouring Shelby a cup of coffee. "Just tell me what's going on. I won't breathe a word to anyone, especially Walt." Shelby ran it down quickly. She met him, fell for him, bought into that whole never settling down program because she had big plans of her own and she didn't regret it. Now she wanted more, but he was still in that same place, while she was suffering. When he said he'd never put down roots and didn't want that whole marriage and family deal, I really thought that meshed pretty well with what I was looking for. At the time, anyway. He never once lied to me, Muriel. He didn't lead me on, and he's always treated me like pure gold. Maybe I was the one who lied to him. I thought that worked for me. But things changed. I still want to travel, go to school, but I also want the whole deal. a partner, a family, the security of a relationship I can trust. I don't want to be with a man who's just going to dump me right about the time I think I can't live without him." "Oh, little darling," Muriel said. "I wanted all those things too." "You did?" "I did. It didn't work out for me. I hope it works out for you." "But you've had such an amazing career." "I was real lucky that way," she said. She reached across her kitchen table and grabbed both Shelby's hands. "I have some bad news, my sweet girl. One, you can't change people. If he doesn't change himself, you're flat out of luck. And two, you want what you want. Need what you need." "I keep looking for a compromise, Shelby. There are many compromises in relationships. You learn to live with men's underwear on the floor just shy of the hamper, toothpaste spit on the mirror, and you learn to keep your mouth shut while he drives around in circles for hours because he won't ask for directions. But the things you feel in the marrow of your bones, the deep and meaningful desires that will make your life complete, there's no compromise in it." "No?" Muriel shook her head. "You can force yourself to go along. You might even find a way to force him to go along. But there's bitterness in it. It's not worth it." "I guess you didn't go along," she said. "Do you have any regrets about being alone?" "I'm not alone, Shelby," she said patiently. "I'm on my own. There's a difference. And I have the most wonderful family of friends. It is so much better than having a man I'm not compatible with, even if I thought I adored him. Believe me." "Of course," Shelby said. "I so love the way you see things." Muriel laughed. "I've had so much practice at seeing things, far more than I'm happy about." They talked through a whole pot of coffee, about Shelby's life, about Muriel's. It surprised Shelby to have anything at all in common with this Hollywood icon. After a couple of hours, Shelby asked, "What am I to do?" "Oh, you'll know what to do. Don't be hasty, sweetheart, but don't wait too long. There will be a moment of clarity, my little darling, and it will come to you that it's time to take care of yourself. You don't have to give up your dreams, Shelby. Never take scraps. Never." Chapter 16. Right after Cameron Michaels had a nice holiday in Portland with his parents, brother and sister, and their families, he drove to Virgin River, towing a U-Haul with his books, computer, bedroom furniture, clothes, TV, and stereo equipment. He traded his Porsche for a Suburban with all-wheel drive for getting around the mountains, valleys, and foothills. When he pulled up in front of Doc's house, Mel came out onto the porch immediately, all smiles. "Welcome, Doctor," she said. Shelby stepped out of the clinic right behind her. "Hey, Cameron," she said. "How was the drive?" "Not bad," he said. "At least the sun's out here. It's wet and ugly in Portland." "Leave the trailer and everything," Mel said. "I'm going to grab the baby and walk over to Jack's. Then the guys will help you unload. You're going to stay with us at the house tonight until we can get your bedroom set up." Shelby turned and went back into the clinic. "I don't want to impose," he said. Mel laughed. "Let me get this right. You're coming to work in my town for a pittance, and you don't want to impose? You'll stay with us at least tonight, longer if necessary." Shelby was back with little Emma cuddled against her, Mel's coat draped over her arm and the clinic keys in her hand, which she used to lock the door. Mel put on the coat and took the baby from Shelby. "Where's the little guy?" Cameron asked. "With his dad, serving. He's in the backpack." "So, you settled up all your affairs without difficulty?" Mel asked. "Slick as grease. Had an offer on the house in 3 days. Sold most of the furniture and put some favorite things in storage up there. Traded in the sports car for an all-wheel drive vehicle and had Christmas with my family." They began walking across the street to the bar. "What did they think of this idea?" Shelby asked him. He chuckled. "They think I've completely lost my mind. And maybe I have. But what the hell, huh?" "I really can't figure out why you did this," Mel said. "Same reason as you did, Mel," he said. "Nah, couldn't be. My heart was in pieces. I had to go someplace simple and quiet to get a handle on my life, to heal, to be alone and not so obviously alone." "Same reason as you, Mel," he repeated. She stopped walking. "Oh boy," she said. "There's more to this story." "Yeah, we'll get sloppy some night and compare our broken hearts. How's that?" She tugged at his sleeve. "This doesn't have anything to do with any of our, mutual friends, does it?" "No, Mel. This has nothing to do with Vanessa." Shelby's eyes grew very round, and Cameron looked at her. "Before Paul got smart and told Vanny how much he loved her, I had a couple of dates with her. That's all, a couple of dates. She disappointed me when she picked the other guy, but she didn't break my heart. No worries." "Shoo," Mel said. "Had me worried there for a second. I mean, the gossip in this town is good, but it shouldn't be that good." Cameron laughed. "This is going to be great. I'm going to learn to fly fish on my days off." "You'll have plenty of those," she said, stepping up on the bar's porch. Cameron apparently didn't think there was anything odd about the number of cars and trucks at the bar and on the street. But then he wasn't up on the seasonal activities. From January to June, things were usually pretty wet and quiet around Virgin River. Hunting done and the fishing pretty much closed. But when he walked into the bar, a bar stuffed with people, a cheer and greeting erupted. He stood just inside the door, stunned, while the din slowly subsided. Jack came around the bar, little David squirming around in the backpack. "Come on in, Doc. Welcome." Next came Paul, his hand outstretched, then Vanny with a hug and a kiss on the cheek, and Walt, pulling him into a hearty embrace. Preacher just about broke his ribs with his hug. Then there was Paige. Mike and Bree with a brand new baby. Next came introductions to friends and neighbors from all over town and the outlying ranches. A cold draft was pressed into his hand. There was a hearty and delicious buffet set out and lots of handshakes, grateful pats on the back. Among the crowd were Doctors June Hudson and John Stone and their families, offering services and assistance at the call. June's dad, Doc Hudson, offered to come out to Virgin River for a while and visit with him on the subject of country doctoring and maybe a trip out to the river. "We can get your angling up to speed before the real fishing starts," he offered. Cameron ate, drank, got to know the people from town, and felt, for the first time in a very long time, a part of something personal and important. Something both hearty and delicate. There were very few single people among this happy throng, but it didn't affect him in the way being out with his married partners had depressed him, made him feel like he didn't belong anywhere. Here, he felt like one of them, though he was absent a partner with whom to share it all. At some point in the early evening, Mel told him Jack would bring him home and she'd see him later. Jack helped settle his family in the Hummer so Mel could take the babies home to bed. Little by little, people bid goodnight and wandered off, and then, at 9 o'clock, the bar seemed empty of patrons, bidding him good night and expressing, again, their grateful thanks and earnest welcome. And then it was down to Jack, Preacher, and Cam. Jack got down a couple of glasses. "We usually pour a shot at the end of the day, after the bar clears out. I'll drive you out to the house if you're up to one more." "You bet," Cameron said. "Jack, this was great, what you did." Jack tipped a bottle of good, aged Glenlivet over 3 glasses. "I didn't do it, Doc. These things happen when word gets out. It's a real spontaneous place." "God, they're wonderful," Cam said. "They don't have much money. They're not real sophisticated. They haven't read the classics. Most of them haven't, anyway. But this place has heart. It's a simple thing, really.
They can't feed your pocketbook too much, but they know the value of friendship and gratitude. You'll never get hungry or lonely. That's what the town gets by on. You'll like that. I've never felt unappreciated in my work, but this is something new." He lifted a glass toward Preacher and Jack. "To new beginnings," he said. "To satisfaction," Jack added. Cameron drank to it. "I'm really glad I did this." "Had to be a big risk, Doc," Preacher observed. "Was it for you?" Cameron asked him. "No," Preacher said. "Once I got up here and saw what Jack had set up, it was a no-brainer." "I can see that," Cameron said. "Thank you for giving me the chance," he added. Luke had drawn Shelby away from the party welcoming Cameron Michaels just after the crowd had begun to disperse. Luke took Art in his car, and Shelby followed him out to the house and cabins in her Jeep. Once there, she went first to Art's cabin to make sure he was all settled. "Doing okay, Art?" "I'm doing very good," he said, grinning. "I thought I'd check on you before turning in for the night. Sleep tight, okay?" "Don't let the bedbugs bite," he said, echoing something she often said to him. She laughed. "I won't. Don't forget your prayers." "I don't ever," he promised. "And don't forget to brush and floss." "I don't ever," he said. Then she went up on Luke's front porch, where he was waiting for her, grinning. "I thought I saved his ass, but it's you he worships." "I don't think it's quite as serious as that," she said, letting him enfold her in his embrace. "Eventually, you should talk to someone about him. Let his people know where he is. Maybe have him evaluated. I'm sure they won't have any problem with him being here, as long as he's safe and healthy." "Yeah, I got a start on that. I found out where he's from. Not a good place. I'll talk to Mike and Bree about how to get him out of there," he said, kissing her. She pulled away. "And keep him?" Luke shrugged. "It's not like I'm gonna adopt him. I'll give him a place to stay and he'll do chores, but he shouldn't have to do chores for someone who hits him." He kissed her again, and then he pulled her into the cabin. "But you'll be responsible for him?" "Shelby, it's not exactly a strain on me. He doesn't need much watching, just a safe place." "And when you sell the cabins and leave here?" He shrugged. "If that happens, it shouldn't be any trouble to find him a good place. One I'm sure isn't some social services scam." "But aren't you worried that will hurt him? Confuse him?" "I know how sensitive he is. I'll treat that carefully. But I think maybe I'll put off worry until it's necessary." Shelby had known him a few months. A couple of months she'd known him intimately. And for her, it had been thrilling. The way they came together was so amazing to her. Just thinking about him filled her with shivering anticipation. She had no regrets about waiting so long to find out what this was about, because she was certain it could never have been like this with any other man. To her, it was a miracle. Fate putting her with the one man perfect for her. When he touched her, she believed he felt the same way. But he gave no other sign. After the lovemaking, he held her close to him. He could never stop kissing her, touching her, stroking her. It mystified her that he could be like this, so tender, so involved in her, so loving, and yet not in love at all. She wondered how he did that. She thought if she understood it, maybe she could walk away without being torn to pieces over him. She rolled over and wriggled on top of him, lying prone, lifted up, braced on his chest, looking into his eyes. "There's a new doctor in town, and Mel won't need me so much anymore. I've been here since August. There's less and less on my schedule every day." He ran a big hand down her spine over her smooth bottom. He gave her a lusty squeeze. "I'll keep you busy some of that time," he said with a laugh. She gazed down into his eyes, so filled up with love for him. How could he not know? She wouldn't tell him she loved him first.
She couldn't ask him, her pride wouldn't allow it. But she wasn't too proud to give him a chance. All my applications to nursing programs have been sent out. Now I'm just waiting to hear. And remember, I even shot one into Humboldt State U in case you come to your senses and decide you can't live without me. They have an excellent program. He pushed her hair back over her shoulder.
I bet there are lots of excellent programs out there, aren't there?
She nodded and tried to send him a mental message. Say it, she thought. Tell me you love me. Tell me you wish I could stay right here with you. And the one right here is as good as any of them. Instead of talking, he tightened his arms around her and rolled with her until she was beneath him. Then he covered her mouth in a deep, hot kiss, and his hands began to move in long, slow, thrilling caresses, his fingers gently probing her again. With a sigh of disappointment, she yielded to him, filling up on sensation, knowing in her heart this might be all she ever had of him. Abby had called Vanessa from her parents' house in Seattle on New Year's Day. "What are the chances you're up for a little visit?" she asked. "Perfect," Vanessa said. "Your timing is great. We just moved into our new house before Christmas, and there's still lots of stuff to do around here. Between trips to the coast to shop and putting things right around here, you can help me." "I'd love to help," Abby said. "How soon can I come?" "As soon as you like," Vanny said. "Then get the sheets on the guest bed. I'll be on my way in a few days." On her travel day, Abby kissed her parents goodbye in the driveway at dawn and headed south. The second she got into the car, her tummy muscles relaxed and she felt herself expand into the pants with the elastic waistband. She had a cooler packed with food and drinks and only stopped for gas and more potty breaks than seemed fair. By early evening, she was driving past the general's house, around the curve, past the stable, and down the road to a brand new house. She gave her horn a toot and got out of the car. Vanessa came out to greet her, her smile bright and happy. As Abby walked toward Vanny, the latter stopped suddenly, eyes wide. Abby hadn't put her coat on and stood before her friend, running a smooth hand over a very slightly rounded belly. Vanny recovered herself and wrapped Abby in her embrace. "You didn't say you were bringing company," she said with a soft smile. "Vanny, I'm in a terrible mess," Abby said. "You'd better come in, honey. I get the sense you want to talk about some things." Vanny had something that smelled delicious in the oven. Matt was crawling around the living room floor and pulling himself up on the furniture, and Paul, Abby learned, was not yet home, very likely having stopped off at the bar in town for a beer with his friends. "Why didn't you tell me?" Vanny asked. "I'm pretty embarrassed, for one thing," she said. "I'm in some trouble, for another. The only people who know about the pregnancy are my parents and my doctor, and now you. You know I'd do anything to help you, but not talking about it isn't going to work much longer." Abby shook her head. "At Nikki and Joe's wedding, you all knew divorce was in the wind. I couldn't stand to talk about it, but the marriage to Ross was long over by that time. If you keep up with any tabloid news, you know he had been living with another woman for more than 6 months by the time our divorce was final. Sorry, honey, I just don't see any tabloids. Well, I should have dispensed with that divorce immediately. The day he asked me, I should have signed the papers." She laughed suddenly. "Did I say he asked me? His lawyer asked me. A threatening and hostile man he called weakly. I let the machine pick it up. I haven't heard from Ross in forever. More than a year by now. Don't ask me why I waited. I didn't want him back in my life. I think I was just stunned, senseless, and couldn't move. Plus, I felt like such a fool for marrying him in the first place, thinking I knew him when clearly I didn't. It just ripped me up. As soon as I got back to Los Angeles after the wedding, I signed. A little over a month later, I was a free woman. I think you're better off, Vanny said. Oh, I'm sure of it. Did you know that I met him while he was in recovery from drug addiction? For a little while, he was wonderful, sweet and charming and going to meetings every day. By the time we'd been married 6 weeks, he was back on tour, using again. But I screwed up, Vanny. I signed a prenuptial agreement. A very simple and uncomplicated one. If I remained faithful during our marriage, in the event of divorce, I could collect alimony. There was no reason for a promise like that to make me nervous. But his lawyer presented me with bills, credit cards that I didn't even have. I immediately owed thousands of dollars, tens of thousands. I needed that alimony to pay my share of his bills. Oh, God, the turd! Of course you did, Vanny said. You shouldn't feel guilty about that. I don't, she said. She smoothed her hands over her belly. This happened right before I signed the papers, before the divorce was final. It's irrelevant that he was already living with another woman. Who's the father? Vanny asked as delicately as she could. I'm not able to talk about that, Vanny. I'm sorry. It was, in fact, a one-night stand with a complete stranger. A completely lovely, tender stranger. If I wasn't pregnant, I'd get in touch with him, get to know him better. I could take my time figuring out if he's really a lovely man, months and months longer than I gave Ross. But now it's too big a risk, she said. He would know he's the father. And what if he's not as wonderful as he seemed? Vanny, I don't really know anything about him except that he was nice to me for one night. Jeez, Ross was nice to me for longer than that, and look what he turned out to be. I just can't take the chance. I can't subject the babies to that. Babies? Vanny asked. Abby looked down. I just found out. Twins, she said. Holy cow. I know. That's why I'm so big already. So, what's your plan? Vanny asked. I have to hide out somewhere until the babies are at least a few months old. I figure after they're here, no one on Ross's legal team can prove I defied the prenup and ask me for the alimony back. But if anyone representing him discovers I'm pregnant, they might be able to subpoena tests to determine when I conceived. It was a little more than a month before the divorce was final. I'm scared to death that can be proven. Vanny, I can't pay those bills I'm stuck with. Have you asked anyone? Like your OB? She nodded. It's possible to determine the date of conception from prenatal records. I need to disappear until those bills are paid and I stop accepting the alimony, until the babies are older and Ross's lawyers lose interest. So, she went on, I took a year's unpaid leave from the airline and I'll look around here for something to rent. My change of address is to my mom's in Seattle and she'll collect my mail and send it to me. I put my mom on my account in Seattle, and to keep the trail cold, she'll wire me cash for my living expenses. Just 6 more months, or so. She got tears in her eyes. Vanny, I don't want his money, but I don't have any other way to pay those bills to live. Vanny reached out and put her hand over Abby's. Don't you dare feel guilty about that. Good God, Abby. He cheated on you, lied to you, used drugs. Yes, but I got pregnant. She shook her head. Except for that money, I need to cover his bills. I'm going to find a way to give it back to him. Eventually. I don't want his money. It's like it's stained. I just have to get beyond this. Then, and you're not renting something. You're going to stay right here with us. Oh, I can't do that. You're not staying alone, pregnant with twins. I won't allow it. Paul won't allow it. We're going to get you through this, help you regroup. We have a wonderful nurse midwife, Mel. You met her at Nikki and Joe's wedding. But there's also a fantastic OB right down the road in Grace Valley. And recently, a new pediatrician in town. An old friend, actually. So you see, everything is going to work out. Abby's face melted into tears, and she leaned onto her hands, sobbing. Vanny immediately enfolded her in loving arms. "It's okay," she whispered. "No crying. We're having babies! Wonderful little babies!" Matt crawled over to Abby, pulled himself up on her knees, and began to pat her thigh, babbling. "That's right. We never cry about babies." "Oh, God, Vanny. I didn't know what I was going to do. I not only shouldn't be having one, there's no way I should be having two. And God help me. I want them. I want them so much." Abby settled in with Vanny and Paul and got comfortable, feeling safe for the first time in weeks. She wasn't quite ready to be introduced to the town. When they made their occasional trip into Virgin River to have dinner at Jack's, she declined. She was still feeling embarrassed and shy about presenting herself as a single mother, even though in this day and age it was hardly a rarity. Later in January, she was due a prenatal exam and made an appointment with Mel Sheridan. It was time to consider her delivery options and resume her prenatal care, which she would pay for in cash. When she had her appointment with Mel, she was as captivated as Vanny promised her she would be. And the professional way in which Mel handled her was refreshing. "Single mom, huh? That's got its challenges, but you're a lucky woman. Twins, good friends, perfect health. I can't think what else you need." "I'm pretty nervous about the birth. I want them to be full-term, healthy, and then have any idea how you'll take care of them and work? As soon as they're big enough, I'm going home to my folks. My mom will help. She's very excited." "That's a good plan. With a supportive family, you should be able to work things out. There are options for you. You can have John Stone and Grace Valley deliver you at Valley Hospital, or I can attend you in birth with John's assistance. I don't administer anesthesia, but, honey, these are twins. They're going to be smaller than the average birth. Probably quicker and earlier. We'll keep up with ultrasounds to make sure they're in the right position. And we have John Stone in case we need anything special, like a cesarean. He's wonderful. As luck would have it, we have a fabulous pediatrician. Did you know that Paul assisted in Vanny's delivery of Maddie?" "I heard something about that," she said. "It was a wonderful birth. We had a birthing party. Everyone was there, at the general's house, waiting. Paul thought he couldn't handle it, yet he was perfect." "This might be my only childbirth experience." "Oh, don't try to plan ahead like that," Mel advised. "You're young, fertile. You have a few years to change your mind." "This took me by surprise," she admitted. Mel laughed. "Yeah?" she said. "Both of mine took me by surprise, and I'm the expert. Get dressed and I'll see you out front." Abby was feeling real good about her appointment as she dressed. She even felt better about coming out to the town. This was going to be okay, she decided. People were nice, accepting. Mel was everything a woman could want in a midwife. Warm, humorous, delightful. When she walked out front, Mel was waiting at the reception counter with Abby's chart. "Everything looks great, Abby. Do you have enough vitamins, or can I hook you up with a refill?" "I'm good," Abby said. "I brought a big supply from my last OB." "Good, then." At the exact moment Abby's eyes grew round and startled, so did Cameron's. They locked eyes. Cameron was sitting behind the reception counter at the desk, looking at the computer. He'd been with a patient in an exam room when she came in and hadn't seen her. Mel noticed they were looking at each other and said, "Abby, meet Dr. Michaels. Cameron, Abby McCall." He stood. "Hello," he said. "Nice to meet you," she said. He came around the desk and put out his hand, which she took after some hesitation.
Abby McCall, was it?
Yes, hi.
You're staying here in Virgin River? He asked.
I'm visiting friends, she said.
I'm new here myself, he said. You're gonna like it.
Well, I'm not staying long. I'd better get going.
See you around, he said.
Sure.
And she nearly ran out the door. Cameron's eyes were locked on her departure. When the door had been closed a few seconds, he pulled his eyes back to Mel's. I thought she was here for the duration. Something weird just happened there. Yeah, he said. How far along is Abby?
4 months. Why?
He dropped his gaze, looking briefly at his feet. Then he lifted his eyes to Mel's. I know her. I know her pretty well, but I haven't seen her in about 4 months.
I'm a little confused.
4 months, he repeated.
You'd better clarify yourself.
Cameron had had an indoctrination with Mel, training in this clinic, so to speak, and knowing that she kept everything about patients strictly confidential, he said, I think I might be the father. Mel's eyes grew round and her mouth hung open. It took her a moment to recover. Where's she staying? Cameron asked.
Vanny and Paul's.
Oh, fuck, he said. That baby's mine, he said, shaking his head.
Babies,
she corrected. It's twins. He straightened abruptly, shocked. Double fuck. He took his coat off the rack inside the front door, picked up his medical bag, which would be like an extension of his arm from now on, and said, I have to step out for a while. I don't know how long I'll be. I'm not expecting patients.
Wait, Mel said. Just 1 second.
She dashed behind the desk and got into the supply cupboard. She pulled out a couple of large plastic bottles of prenatal vitamins.
Here, she said, tossing them to him one at a time. If you find yourself in a delicate spot, you can always pretend you're delivering these.
Thanks, Mel. Hey, I'm sorry, she smiled. Can I assume you two don't have a relationship? He returned the smile, but his was hurt, melancholic. Don't assume anything right now, except we've got a situation. And then he was gone. The knock on the Haggerty's front door came not 10 minutes after Abby returned from her visit with the midwife. She ignored it and kept folding her things to put into a suitcase. She had come home to find the house deserted. The doorbell rang. Then there was more knocking. But Abby didn't respond. Rather than being worried about another confrontation with Cameron, the thing that occupied her most was what excuse she'd give Vanny for leaving so abruptly. She wasn't prepared to say, the man who knocked me up lives here. Next, she worried, where would she go now? Nikki and Joe in Grants Pass was out of the question, too close to the scene of the crime. Cameron knew Nikki was Abby's friend, maybe some anonymous little town down the coast where she didn't know anyone. The knocking had stopped. Seconds later, she heard, you don't have to run. She jumped in surprise and whirled around, her face ashen. How did you get in? The key under the flower pot, he said. Same place I always kept mine. Pretty unimaginative. And pretty rare, this door locking in Virgin River. Abby, it's too late for you to run. She lifted her chin, but her eyes were moist. She put a protective hand over her tummy. He stepped into the bedroom doorway. What are you so afraid of, Abby? You think I'd do something to hurt you? You know better than that. If I meant to hurt you, I had a perfect opportunity in Oregon. Cameron, look, this is real complicated, and I can't let it get more complicated. Please. He shrugged and put his hands in his pockets. He leaned against the doorframe. Catch me up a little. Tell me why you'd be so damn afraid of me making your life more complicated. And stop packing, for God's sake. I'm not the enemy. She crumpled to the bed and, putting her face in her hands, began to weep. Cautiously, not making any fast moves, Cameron sat next to her and put an arm around her shoulders. I'm not going to say or do anything to make you nervous or afraid, he murmured. If you don't want anyone to know about us, about that night, I'll never breathe a word, he said softly. I never meant that night to happen, she said, lifting her head to turn teary eyes to him. I wasn't waiting for you in front of the elevators. I was going to my room. I wasn't about to spend the night with a stranger. How did that night happen? How does a good friend of Vanessa's end up in my town? We were all there. It was our best friend Nikki's wedding. Joe is Paul's best friend. Even Jack and Mel were at the wedding. Are you kidding me? And I didn't see a single familiar face. I wish you had, she sniffed. It would have saved us both a world of trouble. I didn't force you. It wasn't a bad night for you. Not bad at all. And you already know, for me, it was wonderful. It was a huge misunderstanding, she said. I've just been through a horrific divorce, complete with tabloid pictures. I know. I read all about it. I was looking for you. I wanted another chance with you, he said. She turned toward him, desperately grabbed the front of his jacket in both hands, and said, If you know who I am, where I am, and that I'm pregnant, and if you tell anyone those details, it could be very, very bad for me. You have no idea how bad. Cameron wanted to know everything, but there was no mistaking panic. If he backed her into a corner, even slightly, she could get away from him again. I think you're okay here, Abby. I don't think anyone in Virgin River will make the connection. But you did, she said, letting go of his jacket. Yeah, but I was looking for you, and not for a bad reason. I don't even know you! Well, that's arguable, but we'll go with your perception for now. You don't know me well enough to give you peace of mind, but I'm pretty easy to check out. Probably lots easier than you were. So, you're hiding? From him or from me? I didn't even think I had to hide from you. I had no idea you were here. Really, this can't get out. Please don't ask me why. A sticky prenup, I gather. Oh, God, who told you about that? I read it in People magazine. Oh, my God, how many people do you think know about that? I don't know, but no one here will realize you're that woman. I recognized your face on the cover and read the story because I was hungry for details. Not that I got any, just the bare facts, which struck me as disgraceful. He left you after a few weeks, moved in with another woman, and filed for divorce. There was mention that a prenuptial agreement might be a reason the divorce was delayed, but I have no idea how that plays into your drama. All I know is that the shitbag married you and left you, and I consider him scum of the earth for doing that, not to mention a fool. And I'll be in a huge mess if you share that with anyone. Okay, he said, nodding. I'll be sure and not write home about you. Funny, she said. This is serious. All right, we'll get serious. You're not my patient, but anything that happens in that clinic is confidential. Mel and I have access to all the records, and they're protected by privacy. Even if I wanted to gossip about you, I can't. But there's no rule against talking to you. And I have a personal stake in this. I have a feeling this has everything to do with me. They're not yours.
He smiled patiently. Yeah, they are. But don't panic. Right now, making sure you're all right is the only thing that concerns me. I'm not going to get pushy. I understand how you must feel about it being just one night, unplanned, accidental. Abby, I'm sorry. This is my fault. I talked you into it. I had the condom accident. I had the pill accident, she relented. I was taking antibiotics. Well, that explains it. You didn't know about the contraindication? She shook her head and sniffed. He produced a handkerchief and she wiped at her eyes and nose. I'm not even sure they told me at the clinic. If they did, maybe I wasn't paying attention. I was getting ready to go to that wedding and my own marriage was over. It was a stressful time and I had an ear infection. Really, I was half deaf. So, why are you here? She shrugged. I have to go real low profile right now. Oh, hell. You're gonna find out anyway. I hope you turn out to be someone I can trust because... Didn't I show you that? He asked as gently as he could. I tried to. Yeah, well, Ross showed me that too. For at least a couple of months, he was the sweetest man I'd ever known. A couple of months later, he was back with the band, using drugs, his life a train wreck. Okay, point taken. But I don't think I have much in common with him. I don't have a long history of infidelity and drug use, for one thing. But see, I don't really know that. Like I said, I'm real easy to check out. You could start with Vanny. Vanny? She asked, surprised. Yep. Her first husband's mother tried to fix us up, and we dated a little, before Paul. I had a practice in Grants Pass for several years. Ask the doctors there. Check with Mel. She hired me. I'm here for a year. What are you doing here? She asked. Their doctor, a man I knew briefly, died a few months ago. They needed help, and I happen to love this place. You'll see. It's kind of special. Now, tell me about this problem you have. Not the pregnancy, that's not a problem. What has you hiding out in Virgin River, afraid someone will recognize you? She sighed deeply and let it out. Her choices were few at this point. At least, if he knew why she was so afraid, he might keep his big mouth shut. And that's what has you so wound up? Abby, that's only money. Only money? It's a ton of money. I didn't stick him with any debt, but I feel lucky it was only a fortune in credit card bills. I suppose a rock star can run up a big tab. Abby, he said calmly, it's legal details. It can be handled. We just have to figure out the best approach and stop. This is my problem. I need time to breathe. Cameron wasn't too worried about things like prenups and credit card debt. It wasn't that he thought he could buy their way out of this mess. He didn't have a ton of money, but he was sure there was a compromise in there somewhere. His biggest concern was getting the mother of his twins to trust him a little. He put a large hand over her slightly rounded middle. Have you been seeing a doctor since the beginning? Again, she nodded, but this time she lifted her eyes. And everything is going fine? You're feeling all right? Fine, she said. If I didn't miscarry from being a nervous wreck, I guess I must be in good shape. He smiled. You should have called me. I could have helped. I was afraid to get involved with someone I didn't know. I already screwed up on that once. You could be a lunatic for all I know. I could be, but I'm not. I can't be sure of anything, anyone. You have to understand that. Don't take it personally. There are very good reasons for me to be cautious. I smoked a little pot in college, he said with a smile. Otherwise, I'm relatively safe. Relatively?
Yeah. I've been known to do insane things like chuck a thriving practice to come to a town of 600 for practically no money because it's quiet, clean, and the people make you feel useful. My family thinks I've lost my mind, he added, laughing. Other than that, I haven't had a severe personality shift since puberty. When I saw you at the clinic, it scared me to death, she said. That's the first thing we have to work on, he said. There is absolutely no reason to ever be afraid of me. I would never hurt you. Why would I? What would that get me? I'd like a chance to get to know you a little bit. I told you that back in Oregon, but I'd like to know more about you. I'm not going to screw up that chance by being cruel, forceful. He grinned. You have that list. Forceful isn't on it. And you have very good manners, she added softly. And for the first time that day, she really looked at him. He looked different from that night. He was dressed in jeans, a denim shirt, laced boots. You have to promise you're not going to run away, he said. We'll act like we just met. You don't even have to tell Vanny you knew me before. You're not my patient. It's not a problem for me to want to get to know you. I'll see you around. You'll show up at Jack's sometimes, and I get dinner there. And if I see you there sometimes, maybe we'll be friends. That's why I was trying to get in touch with you. Just to see you again. Give it a chance. He smiled at her. Come on. You like me. You know you do. How are you going to explain some interest in a single pregnant woman? She asked him. He laughed. Abby, look in the mirror. I should get out of here before there's trouble. No, you can't go, he said, calmly, firmly. He really didn't want to play hardball with her, but he shouldn't have to tell her what she would be able to put together after she thought about it a while. He'd turn the earth upside down to find her if she was carrying his children. Cam had the DNA to prove he was the father. You have to give this a little time. I have a vested interest here. That's exactly why I didn't call you. It scares me. What if I get to know you and decide you're just not the kind of man I want involved with my children? He smiled and lifted one eyebrow. Really? And what if I get to know you and decide you're not the kind of woman I want raising mine? The surprise was evident in her eyes, as was a little fear. Just because I'm not carrying them and birthing them doesn't mean they're any less mine. Oh, God, she moaned. He stood up, grabbed her hand, and pulled her to her feet. He slipped an arm around her waist and pulled her carefully against him, holding her sweetly, tenderly, lightly caressing her back until she seemed to calm and lean against him. He pulled back and looked down into her frightened eyes. I just want you to remember one thing, he said softly. Then he lowered his lips to hers in a gentle kiss. Then he pulled back, smiling into her eyes. He kissed her again gently. And then he came down on her lips in a more serious kiss, moving over her mouth carefully, sensually, until her arms slowly and reluctantly encircled him, her eyelids dropping closed. He stayed on her lips until she kissed back, letting him open her lips. He tilted his head for a better angle, enjoying her response. Not knowing when he'd get a chance like this again, he stayed with that kiss for a long time, tasting her mouth, being tasted by her. When he released her mouth, he smiled. Ah, he whispered. You do remember. And he kissed her again. He released her grudgingly. That's a good place to start. Nothing to fear, everything to gain. Now, I'm going to get out of your hair so you can unpack. Chapter 17. The Valenzuela baby, Ness, was almost 6 weeks old when Luke called and asked if he might stop by with Art. Art was very excited. He got himself all cleaned up,
put on freshly laundered clothes, his new heavy jacket, and wiggled in the truck all the way there.
"Settle down a little," Luke said with a laugh. "You know Mike and Bree. It's just a baby." "I won't touch it," he said, by way of a promise. "If you want to touch the baby, you have to ask politely. And if the answer is no, it's no." "Okay," he said. "And we should be kind of quiet around the baby," he said, and Art nodded.
Luke invited Art to carry the brightly wrapped gift, all pink bows and gewgaws with a pair of crochet booties tied into the bow. When Mike opened the door, Art pushed it at him proudly.
"Thanks," Mike said with a laugh. "Would you like to come in?" "Okay," Art said. "I'll be quiet. Can I touch it, the baby?" Mike held the door open. "My wife handles all special requests, but she's very generous. Let me get her."
Mike dropped the gift on the coffee table and disappeared into the house. A few seconds later, he was following Bree into the living room. She held the wrapped baby against her shoulder. She grinned at Art and said, "It's so nice to see you, Art. How have you been?"
"I've been very good."
Bree lowered the baby. "Well, Art, meet Ness. And Ness, this is Art."
"Oh,"
he said, a little breathlessly.
"Oh."
"She's sleeping. When she's awake, she has a very big cry."
"Very big," Mike affirmed. "When she's 15, she's gonna kill me with it. It's already one of those girl screams. Terrifying."
"Art, if you'd like, you can hold her." Art got a stricken look on his face for a second. Then he wiped his hands on his trousers and put them out, palms up. "No," Bree laughed. "Not like that. Come over to the rocker, take your jacket off and sit down. Get comfortable. I want you to hold her like this," she said, demonstrating cradling the baby in her arms. Art very quickly positioned himself in the rocker and got his arms ready. Bree placed the baby in his arms and said, "Now don't squeeze her. She's very fragile. And hold her just like this." He stared down at the baby for a second in awe, in wonder, and then he lifted his eyes to Bree's and broke into a huge smile.
"She doesn't feel like anything," he said, softly.
"I know. It takes some getting used to." She sat down right beside Art just in case he needed her.
"Can I get you something to drink, Luke?" Mike asked. "And Art, when you're done holding the baby?" "I'll hold the baby," Art said. And then very quietly he said to her, "Shh, don't let the bedbugs bite."
That dug into Luke. It left him speechless for a moment, seeing Art so tender and sweet with the baby, echoing Shelby's words. Then he recovered himself and said,
No thanks, Mike. But we did have another reason for coming to visit. Me and Art. We might need a little advice." "Sure," Mike said, sitting down. "What can we do?"
Luke sat forward a little in his chair.
"I haven't explained the details about how Art and I were introduced," he began.
To curious townsfolk, he had said that Art turned up and could use some work. So he told the real story, from finding him sleeping in one of the cabins, a black eye, on the run, to how he gave him shelter for chores. Then he ran down his visit to Eureka, to the grocery store, and the group home.
Art's mother's gone now, and he doesn't want to go back to that group home, doesn't want to work for Stan at the grocery store. And I'd like him to stay where he is. He's a good friend and a big help. But we don't want to break any rules or laws. I need to know who to talk to, how to proceed, so we do it right." Mike said, "Whew, complicated. If he has to go back to a group home, it can't be that one. And if there has to be a next one, I'll visit him every day to be sure it's all right if I have to. I'd really like to make arrangements for him to stay in Virgin River where he's pretty happy. But we have to do it right."
Bree gave her attention to Art and very gently asked, "Art, how old are you now?"
30 years old, November 17. We had a cake, me and Luke and Shubi."
Did you earn money at the grocery store? He nodded. And did you sign your paychecks so they could be cashed? Again, he nodded. Did you sign any other checks? He nodded again. And who did you give the checks to? Bree asked him.
Shirley or Stan, he said.
And did they give you money? He smiled and nodded.
$15 every week.
Okay, Art. Do you happen to know, are you a ward of the state? A ward of the court? He furrowed his brow. Bree, a former Sacramento prosecutor and currently a consultant to the Humboldt County DA's office, looked at her watch and then turned her attention to Luke. I can run this by the district attorney, but here's my guess. Art is a 30-year-old man, an adult. He might be collecting Social Security benefits because his parents are deceased and he's disabled. He could be in a group home that's subsidized by the state through social services, but if he's not a ward of the state, he's not obligated to stay there. If he leaves, the subsidy ends and he gives a change of address for his benefit checks. The DA can find out his status. That other matter, she went on, should probably be turned over for investigation. I can still get the DA on the phone. Do you have some names for me? Luke pulled a piece of paper out of his jacket pocket. Names, addresses, and phone numbers for Shirley and Stan, and handed it to Bree. Mike, she asked, standing. You're in charge.
Sure, Mike said.
But he waited until Bree left the room before he very casually and unobtrusively moved himself to the chair near Art, just in case there was a reason to be close, though Art was doing great with the baby. He balanced his elbows on his knees, clasped his hands together, and leaned toward Art.
So, Art, that your first baby?
Art grinned.
Uh-huh. Is it your first baby? It is, my very first. We did very good for our first, wouldn't you say? Very good, he agreed. I like how her hair stands straight up like that.
Then he focused his eyes on Mike's.
I can stay with Luke now? Everything's gonna work out fine, Mike said. You asked the right person. Bree knows everything about everything.
20 minutes passed, and Art didn't tire of holding the sleeping baby at all. Then Bree came back into the room. Well, it's all good. Art can live wherever he wants to. You'll have to go to social services and collect copies of some of his vital papers, birth certificate, Social Security, benefit change, new picture ID in case he ever wants to travel via airlines, a whole bunch of stuff. He should start receiving his benefit checks a few weeks after you complete that. If you want a subsidy for giving him housing...
I don't need that,
Luke said immediately. Rethink that. Healthcare is part of the subsidy, and that's important. Unless he becomes your dependent, and you can put him on your military health care. In any case, you'll have to apply to either one. A little paperwork will tidy things up. Then she grinned. Okay, a lot of tiresome paperwork. Luke stood.
Stan and Cheryl?
It's being looked into. From the reaction of the DA, I'd say their party's just about over.
Jeez,
Luke said, running a hand over the short-cropped hair on his head.
I had no idea it was all going to be so simple.
Yeah, well, I know the right people here now, Bree said. She leaned down and ran a hand over her daughter's head. Then she leaned down and gave that little head a kiss. When she straightened, Art bent his big head and gave the baby a small kiss. Welcome to Virgin River, Art, Bree said with a smile. That night, Luke couldn't wait to tell Shelby how smoothly things appeared to be working out for Art, thanks to Bree. So he can stay with you forever? She asked.
Forever's a long time, but he can stay here while he wants to, Luke said.
But what about when you sell the cabins? She asked.
Well, they're not for sale yet,
he said with a shrug.
If I do sell them, I can find a place for Art that's safe and secure.
If, she said, her heart racing suddenly.
I think I've gotten kind of comfortable here, he laughed softly. Surprises the hell out of me. I thought I'd be stir-crazy by now.
You were talking about a flying job. Have you applied anywhere?
I've talked to a couple of outfits that have openings. A news chopper in Dallas, a rescue outfit in Georgia. Nothing has my name stamped on it yet. I've only been out of the Army 6 months. There's plenty of time. Right now, the important thing is that Art feels okay.
Shelby didn't say anything right away. She waited for him to say something about them, their future, about it being important that she felt okay, about having plans that included them both. But nothing came, because nothing had changed.
While I'm here, Luke said, I should be able to keep an eye on Art. It's not like he's high maintenance.
Well, Shelby said, that's great news. I'm sure you'll be very happy together. Loving Luke was like a drug for Shelby. She wasn't sure exactly how long to stay in this relationship or how to let it go. But one thing she did know for sure, he wasn't offering her anything more than what they had together. And what they had wasn't binding in any way. It was more than just sex, but intimacy with him held her captive. There was also affection. In terms of companionship, friendship, she felt secure. It was clear he cared about her. The problem was that without words of love, without commitment, the day could come without warning that he would say, I don't feel enough to keep this going any longer. And that day would kill her. It was that moment Muriel had warned her about, the moment of clarity that signaled it was time to think about moving on. The weather had been fairly mild until late January, and then a blast from the north covered the mountains and brought in February with rain, snow, sleet, and ice. The days were short and, given the overcast, dark. The snow didn't stick for long, but the ice was unpredictable and treacherous. The California Department of Forestry was clearing the mountain roads of debris and spreading sand along the steep and curving roads. There were more than the usual number of one-car accidents caused by poor visibility or slippery roads. Everyone in Virgin River was bundled up. Shelby headed for town one afternoon to spend some time talking with Mel. Mel was always compassionate, but straight to the point with her advice. Uncle Walt warned Shelby to watch those patches of black ice. All the way into town, she was rehearsing what she would say, how she would explain that nothing had gone wrong with Luke, but it also hadn't gone quite right. That Luke was ready to take care of Art and make sure he had all he needed, but he hadn't even said he would miss Shelby. That said it all. She needed to be told she was loved. She didn't think that was greedy. She slowed as she saw something up ahead that looked like a pile of trash by the side of the road. Also, some dirt on the shoulder was visible through the snow. Then, from that pile at the edge of the road, there was movement. As she drew near, a child stood up while another person remained down. She hit the brakes and skidded, so she eased up, through a possible spin until she stopped safely. She jumped out of the Jeep, and what she saw stunned and confused her. A little girl, maybe 6 years old, stood beside a teenage boy who sat on the ground, gripping his shoulder with one hand and grimacing in pain. He had a gash on his head, and his arm hung at an unnatural angle. The little girl was sobbing, tears running down her cheeks. Her eyes were wide and frightened. Shelby knelt beside them. She ran her hands over the little girl's head, shoulders, and arms. "What happened here?" she asked them. "The bus," the boy said, turning his head to point down the hill. Halfway down, 100 feet at least, that big yellow bus was balanced very tentatively, the back end up against a huge tree, the front end pointing downward. If one thing shifted, that bus could head down the hill like a torpedo, hitting every tree and bump in its path before crashing at the bottom, a long way down. "Holy God," Shelby muttered. She bent to the boy who grimaced in pain again. "Are there kids on the bus?" she asked. "It's full of kids," he groaned. "When it slid off the road, we started to get out the back emergency door." Tears ran down his cheeks from the pain. "I only got Mindy out before the thing shifted and slid farther. he groaned.
I took a dive.
And crawled up the hill? She asked. He nodded.
If they try to get out, it could go. My arm, it's out of the socket. You gotta pull it hard. Get it back in.
Hang on, buddy, she said. Just hang on. She walked over to the edge of the hill, framed her mouth with her hands, and yelled as loud as she could. Don't move! I'm getting help! She helped the boy to his feet, then took the little girl's hand. She opened the back door of the Jeep for them. He struggled to get in.
Can't you do this, arm? He asked. All you have to do is...
We're only a couple of minutes from town. Just hang on and let a doctor do it. You can make it. Work with me here, she said. Through some slipping and sliding, she got them into the Jeep. She punched the odometer to 0 to record the exact distance to the scene. As she headed the rest of the way to town, she asked a couple of questions. You have any idea how many kids are on the bus?
I don't know exactly. Some didn't go today because of the weather, he said. About 20, mostly the little ones.
Do you know how it happened?
Ice, he said simply. We fishtailed. I thought she had it, but then the back end of the bus slid down the hill. Luckily, we weren't crushed, me and Mindy. We were coming out the back.
Do you know if anyone else is hurt in the bus?
I didn't see anything after it started down the hill.
Mindy, you okay, honey? Anything hurt?
My knees, she cried. I want my mommy.
Tears ran down her chafed cheeks. How long ago? Shelby asked the boy.
Not too long. You came along right away.
Sheer luck, she said. I'm so glad I did. As she neared town, there was sand sprinkled on the road. But what she saw panicked her. Parents waiting inside their cars for the bus to bring their children. At least they were inside the cars and might assume the bus was running late because of weather. She hoped they'd take no notice of her hauling kids into the clinic at the other end of the block. She pulled up in front. Stay right here while I get the doctor. You have to give me 60 seconds. Can you do that?
Yeah,
the boy said.
Hurry!
Shelby ran into the clinic. As she entered, Cameron came out of the office and Mel came from the kitchen. Shelby tried to keep her voice calm. I've got 2 kids in my Jeep, a little girl about 6, scratched up, a boy about 16, gash on his head and dislocated shoulder. The school bus went off the road, 4.6 miles west of town. 20 kids are trapped in a bus that's balanced against a tree and could slip down the mountain any second. Jesus, Mel said. Let's get the kids in here, she said, heading for the door. Shelby grabbed the sleeve of her sweater. Listen, there are parents waiting at the bus stop. If they figure out there's an accident, they're going to rush out there, maybe attempt a rescue, maybe cause that bus to dislodge and crash down the hill. Mal looked at Shelby calmly. Call 911, then call Jack and tell him about the accident and where to go. Tell him about the parents. He'll know what to do. Then call Connie at the corner store and tell her we have an emergency. Ask her to walk down here calmly as if nothing's wrong. We'll take care of the kids in your Jeep, and the minute they're stable, we'll have Connie stay here and head out to the scene. Got that? Got it, Shelby said, heading for the phone. She was already on the phone to Jack when Mel and Cameron were bringing the kids into the clinic. She watched Cam take the boy into the treatment room as Mel took the little girl into the exam room. Shelby was on the phone to Connie when she heard a loud cry from the treatment room. Cameron had likely yanked that shoulder to pop it back into the joint. Shelby paced for a couple of seconds, waiting. Then she picked up the phone and called Walt, sending him out to help. Then, thinking that if anyone had heavy equipment that could be useful, it would be Paul. She asked her uncle to find him in case he could help. And then, thankfully, Connie came in the door. Right at that moment, Mel came out of the exam room and faced her. We have a school bus accident, she said, reaching for her coat. First aid will probably be necessary. Maybe triage. We have to go out there right away. There's a small child in the exam room. Her name is Mindy. She appears to be all right, just some scrapes, but you have to get her help to contact her mother. Cam's treating an older boy. Someone has to stay here in the clinic, Connie. My kids are sleeping in the kitchen, due to wake up. Call for help if you need to, but I need to have Shelby with me. Can you manage this?" "Sure," she said, shrugging. "I'll give Joy a call right away. She'll come." Cameron came out of the treatment room. "Connie, 16-year-old boy in the treatment room. He has shoulder pain from a dislocation, repaired, and bandage on his head. I gave him pain medication and told him to stay right where he is, resting. You can call his parents, but I don't want him to leave until someone can look at him a little later. Tell him to be patient. It'll either be one of us or paramedics." He reached for his coat and medical bag. "Let's go." Jack was the first to arrive at the scene of the accident, Preacher not far behind him. He got ropes and pulleys out of his truck bed, rapidly secured it to a tree, and rappelled down the hill to the stranded bus. The hillside was slick with ice and snow, and he slid around, landing on his knees more than once. He was almost there when he glanced up and saw Preacher standing at the top of the hill, looking down at him. The ignition on the bus was off. It just sat there, its back end up against a big tree trunk. There was no movement. He got as close to the driver's window as he could. "Molly?" Slowly, cautiously, the window slid open. Molly looked out at him. She had a cut on her chin and a big purple bruise on her forehead. "Jack," she said in a breath. "Can you keep everyone in the bus still?" he asked. "We're waiting for rescue and paramedics." "They'll be still. No one's moving. But we're pretty scared in here." He heard some weak crying in the bus. "Yeah, I know. What have you got for injuries? Have any idea?" "Past these first couple of rows, no idea, Jack. Everyone says something hurts, but they can hold still." He glanced at the rear of the bus, hooked up against a big sequoia. It looked as if a little jostling could bust it loose and send it sailing down the hill. "Here's the thing, Molly. This bus isn't stable at all. It looks bad out here. We need rescue to brace the bus before taking people out. Understand?" She pulled her head in and spoke to the kids calmly and firmly. "We can't move a muscle," she told them all. "We have to be perfectly still until the bus is braced and can't slide. Rescue is coming. Then they'll get us out. Without moving a muscle." "Tell me you understand," she instructed. Jack heard small, careful voices from inside. "How many, Molly?" 18, she said. "Okay. Could be a while. Close the window. Don't let the heat out. I'll stay right here by your window until they get here. It's gonna be okay." She smiled weakly. "Okay," she said. And then the driver's window slowly closed. The temptation to try to get as many kids out as possible was almost irresistible. And the thought that he could be holding himself here, hanging onto a rope right next to the bus, and see it plummet down the hill and crash, was enough to make his insides grip and knot. The hardest thing about any kind of life-threatening situation was always the wait. Taking action, that wasn't as hard. Sometimes you just moved. Not thinking, performing on instinct, getting it done. Doing nothing, waiting for help to arrive. It was just torture. Jack moved to the right enough to brace himself against a tree trunk so he wouldn't have to hang on for the duration. He watched the bus, watched through the windows. It was cold as hell. He hoped they could do something before it became a toss-up as to what was worse, those kids plunging down the mountain or freezing to death in there. It seemed a lifetime before he heard the sound of engines. "Preach! You have to keep everyone but emergency back. The kids in the bus are trying to hold still and it's hard." "Yo!" he heard back from the top. "I've got help up here, Jack." Slowly the sky grew darker, and it seemed an eternity before what sounded like heavy equipment started arriving. Fire trucks, he assumed. Suddenly the dusk was lit by a blast of light coming from above. High-powered beams slanted down the hill, illuminating the bus. It grew colder. The wind picked up. There was a sound from the top of the hill that sounded like a jackhammer. Finally, 2 firefighters rappelled down the hill. One went to the driver's window, while the other slid close to the side of the bus and used a flashlight to view the undercarriage. A third man in heavy turnouts and boots came down the hill, being lowered by a thick cable. As Jack watched, the 3 of them went to work under the bus, attaching the cable to the axle with giant hooks. He couldn't resist checking his watch. They were at it for almost a half hour when 2 emerged from beneath the bus. The third said to Jack,
"Can you get a child up that hill?" "You bet," he said. "I can come back for more." "We'll let you know," he said. Then he went to the rear of the bus and carefully pulled open the emergency door. The bus wobbled slightly, but held, secured by the cable. The firefighter at the door shouted into the bus, "I need your attention. I need you to listen carefully and do just what I ask. The bus is still rocky, unstable. We're going to take you off now, one at a time, slowly. And we have to take you from the front of the bus first, keeping the weight in the rear. You have to walk down the aisle one at a time, very slowly, very carefully. The next one doesn't start down the aisle till the one before is off the bus. Does everyone understand? If you don't understand, ask me now before we start." There was no response. Jack shifted himself off the tree and held on to his ropes, moving sideways until he could get near where the firefighter was at the rear door. "Okay, driver, how about you first?" he yelled. "Show them how it's done."
"Driver last," she shouted back.
"I don't leave my kids." "Becky, you go. No one has to show you. When Becky's out, Anna goes. Easy does it. Almost over, kids." As soon as the trembling little girl cleared the door, the firefighter grabbed her, passed her to Jack. "Hold on around my neck, Angel," he whispered. "Almost home." And as he slowly pulled himself up the hill, the rescue team was moving down past him, rappelling gear and harness in place. The sight at the top of the hill almost threw him into a state of shock. The lights that flooded the area were Paul's construction beams. The cable that held the bus was attached to a brace that came off a forklift that had been bolted right into the asphalt, also Paul's. In addition to rescue equipment, there were vehicles everywhere. A paramedic rig and fire truck sat right at the top of the hill. Next to it, on one side, the Grace Valley ambulance with Docs Stone and Hudson at the ready. On the other side stood Mel, Cameron, and Shelby beside the Hummer, the back hatch open. And there were so many people. It looked as though the entire town was present, all being kept behind a perimeter set up by sheriff's deputies. As soon as he put the little girl on her feet, there was a huge cheer. Cameron rushed forward and scooped the girl up, taking her to the back of the Hummer to look her over. Right behind Jack, another child was brought up the hill, and again the cheer. Slowly, one by one, 18 kids ranging in age from 6 to 16 were delivered to the top of the hill. There was a possible broken collarbone, a few head lacerations, lots of bruises and scrapes, and one possible serious head injury was rushed off to Valley Hospital by Dr. Stone in the ambulance. Jack walked to the edge of the hill to watch the last passenger come up the hill, being aided by 2 firefighters. Molly. He reached out for her hand to pull her the rest of the way. Blood ran down her chin and had dripped onto her jacket. The second she reached the top, the town cheered. She looked up at Jack with tears in her eyes. "Are they crazy?" she asked in a low voice. "I thought they'd tar and feather me." "For ice?" Jack asked. "I swear to God, I was going slow for the ice." "Molly, you kept your head. You kept 18 kids still for 2 hours. You probably saved all their lives." "Jack, I don't know that I was ever so scared." He put a hand around the back of her neck and pulled her against his chest. "Yeah, me too." He took a breath. "Me too." Luke had gone to the bar,
hoping to get dinner to take home for himself, Art, and Shelby. Upon finding it closed, he heard about the accident and, like everyone else who heard, headed that way. There were so many people in the thick of a rescue that was well underway by the time he got there, he didn't get too close. He stayed back behind the perimeter tape, behind a crowd of parents and townsfolk, watching in fascination as a team that combined men from town, Paul and some of his crew, Preacher, the General, Mike V., and the rescue team worked. They bolted down a brace, fastened a heavy cable from a huge spool, and ran it down the hill. While this was going on, he saw Shelby with Mel and Cameron, saw her rush forward to lead a child to the Humvee for medical evaluation and treatment. She was in the thick of it, helping to administer first aid, soothing crying children, calming disgruntled parents, snapping to attention with every request from either Mel, Cameron, or even a paramedic. She looked as if she'd been doing it all her life. Finally, after standing for well over an hour, his breath swirling around, he saw the firefighters bring up the bus driver, the very one who'd splattered him on his way into town. He'd been listening to the talk in the crowd of townspeople, that Jack had been down there, hanging onto a rope, keeping her calm while she had the bigger job of keeping all the children from wiggling around or trying to escape the bus. He saw Jack give her a hug, then saw Shelby go to her, take her hand, and lead her to the paramedic rig to have her bleeding chin looked at. Mel followed, watching them treat her injury. People were beginning to leave, or follow their children to the hospital, or take uninjured kids home. Road construction barriers were set up around the brace that held the cable that held the bus. California Highway Patrol was directing traffic out of the area. And Luke walked toward Shelby as she was packing supplies back into the Humvee. "Hey there," he said. "What's new?" She jumped in surprise. "Luke, how long have you been here?" "Little over an hour," he said. "By the time I got here, the fire department, police, and paramedics were all over the place. I had to stay behind the barrier with everyone else. I didn't want to distract you." "Did you see that bus down there?" "I didn't want to get too close. There was an awful lot going on." "The floodlights are still on it. You should look. It'll scare you to death." "So, what they're saying is you found a couple of hurt kids who got out before it slid down the hill and went for help." Before she could answer, Mel was beside them. "Correct," she answered for Shelby. "You would have been impressed, Luke. She never flinched. She knew all the right things to do and remained perfectly calm, efficient, skilled, confident." Mel smiled. "She's going to be an incredible nurse. You should be so proud of her." "I am," Luke replied, and not at all surprised. He draped an arm around her shoulders, and Shelby thought, "Oh, God, I have to get this over with." She didn't need advice from Mel or anyone else. She'd given him every chance, but he never said a word about how he felt about her, not a syllable about wanting a life with her. She had to make herself move on before she couldn't. Tears gathered in her eyes. "Let me finish up here, Luke. I'm gonna follow Mel and Cameron back to the clinic, help clean up the Humvee, restock it. I'll catch up with you later." "Are you crying?" he asked softly. "I might be overwhelmed." He frowned slightly at the glistening in her eyes. "Sure," he said. He kissed her forehead. "Take your time." Chapter 18. A few days later found Shelby in the stable in the early morning. No one in the Booth family was riding. Just walking from the house to the stable to tend the horses was torture. Walt had put a coffee pot in the tack room because he couldn't keep a cup hot when carrying it from the house. Even though the stable was heated, Shelby wore heavy gloves, a scarf around her neck, her suede jacket, and her ostrich boots. She wore them all the time. Walt came into the stable while she was feeding the horses. Hey, I'm way ahead of you, she said.
You usually are. Damn cold out there.
It's not the tropics in here. Let's get a cup of coffee while these horses feed. I have something great to tell you. He lifted an eyebrow and threw an arm wide for her to precede him into the tack room. She poured a couple of mugs and dressed one with powdered cream and sweetener for her uncle. I talked to one of the administrators at San Francisco State. It's not official, but it looks like they're going to let me in. And if they do, she said I can enroll for summer classes if I feel like it. And as soon as I get down there, she'll write me a pass to audit. It wouldn't hurt to sit in on a few classes. That might give me an edge. She grinned largely. I won't be too far away, Uncle Walt. I should see you, Vanny, and Paul pretty often.
And what about Humboldt State?
He asked.
You mentioned...
I think San Francisco might suit me better, she said. More potential social life, for one thing.
It's just that Humboldt is right here, he said. Close to the people you love.
I know, and I've been so happy here with you, Uncle Walt, but I'm ready to spread my wings. He thought about that for a moment, then said,
That's good news, Shelby,
he said, toasting her with his coffee cup.
To you.
Thanks. Thing is, I'm going to want to go early to find a place off campus. There's housing, mostly dorm housing, not available to me until next fall when I'm a full-time student. But I've been thinking about it, and I don't think I'm up to that lifestyle. 7 years older than the average freshman. This is good, but I'm kind of forced to find my own place. I can always change my mind later, move on to campus, but I bet I stay in my own place. Maybe I'll have roommates at some point, if I find students I have something in common with, starting with age and maybe life experience. She smiled. To all of you, I'm so young. To them, I'll seem old.
I can understand that.
She looked down into her cup, then up. I'm gonna want to go real soon, Uncle Walt. Get settled in. Meet people, you know?
What's real soon?
He asked, suspiciously. Real soon, she repeated. But first, I'm taking that vacation I promised myself. I'm going to spend 2 full weeks on the beach in Maui. She laughed. If I wasn't tempted to do that before, this weather for the last couple of weeks sure sealed the deal. I have to see the sun again.
You deserve it. When do you suppose you'll do that?
She gazed up at him with clear eyes. Right away. A couple of days. He was speechless. His mouth might have dropped open slightly. I made all my arrangements. Did you know you can do all of that on the computer? She laughed again. Everything from plane tickets to hotels and car rentals. He frowned.
Yes, I knew that.
Well, I've never gone anywhere. Not since I went to spend summers and holidays with you as a kid, and you always sent the tickets. Really, it's so slick. Punch in a few dates and times, give him a credit card, and...
Shelby,
he interrupted.
What's this about?
She fixed her lips into a tight line, sighed, and then said, It doesn't seem like it, but I've been here 6 months. It's time for me to get on with things.
I realize that, but this is so abrupt.
I apologize. It must seem so, but I've actually been working on the details and didn't want to say anything until I had an agenda. I hope that doesn't upset you, Uncle Walt, because I'll be back to visit. No reason I can't. Not now.
Your mood's been a little different lately.
I've been thinking so hard about this, she said with a shrug.
You don't have to tell me, but does Luke have anything to do with this?
No, of course not.
You sure about that?
She turned away from her uncle. I've been thinking about things, and she turned back. Listen, it's tempting to just stay here, like this, forever. I could travel from here, go to school from here. There's no future in it, that's all. I'm thinking like a boxer. I want to go out a winner."
"Has he hurt you, Shelby?"
She shook her head. "Just the opposite. Things are nice enough that if I stay in this pattern for 6 more months, I might stay for 6 more years. But Uncle Walt, it's never going to become all I'd like it to be. It won't change. My clothes will hang in your closet, and I'll spend most of my nights at his house. In the long term, I'm looking for something more than that."
Walt pursed his lips and shook his head. Under his breath, he muttered, "That sorry son of a bitch."
"Now stop," she said firmly. "You're surprised by this? Be fair. I had a big crush on Luke. He was always wonderful to me, and it would probably be just fine with him if I didn't move on. But it's going nowhere. In the end, I'd be selling out. That's not what I intend to do." He looked at the floor and shook his head. Then he took a slow sip of his coffee. "Remember that song, Uncle Walt?" she asked him. "Me and Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. Me and Mr. Reardon, we have a thing going on. And the next man in my life is going to be more than a thing. I want the whole deal. And Luke said from the start if I was looking for something like that, I wouldn't find it with him. Really, if I'm honest with myself, I never doubted that."
"This is your decision, then?"
he asked. "Oh, absolutely. I haven't even mentioned this to Luke yet. And you're under strict orders. You are not to treat him like he's done something wrong. Do you hear me? Because if you do, you're going to be in big trouble with me. Are we clear?"
"If that's what you want."
"It's what I want." Then she laughed. "Give him a year. He'll be so damn sorry he let me go."
"You think so, huh?"
"Oh, you bet. He'll manage to find women. He's good-looking and can be real charming. But he won't find one like me. And once I make a clean break and get myself in a new life, he's going to be shit out of luck." Walt chuckled.
"You're a lot tougher than you look."
"Yeah, I know. You shouldn't underestimate me so much. It's your biggest mistake. And it'll be Luke's, too."
"Honey, all I want is that you be happy. If these plans make you happy, then I'm on board. Just as long as he hasn't hurt you."
"He hasn't. He's been great to me. But I want more than he has to give. I want it all, Uncle Walt."
"Then you go get it. And you let me know what I can do to help."
"Sure," she said. She glanced around. "I can finish with these horses in 5 minutes. Go read your paper."
"You sure? I could help you."
"Nah, I'm almost done. Go," she said with a laugh, taking the coffee cup out of his hand. "I got it." He kissed her brow.
"You're incredible, Shelby. I'm proud of you."
"Thanks, Uncle Walt," she said. "That means a lot." He left the stable. She watched out the door as he trudged up the hill. When he was far enough away, when she was sure he wasn't coming back, tears welled in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Then she went to Chico, clung to his neck, and sobbed against his cheek. Luke was just pulling a shepherd's pie Preacher had made out of the oven when he saw the glow of headlights flash by the window. He took a bottle of Merlot he thought Shelby would like from the rack and got the corkscrew out of the drawer. But the front door didn't open. He stared at it expectantly, and when she didn't come in, he went to the door and opened it, stepping outside. Her Jeep sat right in front of the porch, but she didn't seem to be there. He was just thinking she must have gone to invite Art to dinner when he caught sight of her sitting in one of the chairs on the porch. She was bundled up in her suede jacket, a thick scarf around her neck, and her hands tucked in her pockets.
"What are you doing out here?"
he asked, confused.
"You must be half frozen."
"I was gonna knock in a second," she said.
"Knock?" He laughed. "Since when do you knock?"
"Luke, I'm not coming inside tonight.
What? He stepped toward her. Shelby, what's going on? I have a fire.
Really, I knew this was coming, but when the bus went down the hill full of kids, it was a defining moment for me. I'm gonna do that. Help to save lives. Oh, I hope I don't see any more buses go down a mountainside, but if they do, they'll need someone like me to help. And that's what I want to do. Luke, She took a breath. I know you care about me a lot. Hard as you try to hide it, I know you do.
Of course I do,
he said, taking a step toward her.
She stood from the chair.
Remember when I said that I wanted to fall in love someday, but that I didn't expect it from you? When I said it, it was true. But then I fell in love with you. I didn't do it on purpose, but I did. And you didn't love me back.
Shelby, I loved you every night, sometimes more than once a night. She laughed at him, but there was definitely no humor in it.
Yeah, I know. You sure stepped up that way. Thing is, I need to hear that you love me, that you want a life with me. I need more than sex every night. I'll be honest with you, it's hard to give that up, though.
And don't,
he said, reaching for her. I want to hear that you're in love with me, too. I want a true partner and family, Luke. A child, at least one child.
Shelby, honey, you have plans. School, travel, a career as a saver of lives.
That's exactly right, and you know what? We girls don't have to choose between education, careers, and family anymore. It's a brave new world, Luke. I can travel, get an education, train for an exciting career, and have a solid relationship, too. Just like the boys do. Look at Mel. Look at Bree.
He hung his head, looking down.
You don't have to say it. You were clear from the beginning. That just isn't going to happen with you. So I'm taking off. I came to say goodbye. I'm leaving in 2 days for Maui, that vacation I've been kicking around. I'm packing up the car, driving to San Francisco, and picking up a flight from there. Then I'll go back to San Francisco and look around for an apartment. Maybe get a part-time job and audit some classes while I wait. San Francisco State is going to take me.
Shelby,
he said, stepping toward her. He reached for her hand, and when she didn't meet him halfway, he pulled her hand out of her pocket and drew her toward him.
I'm freezing. Come inside. Tell me about your plans.
I want this to be quick. I want you to remember me strong, sure of myself. You're probably better at saying goodbye than I am. I don't want to get all worked up.
I never say goodbye,
he said. He pulled her into the house and kicked the door closed behind her. He faced her and held both her upper arms in his hands.
Isn't this kind of sudden?
Oh, I've known for a while this was coming. This was the best I could do. But I wanted to tell you a couple of things. It just matters to me that you know. I don't have any regrets, she said. I know I didn't give you much of a choice. I was so determined that you were going to be the one, my first man, my first love. And I was mostly right. You made everything perfect. I don't think I'll live a day without remembering, without feeling your arms, your lips. Thank you, Luke, for treating me like you loved me. Every time you touched me, I believed you loved me.
What are you saying? That you're not coming back? Ever?
I'm sure I'll be back to visit the family, but not until I think I can do that without getting in your space. I mean, when I move on, you move on. I understand that. There will be another girl's shampoo in your shower before I
don't let just anyone keep shampoo in my shower,
he said. He pulled her close, put his arms around her.
Shelby, take off your coat. Stay with me a while.
Nah. I'm afraid if I stay even 5 minutes longer than I have to, I'll never have the courage to go. She pulled back and looked up at him. I knew you were completely honest with me, Luke. I understood. You just like things free and easy. You don't want all the complications that go with taking on a commitment to a woman. You don't want a family. I guess not everyone does. I knew it, but inside there was a tiny little voice that kept saying, but he loves me enough for that to change. I thought maybe you could be that guy. The guy who'd say the perfect thing and keep me forever.
He ran a hand through her hair. Shelby, honey, I told you I was a bad choice if you were looking for those things. I'd make the promises if I could keep them.
Oh, you make them and keep them. You do it all the time. You promised me you'd never let yourself be tied down to a woman, and you meant it. I thought the right woman might change that, but I realized I was kidding myself when you told me what you'd done for Art. You not only took him on and cared for him, but made a commitment to him, to be sure he was taken care of forever. That's when I knew for sure. It wasn't really commitment that has you running scared. It's making a life with me. That's what you can't do. Something must be missing. I'm just not enough for you to take that kind of risk.
Nothing was missing, he said. Nothing. But I'm not a good bet, and you have things to do. I saw you out there at the accident. You were born to help people. You have to go after that life, and you should see more of the world than you have. Shelby, the possibilities for you.
If that's what it was, we'd talk about how to make all that happen. Together. There are a million ways to work this out, you and me. Except, there really isn't a you and me. Not like I hoped there could be.
You think you're ready for something like that, but you're not. You were just born, baby. You have to get out of the nest now. Fly.
Oh, Luke, I'm not a newborn. I've been places that I pray, by the grace of God, you never go. When I thought about it, you've made many commitments, not the least of which was the Army. Brothers, business partners, friends. But Art was the one that made me really sit up and take notice.
Art's different, Shelby. He has nowhere else to go. And if I couldn't take care of him, I could find him a safe place. It's not the same. You have to know that. And the Army? Oh, hell, Shelby. They had me. I didn't have them. It's service or AWOL.
Bull. Everyone gets a discharge date unless they re-up. You were committed. And I'm proud of you for that. I'm proud of you for everything, especially for Art. If I don't go soon, I'm afraid I'll stay here forever without ever hearing you say the things I need to hear. And that, more than anything, will break my heart.
He shook his head, his eyes pained, but he didn't let go of her. I knew in the end I'd hurt you, and I never wanted to hurt you, Shelby. I want everything for you.
I believe you. I absolutely do. You couldn't have loved me the way you did if you didn't care, if you weren't sincere. If I'm hurt, it's just because you're so damn hard to give up. And I'm so damn in love with you.
A tear ran down her cheek. She pulled away from him.
Be safe, Luke. I know I'll think about you all the time.
What about Art? Are you going to tell Art where you're going? What you're going to do? She shook her head.
God, I can't, she said softly. I'll fall apart. Luke, please, tell him for me. Tell him it was sudden, and I'll write to him. Please?
She was edging away from him, and he abruptly pulled her back.
He held her tight and covered her mouth in a searing and desperate kiss. In spite of herself, she returned the embrace and opened her lips to him, but a whimper escaped her. While he kissed her, Luke could taste her tears. When he released her lips, she dropped her head against his chest, and for just a moment, she cried. It was very brief. Her struggle was courageous. She pulled away from him and, in a whisper, said, "Goodbye, Luke. You were everything. You were all I needed. I'm sorry I wasn't enough for you. Maybe someday you'll meet someone who is." When she went out the door, he stood there for a long time. He heard her Jeep start, saw the headlights strafe the windows as she backed away, listened while the engine noise grew more faint and finally disappeared. And still, he stood there. Then, he hung his head. Despite the wicked chill in the air, a few people from Virgin River braved the cold to gather together for dinner at Jack's. Vanessa and Paul took Abby with them, and while they were there, Mel and Cameron came over from the clinic. Mike V stopped by for a beer before heading home where, he said, their baby daughter would no doubt be screaming like a banshee. Walt passed through only long enough to pick up some takeout for an evening with Muriel. Vanessa was pleased to notice that Cameron took a chair beside Abby and was visiting with her. For a second there, she had a hopeful thought that maybe those two could... But then she noticed something in the way he seemed to gaze into her eyes, and she seemed to lower her lids almost shyly. Abby was not shy. Sure, she was vulnerable right now and probably not in the best shape to receive the attentions of a single man, but Cameron leaned toward her to say something quietly, and Abby smiled and nodded. And then he touched her thigh under the table, giving her a soft and reassuring pat that turned into a brief caress. And Vanessa had to concentrate not to stare. No one stayed late. The weather was just too frigid. No one seemed to notice that Vanny was unusually quiet. Once they were home, Vanny settled the baby for the night, and Paul fell asleep, sitting up in bed with a book in his lap. She crept out of her room. Abby was still in the living room, curled up on the couch in front of the fire with a throw around her shoulders. Vanny went to the couch and lifted a corner of the throw, snuggling close. "What's the matter?" Abby asked. "Couldn't sleep?" "No, I've been thinking." "What's got you thinking?" "Math." Abby laughed. "Well, I can't help you there. I was never good at math." "You left Nikki and Joe's wedding reception. We knew you were depressed. We all knew you and Ross were on the skids, even though you wouldn't talk about it. We thought you went to your room to suffer in silence and even talked about trying to draw you out, but in the end decided sometimes a girl wants to be alone, to lick her wounds, think, maybe even cry. Well, and now I'm thinking, what are the chances you met someone that night in Grants Pass? Someone so nice, so sweet, so sexy and handsome that you were tempted to actually pass some time with him. Someone I know. Vanny. He's a good man, Abby. A very good man. He's come to help our town. He courted me a little, and when he realized I was in love with Paul, not only did he back away like a gentleman, he helped us, more than once. Vanny, I don't really know him. Then I suggest you get to know him. Real soon. I could tell by the way you two looked at each other. There's something happening there. You have his babies inside you, don't you? Abby looked down. Well, if worst case scenario you can't fall in love with him, at least you can let him be a father to his children. He's not a slimeball like Ross. He's decent, and I happen to know it would mean a lot to him. There was a long period of silence. Do you think everyone knows? Vanny was shaking her head. No one knows you like I do. And remember, I know him, too. Lucky guess. Plus, I was in Grant's Pass. Abby, you're going to have to deal with this. Does he know? It didn't take him long to guess, Abby said. Just exactly what I was hoping to avoid. Well, kiddo, that ship has sailed. How in the world did this happen? Abby shrugged. He was alone in the bar, and so was I. We spent a couple of hours, just the two of us, talking, laughing. And my head was so screwed up, I let myself be coerced upstairs to his room. I never meant that to happen. It was a mistake. I don't know about that. Sounds like it could have been fate. So what's the plan? He doesn't think it will raise many eyebrows if we become friends, get to know each other a little bit. But Vanny, you have to understand something. I'm not diving headlong into another relationship with someone I don't know very well. It's going to take time, and it may not end up being the fairy tale you'd like it to be. We were two disappointed, needy people that night, that's all. In a practical relationship, I'm not sure we have that much in common. I can think of a couple of things. When Walt got to Muriel's house, the dogs rushed to him. But Muriel didn't. He found her sitting at her kitchen table with a notepad and glass of wine. He hefted his sack.
I brought you meatloaf and garlic mashed from Jack's.
She looked at him across the cheerful kitchen and said, I'm doing it, Walt. I'm going back to L.A. to work. When he thought about it, he'd expected this. She was enchanted with the script from the moment she read it. And he knew she wouldn't sell out, so it must have come together in a way she thought was worth her time and effort. He put the sack on the counter and went to the cupboard and got down a glass and that special bottle of pint she reserved for special occasions, pouring himself a drink. Then he sat at the table across from her.
Tell me about it.
I probably should have talked to you about it sooner, when it started to look like it was going to work to my advantage. But I try not to get stupidly optimistic about possible deals. For just about the first time, it turned out I was the last holdout. The actress waiting in the wings for the part was Diane Keaton. It's a good part, Walt. A good opportunity.
Why don't you seem happy?
She shrugged. It wasn't how I thought I'd spend the next 6 months. It's going to be a lot of hard work. And later, when the film is out, there will be promotion. That's also a lot of hard work. And none of it can be done here. I'll be in L.A. for some of it, and on location in Montana in spring and early summer. He took a bolstering drink and then reached for her hand.
We've been over this, Muriel. If you feel strongly about doing the film, I'm behind you. If you have worries, I don't want one of them to be me.
She smiled a small smile. I have to leave tomorrow to begin rehearsing.
Tomorrow?
He asked, shocked.
My God. Should you be packing?
She shook her head. No need. I just have to get together my cosmetics. I can take the dogs with me. I had them put it in my contract that I'll have help with pet care. They'll send someone to stay in the guest house and take care of the horses. And
why don't you need clothes?
He asked. I have a place in Los Angeles. A small but very nice condo. I left behind a full closet. Those clothes won't work for me here, and the clothes I wear around here won't work for me there. I figured in a year or so I'd empty the place out and either rent or sell it. But now it'll come in handy. I've let a couple of friends use the place for visiting relatives, so it hasn't gone to waste.
You never mentioned it,
he said. And for a moment, he was grateful for that. If he'd thought all along that she still had another home, he might not have been so optimistic about their chances. Really, I didn't think I'd ever use it unless I was in L.A. visiting or something.
Muriel, are the dogs going to be a problem while you're making this movie?
No, she said, shaking her head.
I'll have some long hours, but the studio will make sure there's someone assigned to walking them, feeding them, all that. I just won't get to run loose or train Buff like I'd planned to.
Let me keep 'em for you. Let me take care of the horses.
Walt, I can't ask you to.
You didn't ask, Muriel.
Really? It's selfish. I don't want to think of someone else living in that bunkhouse or the dogs pooping on concrete somewhere when I can run them along the river. Besides, a little babysitting. What do I have to do? Shelby's gone. Vanny and Paul have their own place. I take care of horses every day anyway.
It's a lot of bother, Walt.
I offered. No strings, he added. I didn't offer so that you'd feel obligated to me in any way. I mean, who knows? Jack, what's-his-name, might turn out to be just what you've always dreamt of.
You jealous of him already? She asked.
You're goddamn right, he said, leaning back in his chair, drawing those fierce eyebrows together. He's going to spend the next 6 months with you, and I'm not.
Well, he doesn't stand a chance, she said softly. He thought, this must be how Peg felt when he was leaving for a long, remote tour, as though there was a chance he wouldn't come back to her.
I've been down this road, he told Muriel. Separations for work, it's not easy, but it's highly survivable. Do you need a ride to the airport?
That would be nice. Just to Garberville.
Picking up a charter?
He asked.
She shook her head.
They're sending a jet. His eyebrows shot up.
I haven't been down that road, he said, shaking his head. You want meatloaf, or do you want to go upstairs, let me peel your clothes off, and tell you goodbye properly?
She grinned at him. Let's think about meatloaf for breakfast.
Good idea, he said, standing. He reached for her hand. Come on, honey. This is my last chance to pamper you before your Oscar. What time does your flight leave?
When I get there. The next morning, Walt drove her to the Garberville airport where there was a Lear waiting. The pilot and cabin steward, nicely uniformed, were waiting at the bottom of the air stairs, and they fussed over her very impressively. She had only one small bag and traveled in her jeans and boots, leather jacket, and cowboy hat. She kept them waiting while she gave Walt a long, deep kiss goodbye. If there's a break in the filming, I'll be up for a visit, and I'll call you when I get there.
Muriel, stop being reluctant and sad. You want this, and I want it for you. You're good. That's why you're getting this chance. Knock 'em dead. And if Jack what's-his-name makes a play for you, tell him to fuck off. You have a boyfriend already.
She laughed.
I'll be sure to tell him. And I'm a good shot.
Yeah, she said. Thanks for taking on the animals. They mean a lot to me.
Me too,
he said. He stood there in the blistering cold until her private jet took her away. He watched it until it was out of sight. All he could think was, what if she doesn't come back? What if she really does get that Oscar and is lured into one more and one more and one more? A private jet came for her and she didn't even have to pack. And having her own jet didn't make her the least intimidated or uncomfortable. This was Muriel's real life.
What the hell was I thinking I could mean to her? What if she's all done being mine? He thought.
Mel heard a truck pull up in front of the clinic and thought it must be Bruce bringing mail and asking after specimens to be delivered to Valley Hospital. She walked out onto the porch, but didn't recognize the truck. She frowned as a woman got out of the passenger side. This was an attractive woman in her early 30s, trim, brown hair, pink cheeks. She looked up at Mel and smiled somewhat shyly. "Hi," she said. Mel frowned, then returned the smile. "Hi, how can I help you?" "Oh, you already have." She took 2 steps up onto the porch. She wore light makeup, slim jeans, a long-sleeved turtleneck shirt, and down vest. And then it dawned on her. Cheryl Creighton. Her transformation was nothing short of astonishing. In just a few months' time, her complexion had pinked up, her eyes were clear, she'd dropped about 25 pounds, probably most of it the edema that she carried from drinking, and she was not just clean, but actually groomed and styled. Someone had cut her hair and showed her how to fix it. She wore women's clothes and a very happy smile. Oh, dear God. Absolutely, Cheryl said. Dear God, and you. Look at you, Mel said in a breath. Thank you, Cheryl said solemnly. This is because of you. No, it's you, Mel stressed. All I did was make a few phone calls. You did the work. Have you come home? No, Cheryl said with a laugh, shaking her head. This isn't a good place for me. I have a job in a place with some roommates. Not exactly a group home, but close. We're in recovery. Not much of a job, but I don't need much of one right now. Cheryl swallowed and looked down. I doubt I'll ever come back here, she said. There aren't any meetings here or anything. She looked up bravely and gave a shrug. I don't think I'd be happy in a place where I used to be the town drunk. Not just an average town drunk, a below-average town drunk. That wouldn't matter, you know that. But the meetings, you need the meetings. Recovery without aftercare is like major surgery without stitches. Cheryl chuckled. Yeah, you got that right. How long has it been? Mel asked. 127 days. I don't think we can count the day you took me. I was blitzed. I don't see a time I'll be skipping those meetings, even though I really don't want to drink today. Mrs. Sheridan, what I have right now, I don't want to give it up. I'm at meetings all the time, sometimes twice a day. If it's forever, that's okay. Mel almost said, Call me Mel, but caught herself. This was Cheryl's show. She could do anything she wanted. Good for you, she said, smiling. Wonderful. I have to see my parents. I haven't seen them since I left here that day with you. I'm sure they'll be so happy to see you. Cheryl laughed. Oh, I don't know. My mother thought the whole rehab thing was crazy, and my dad thought we were doing pretty good the way he doled out the booze on his terms, so he thought he had it under control. That might explain a few things. And they're not well, either of them. I need to see them, but I can't stay here. I wouldn't come alone, though. My sponsor is with me. Mel leaned down a bit to peer into the truck. A silver-haired woman sat behind the wheel and gave Mel a brief wave, and she thought, ah, good. A mature woman, hopefully with years of sobriety under her belt. That would give Cheryl a good shot at success. And there are amends, Cheryl said. I'm not sure I can cover the whole town, but I wanted to catch you and Doc, maybe Jack. Mel was temporarily shocked and for the first time realized she'd come onto the porch without a coat. She shivered. Tears gathered. Cheryl, my God, I'm so sorry. Someone should have gotten word to you. I'm surprised your parents didn't. Doc passed away suddenly last October. We don't know why. His heart, maybe. Or a fatal stroke. There was no autopsy. Doc? Gone? Cheryl asked. I'm sorry, Mel said. Mel blinked and a tear escaped. He was so happy you decided on treatment. He'd be so proud of you. God, she said. Isn't it amazing how fast things can just shift? He was always kind to me. Cheryl shook herself. Well, I can't remember if I ever did anything terrible to you that I should make amends for, but you didn't, Mel said quickly, shaking her head. In fact, you were nice to me. You offered to help me with babysitting a long time ago. You cleaned out that horrible cabin Hope McCrae gave me as my free housing. I don't remember about babysitting, Cheryl said. Trust me, you were nice to me. Thanks for that, Cheryl said. But Jack, I know I was a thorn in his butt. I wonder if I should go see him. Tell him I'm sorry about that. You should definitely see him. Though I already know he's not holding any grudge. But it would make Jack so happy to see you sober and well. It would be a good thing. Are you sure? I'm sure, Cheryl. That's amends to you, too. I made a pass at Jack. I mean, I want to tell him it was just booze. I'm not really insane. Then she smiled. Well, no more than the average drunk. Mel let go a small laugh. That must have happened way before I found him. You have no amends to make to me, and I'll bet Jack understands. Still, you can't imagine how happy it would make him to know you're in recovery. Cheryl, I never told him I took you to a treatment facility. You didn't? She asked, shocked. I thought the whole town knew. Not for me, or Doc. We don't talk about clinic business. Wow. I didn't expect that. Well, now that you know, you can't expect it. In fact, I never heard any talk around town. After all, it wasn't the first time you slipped away for a while, she grinned. There was a quiet moment between them as they just looked into each other's eyes. Then Cheryl said, Thank you, Mrs. Sheridan. It was a real good thing you did for me. Mel felt her gut clench and tears threatened to flow. Those had been Doc's exact words. How he would have enjoyed seeing her like this, so different, so attractive, and talking so smart. Mel liked to think maybe Doc did see. I'm so glad it worked out. I'm proud of you. Go, see Jack and your folks. Have a nice visit. Will you stop by sometimes, when you visit your parents? Tell us how you are? Cheryl nodded. Sure, if you want. I want, Mel said. That would be nice. When Mel went back inside the clinic, she went to Doc's old office, which she now shared with Cam. There were no patients. The kids were napping. Cam was off on errands. She was alone, free and clear. She put her head down on her arms and cried. Cried happy tears for Cheryl and special tears for missing Doc, knowing what it would mean to him to see one of his own coming out of such a dark time. God, to look at the woman was inspiring. To listen to her speak, so astounding. She was a whole new person, and she was young yet. She had a chance for a full and productive life. Mel was consumed for at least a half hour. Then she heard the sound of a vehicle, and thinking again it might be Bruce with mail, she wiped her eyes and walked out on the porch. This time it was Bruce. He handed her a packet of mail. Any specimens? He asked. Not today, she said. Good. I get off early. As he jumped back in his truck, she looked at the front porch of Jack's bar. He walked outside with an arm draped over Cheryl's shoulders. They stopped, hugged, and Cheryl bounced down the steps to the waiting truck. The truck backed away. Jack stood on his porch, looking at his wife. Even from across the street, she could see the tenderness in his smile, the pride and gratitude. Cheryl had told him everything. He lifted his hand to Mel, and she lifted hers. Chapter 19. Aiden Reardon pulled up to Luke's cabin and blew the horn before getting out of his car.
Luke came out with a perplexed look on his haggard face. "What the hell are you doing here?" "You haven't answered the phone in 10 days, he said angrily. "You know, answering machines work just fine out here." "Phone's out," Luke said, turning to go back inside. Aiden rolled his eyes, shook his head, and followed. He walked into the house behind Luke and pulled off his leather gloves as he looked around. Luke sat on the sectional, staring at him from beneath angry, hooded brows. "Nice," Aiden said. Then he walked over to the kitchen phone, looked at it, and plugged it in. "You're gonna be real sorry you did that," Luke said. "What's the matter? Getting a lot of calls?" "I would call them attempts at calls. I don't want to talk. That includes you, by the way." "Yeah, well, you're stuck with me," Aiden said. He went to the refrigerator and grabbed a bottled beer, popped the cap, and went to the living room. He sat, and without even bothering to take his jacket off, he said, "So, she left you." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the perfect nymphette, Shelby. She left you, and you're going down the shitter." He took a drink of his beer. Luke silently and meanly glared at his brother. "She left you. You're miserable and completely fucked up. I had to come all the way up here to make sure your 10-day-old dead body wasn't in this house, and you're not being at all cooperative or hospitable." "No one asked you." "Well, Jesus, I know that. God forbid the firstborn ever show weakness or ask for anything. You're the steel man, right? Give me a break, Luke. Look at you. You augured in, crashed." "I've been working," he said. "Bullshit. The work's done." "Tell me what happened." "Nothing happened," Luke said. "It's been kind of quiet around here. I didn't feel like talking to anyone, that's all." Aiden looked down and shook his head with silent laughter. "Brother, you give me no credit. You think I took emergency leave to come up here and save your life without knowing anything? I called that bar, that sweet little bar you like so much, where they haven't seen you in a long time. I talked to Jack a while, got Walt Booth's number, and talked to him too. Here's what happened. Shelby went to Maui for a warm, sunny vacation before heading to San Francisco to get an apartment for school that's not starting for months. She got out of town. Since we had this talk once already, I can guess why. You pushed her away. You wouldn't tell her how you feel because you think it's a mistake for her. And you're still scared every woman you meet is going to do you dirty. You're still making decisions for other people without getting their opinion. Now she thinks you don't care about her, and so she took you up on the challenge and she left. Got as far away as she could. And now you're in the shitter." Luke glared at Aiden for a moment before he said, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." Aiden sat back in the chair and grinned. He took a slug of his beer. "Oh yeah? And why is that?" "You called the general? About me?" "Yup, and the bartender. But I got the call from Sean, who got the call from Mom, and you should just be glad Patty and Colin aren't stateside or they'd be in it. Now why don't you just answer the fucking phone and tell people you're busy and can't talk? What the hell are you doing?" "Save my life?" Luke asked. "Emergency leave? Save my life? What the hell are you talking about?" Aiden sat forward and grew serious. "Look, we've been here before. We were all young, true, and the circumstances were entirely different. But try to imagine what it's like to see your big brother, the guy you most admire in the world, hit the skids and just about sink out of sight. Scared the shit out of everyone. That's not going to happen again. No one is going to let it happen again." Luke took a breath. "Look, it's not a big deal. Shelby was just following through with her plans. She wants to travel, go to school. I'm adjusting. Give me a week, it'll be fine."
Aiden stared at him for a second. "Ah, bullshit," he said. Before Luke could respond, the phone rang.
"See? God damn it! Why'd you plug that thing in?" Luke roared.
Aiden went to the phone. He said hello.
"Yes, Mom, I'm here. He's fine. Yes, fine."
Thanks for staying with us. Before we continue, take a minute to enjoy some peaceful music. This audiobook is our gift to you. No cost, no ads. Let's keep the good vibes going.
"I took his pulse. He's alive. He'll be fine." "Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Mom, I just got here. Would you let me—" "Yes, Mom. Goodbye. I love you too."
Before he could get back to his chair, it rang again and Luke groaned very loudly. Aiden picked it up and said hello.
"Jesus, I just got here. Will you give me 10 minutes to find out what the hell's going on?" "Yeah, he's fine. I'll call you back. Now leave us alone."
Aiden went back to his chair, his beer.
"See?" Luke said. "Yeah, but you obviously unplugged the phone after all the calls started. You never bothered to tell anyone you were fine. What if Shelby called to say she thought it over and decided to sit it out here until her classes started? What's the deal?" "She wasn't going to call. What if she did? That wouldn't be good for her."
Aiden was stunned silent for a minute. His mind was whirring. Then he was slowly overcome by a sly grin.
"Oh, man," he said. "You wouldn't be able to keep yourself from answering the phone if it rang, hoping it could be her. So you unplugged it. You're out of your mind. You'd rather have her think you weren't here. That a day or a week after she left you, you got it together and were out looking for girls. Jesus, Luke." He laughed. "What if she wanted some more time with you, huh? What if she wanted to give you some more time with her to work out your issues?"
Luke shook his head helplessly. He got up from the sectional and went to the kitchen to get a beer. He went back to the living room.
"That would be a bad decision." "Okay, now we're on the same page. You're looking out for her. You're going to come clean with me, or do we have to have 6 more beers to get there? Because I don't drink a lot anymore. On call all the time, you know?" "I thought I explained this," Luke said, sounding annoyed. "She's a beautiful young girl. She might be a chronological 25, but subtract a few years of her being tied to an invalid. She would be carded in most bars. I was almost her first flirt. She should do things, experience things. She's been patient and dedicated a long time. She has to get out there and not take a chance on you and then realize in a couple of years that she was hasty," Aiden supplied. What the hell?" Luke said, standing up and running a hand across the back of his neck. "She's not ready to make that kind of choice. She might think she is, but she's not. Because you weren't, she's too young. Because you were."
Luke didn't respond. He turned his back on his brother. Aiden stood up and approached Luke's back. He put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. "You weren't too young when you married Felicia. You weren't too naive or inexperienced when you were 25. You had it all. You were sharp and loyal, and you knew how you felt. You had enough passion and commitment to never change your mind. You got screwed up by someone who wasn't your match. I'm sorry, buddy, but it wasn't your fault. Jesus, will you ever let yourself off the hook for that? You didn't cheat on her. She went out on you.
She wasn't enough,
he said. Then he laughed ruefully and shook his head.
That's what she said to me.
Felicia? Luke turned around.
Shelby. She said she knew she wasn't enough.
Oh, Christ, Aiden said in a breath. He thought for a second and said,
Okay, look, let's not just get tanked and whimper. Let's go out, get a decent meal, maybe have a conversation that doesn't include yelling. And when I'm satisfied you're all right and won't unplug your phone anymore, I'll get out of your hair.
Luke answered with a weak nod.
Want to go to that bar you like so much? Aiden asked. No,
he said immediately.
I need a little more time on that. Let's go over to Fortuna. There's a fish place.
Aiden drove Luke to the next big town over, and they ate at a nice little restaurant near a wide river. They ordered the same thing, which happened a lot in their family. There were things Aiden wanted to understand, but knowing Luke, it wouldn't work to just come out and ask him. So Aiden got him talking about the town, the people, the cabins, and what he thought he'd end up doing with the property. The mission when he bought the house and cabins was to turn them for a profit as soon as it was reasonable to do so. Now Luke was thinking about taking a year to see what booking them as vacation rentals looked like. There wasn't a motel or bed and breakfast in Virgin River, and it could be a highly profitable venture and not too much to manage. If it worked itself into a decent income, he might try to buy out Sean and run it as the sole owner. It would be the most settled Luke had been in more than 20 years. Luke was ready to put down roots. He was just scared to death to ask anyone like Shelby to take that on, because she might change her mind, and that would kill him. So then Aiden got a little brazen and said, There must have been something about this Shelby that really tripped you up. It's not like you to get mixed up with some local girl, especially one with a general for an uncle. Luke chuckled.
Her looks. The first day I passed through town, I ran into her twice. I thought she was about 18. And brother, I knew better.
She was the only pretty girl in 3 counties? Aiden asked.
I couldn't tell you, Luke said. I think I hit my head or something. I had a bad case of tunnel vision. I tried like hell to talk myself out of it, but it wasn't long before all I could do was finish what I'd started. You've been there. Been there,
Aiden agreed. After all, he'd married a woman because of tunnel vision. And that's when you started to lose interest? He was quiet for a second.
You don't lose interest in someone like Shelby, no matter how hard you try.
Aiden took a chance.
Been a while since you felt something like that, I guess.
Luke leveled his gaze across the table at Aiden.
I know what you're doing. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about this. I don't need the aggravation. What I need is time. You fell hard, Aiden said. It happens. Now that's enough. I just want to be sure you're going to be able to move on without... His voice trailed off. Without going completely crazy? Listen, I think I learned a few things, Aiden. This is as bad as it's going to get. Until it gets better. Leave it alone. Damn shame you couldn't just go with it, Luke. There's at least a 50% chance you're all wrong about her, about yourself, about the way the whole thing could turn out. You might have been happy every day of your stupid life, and now you're just working on getting over her. There's the thing, Aiden. 50% chance one of us is right. We just don't know which one.
After breakfast the next morning, Aiden threw his duffel in his car, shook his brother's hand, and said, Go after her, Luke. Tell her the truth.
But it scares you to death, but you want her."
Luke just smiled.
"Thanks for coming, Aiden. I know you only want to help. Drive carefully."
It was almost time for Shelby to leave Maui, but she wasn't sure if she was ready and was considering another week before embarking on San Francisco. She didn't know if the rest and sunshine was helping or if it would be better to take on a new challenge. She'd packed everything at her uncle's, loaded the Jeep, and drove to San Francisco to fly to Hawaii so she wouldn't have to go back to Virgin River to pick up her car, her things. Her Jeep was in the long-term lot at the airport, waiting for her next step toward that new life, the one that didn't interest her at all. The tall trees and mountains called her, and the noisy din of the city didn't sound appealing. Nothing could be as good as the quiet, the clear sky, the natural beauty that had surrounded her. She missed the horses. She missed so much. She had chosen her vacation accommodations carefully. A hotel on the beach with a decent restaurant. She thought she'd do a little sightseeing around the island, but hadn't. Reading a lot was part of her plan, but for the first time in her memory, her mind wandered too much to escape into good fiction. Even when her mother had been at her worst, she had been able to read. It had brought her great comfort to fall into a good story. The hotel restaurant was exceptional, but she still yearned for some of Preacher's food and a blazing hearth, the laughter of friends, the touch of a lover's hand under the table. Except for breakfast, most of her meals were delivered to her by room service. She was very alone, hidden behind her dark glasses, which was the way she wanted it. Every day she walked along the beach as far as she could go, sometimes for a couple of hours. She'd lounge on a chase on the beach and soak up the sun, sometimes relax under a cabana, her eyes closed so she looked as if she was napping, resting. But she was bleeding inside. If anyone looked closely, they'd catch the occasional tear rolling into the hair at her temples. The crying. It was so much more than she'd imagined it could be. She was so busy holding it together while she was around her uncle and cousin, she'd had no idea how much emotion she'd been struggling with. The crying started as soon as the plane's landing gear came up, and in spite of her best efforts, she sobbed half the way to Hawaii. Luck was on her side, and she was seated next to a kind-hearted older woman who put an arm around her and said, "Oh, darling, there's no mistaking a broken heart." The best fiction in the history of the world had not adequately conveyed just how much a broken heart could hurt or how much crying was involved. It was a kind of death made worse by the fact that there hadn't been a death at all, unless you accounted for the demise of perfect happiness.
"Beautiful day,"
a man's voice said. She turned her head to see him sitting on the chase right beside her. There were dozens of available chairs on the beach and around the pool, and yet he had to choose this one. "Beautiful," she said quietly, turning her head back, trying to ignore him.
"I hear it rains here all the time. Have you seen much rain?"
"Please," she said. "I was napping."
"Think you'll be done napping by dinner time? I'd love to take you to dinner."
She turned her head, lifted her glasses, and said, "No, thank you." Again, she turned away.
"Then maybe I could buy you a drink. A Mai Tai or Bloody Mary?"
Without looking at him, she said, "Do I have to move, or will you?" He chuckled.
"Nothing shy about that, Shelby."
She jumped in surprise, sitting up a little. "Did someone tell you my name?" she said, stricken. The last thing she needed right now was to feel at some kind of risk. She was alone here, depending on the hotel staff to be sure she'd be completely safe.
"No," he said. "I already knew your name. I asked where I could find you. They're very protective here, but when I described you, the towel kid knew where you might be."
She sat up, her mouth open. He put out a hand.
"Aiden Reardon," he said. How are you?"
Stunned, speechless, she slowly put out her hand. He was a nice-looking man, but didn't resemble either Sean or Luke. He was dark-haired with heavy black brows, green eyes like his mother's, and a very pleasant smile. "The doctor?"
OBGYN, in fact. Nice to meet you.
What in the world are you doing here?"
He gave a slight shrug. I thought someone ought to explain Luke, if that's possible.
Still in something of a state of shock, she sat sideways on the chase, facing him, her feet in the sand. "Did he send you?"
Oh, no,
Aiden laughed.
In fact, when he finds out, it's going to be ugly. And maybe this was just a waste of my time, but I have a feeling there are some important things you don't know about him. On the other hand, I'll bet you know things about him I don't even want to hear.
"Oh, this is crazy."
Tell me about it. We have some loudmouths in the family, but it's kind of unusual for the boys to get into each other's business to this degree. Luke's kind of a special case, though.
"Why is that?"
Well, did he ever happen to mention he was married when he was much younger? Aiden asked. It took her a moment to absorb that.
"Well, that would explain a few things," she finally said.
The explanation gets more complicated. You've probably heard 100 nasty divorce tales, but this one combined a lot of events that worked out badly for Luke. And I think it's safe to say he's got some residual effect from it.
She looked down. "I guess he didn't trust me that much," she said. "Or he might have told me."
It has nothing to do with trust, Shelby. He was trying damn hard to keep from getting too close to you. It didn't quite work for him. You should see him. He looks like a dead man. He's so miserable.
She scooted forward. "When did you see him?"
A couple of days ago. And no, I didn't tell him I was going to try to find you. He wouldn't have endorsed this idea.
"Is he okay?" she asked, concerned.
Nope. He's a mess. I guess he could recover, Aiden said. But we have to talk, you and me. And then what will be, will be. Luke got married when he was about 24. He was a brand new Black Hawk pilot, and he married a girl he met in Alabama, a real pretty Southern belle who turned his world upside down. Prettiest girl in the South, maybe. They dated, started making plans right away, had a wedding a few months later, and he was the happiest man alive. Since he was the oldest, the rest of us were watching every movie made. We all wanted to be like Luke. He was so sure of himself, so well equipped. All the boys wanted to go into the military, excel, get 1,000,000 ribbons and promotions, marry the prettiest, sexiest girl on the map, grab onto that perfect life filled with challenge, adventure, and passion.
"Something went wrong, I gather," she said.
Oh boy. Let's see. Colin was in the Army, stationed on the other side of the country. I was in my last year of undergrad at the time. Sean was only 19 and at the Air Force Academy. Patrick was in high school. And Luke had a baby coming. First baby in the family, a son. First marriage for anyone. Luke was on top of the world, so happy, so in love, so excited about the baby. And then he was sent to Somalia, to Mogadishu. You ever see that movie, Black Hawk Down?
"I did," she said. "I don't think I want to see it again."
Luke got shot down over there, had some injuries, but he's the bravest man I've ever known. That was a horrible experience for the Army. Everything bad that could happen, happened. But he somehow got through it, performing heroically. He saved lives and was decorated for bravery. He got home as fast as he could because his son was about to be born. He was undoubtedly still battle-scarred when he faced another battle. He wasn't home 5 minutes when his wife told him the baby, which was conceived months before he left for Somalia, wasn't his. She was doing some captain, one of Luke's superior officers, in fact. A man Luke went into war with, took orders from on occasion. And she was leaving Luke to go with the baby's father. God, was all she could say. It humiliated him, this tough young soldier. He was your age at the time, Shelby, 25. There was a stir on the army post, an officer messing with one of his men's wives. It wasn't only a divorce, it was just about front-page news. There were rumblings about pressing charges against the captain, and Luke looked like a fool. He wasn't close to being done dealing with war. He had some issues from that at the same time. Broken heart, scandal, humiliation, disappointment, PTSD from battle, grief from watching comrades die. Aiden took a breath. He was suicidal. Luke? She asked. That's so difficult to imagine. Anger, I can see that, but it didn't present itself in a typical way. He went down like a torpedo. Drank too much and drove, almost flew drunk. But someone pulled him off the flight line. He got in fights. He seemed to go places where he could count on getting the hell beat out of him by at least several men. He picked the fights. He landed in the hospital a couple of times. Injuries from fights, from a one-car accident. He probably wouldn't tell you this, but he told me. He just wanted to die. She took a moment to absorb that, then said, No wonder he won't have a close relationship. There are a lot of things that can screw a guy up, but Luke had a full menu. It wasn't just a bad marriage, Shelby, but everything, with a no-good cheating wife in the middle of it. It took a couple of years for him to get straightened out. He changed everything. He stopped being calculating and just took too many chances. And he moved real fast. Turned out, he couldn't give up women, but he seemed to give up attachments. She tilted her head. That explains so much, she said. He told me he didn't fall in love, went through women like a shark goes through scuba divers. Aiden smiled. That sounds like Luke. I absolutely believed him, she said. I thought I could handle that. And then I stupidly thought something was different for him with me. That's where I screwed up. She took a breath. I must have blown his mind with that talk about children. What talk was that? He asked. I told him that I wanted a committed partner, at least one child. He said it was never going to happen with him, but I thought... She shrugged. He's been saying that for quite a while. Maybe he believes it by now. But when he thought he had a child coming, I never saw a happier man. I'm sorry he lost that. He made the excuse he was too old. I guess if he trusted me, he could have told me about his marriage, his reasons, given us a chance to work through it. Yeah, well, he has a lot of denial about that. And, by the things he said, it sounded like he started out protecting himself. But later in your relationship, he was protecting you. Me? He told me about your mother, about how dedicated you were for a few years, that you didn't have any real freedom. My condolences, by the way. Thanks. Maybe you'll understand this, since you're a doctor. Luke sure doesn't get it. It wasn't a sacrifice. I wasn't held hostage. I was doing exactly what I wanted to do. I was very close to my mother. Helping someone close the door on this world and move on to the next, it's very special, intimate. I wasn't giving anything up. I was getting something most people will never experience. He smiled at her. That's a pretty remarkable take on things. I'm not remarkable, she said with a self-effacing smile. I was in a support group and learned an awful lot. You've had some tough blows in the last year, he said. First losing your mother, then Luke. Her eyes became moist, but she held steady.
I don't regret what I gave either one, Aiden. I wouldn't change any of it. I would never have left my mom in someone else's care. I couldn't help falling in love with Luke. She gave a tremulous smile. I knew, almost right away, he should be the one. My first love. Aiden touched the hand that rested on her knee. You never fell in love like that before, I guess. I never fell in love at all, she said. It wasn't very long after high school that my life got pretty isolated, and I wasn't one of the girls who got around a lot in high school. Luke was right about one thing. I haven't lived much in those ways. I could have stumbled onto some insensitive jerk, but it was Luke. He was so good to me, so tender, so wonderful. I can't regret that, she said, shaking her head. Much as it hurts now, I wouldn't take away one day with him. When he said he wanted to keep it just between us because it was so special, I guess I started to think his pattern of never getting involved could change. With me.
Just between you?
Aiden asked in spite of himself. That he was the first one. Ever. She dropped her gaze. The way I feel, he's probably going to be the only one. Ever. Aiden was silent, looking at her sweet face, stunned. After what Luke had been through with his wife, he stumbled onto someone pure? Untouched? Oh, man, no wonder he was so screwed up. He must have glimpsed a kind of impossible dream. A sweet and good woman who could be trusted, who would belong only to him.
Oh, Jesus, Aiden said, hanging his head. No wonder this is so bad.
Huh?
Shelby, the girl he married. She was about the furthest thing from a virgin a guy can get. She was a sexy little flirt. She'd been around and apparently never stopped getting around. You gotta imagine, Luke must have been thinking that if that one hurt, if something like that happened with you, it would kill him. She shook her head.
I can't believe he ever thought I'd be like that.
I think it's time for us to have that Bloody Mary, Aiden said. Take a walk on the beach, then dinner.
When Aiden left in the morning to go to the airport, she hugged him goodbye like an old friend. They had talked the rest of the afternoon, through dinner, and then sat on the beach in the moonlight until very late. Most of that time was focused on Luke and her relationship with him, but also on the other brothers and Aiden's movement through medical school and practice, aboard ship and at naval bases in Camp Pendleton. And he learned about her childhood, her mother, the rest of her family, her love for the mountains and rivers, the horses, the quiet tranquility of Virgin River. They became good friends. I've had the strangest thought, she told Aiden as he stood by his cab.
What's that, sweetheart?
Luke's trying to rescue me by letting me go. He doesn't want me to sacrifice anything, to give up anything, to settle. But really, he's a mess. He's the one who needs to be rescued. Aiden laughed.
Yeah, maybe. But since he'll never admit it, it's probably impossible.
Take care of him, Aiden, she said as he got in his cab at the hotel.
I'll do what I can, he said. Will you go to San Francisco now?
I might take another week. Really, there's no big hurry for me to get there. I just felt like I had to be moving on, to be doing something. It's strange how long it takes to forget.
You don't forget, Shelby. You just adapt.
She laughed softly. Thank you, Aiden, for coming all the way here just to talk to me. You don't realize how much it mattered. Helped.
I hope so, Shelby. Luke's right about one thing. You're special. Best of luck.
Same to you. Luke was sitting in front of his fireplace, feet up, listening to a CD while looking off at nothing in particular, when headlights dashed across his living room window. It was wet out there. He wasn't expecting anyone. He looked at his watch. It was 8 o'clock. If this was another brother, or worse, his mother, he wasn't going to be able to control himself. He'd been answering the phone, for God's sake. He hadn't been conversational, but he'd answered. It was still a little raw, this thing with Shelby, but he was making progress. He slept now, at least. He opened the door and saw the Jeep. She stood in front of it, leaning against the hood, arms crossed over her chest, getting wet in the freezing drizzle. His heart lurched. Almost 3 weeks since he'd seen her, and his feelings hadn't given him a break. He still wanted her so bad it hurt. "You never told me about Felicia," she yelled at him.
"That was a long time ago," he said loudly. "How do you know?"
"Never mind. Didn't you trust me enough to tell me?"
"It was years ago," he said. "It had nothing to do with anything."
He took a step onto the porch.
"I didn't hear anything about you coming back."
"No one knows I'm here," she said. "Do you think I'll be as bad as she was? Is that it?"
"No. I know better than that. You think I'm the best you can do?"
She shrugged. Her hair was getting wet, her cheeks glistened. "What if you are? How did I screw up? I thought I showed you I knew exactly what I wanted. You think I'm fickle? That I'm too young and too stupid to know whether I really love someone?"
"You're not stupid. I never thought that. Young, maybe."
"Oh, you thought it was puppy love?"
"No, sir," he said. "Nothing puppy about it. Come out of the rain."
"No, not until a couple of things are settled. If we can't come to terms, I'll go to the generals, but I'm not moving to San Francisco. I don't want to be there. I've never lived in a big city, and I don't like them that much. What I like is here."
"Come up on the porch at least and we'll talk. Out of the wet and cold."
"No," she said, holding her ground. "Maybe I expected too much too fast, but you expected too little. I don't want another man's hands on me, ever. This is where the only hands I ever want are. Yours. Only yours." He couldn't help but smile at her, standing so proudly, so stubbornly in the rain, arms crossed over her chest.
"Why did you go? I never minded putting my hands all over you."
"I needed a tan, and I thought you didn't love me. I want more than this. I want the whole deal. I want a child someday. It doesn't have to be soon, but I want a child, at least one, and it has to have a father, and that's a deal breaker." He tipped back his head with a laugh.
"Who do you think you are? Deal breaker?"
"I think I'm the only woman you've loved in forever. And you were going to pitch me out that fast just because I make you nervous. I thought you didn't trust me, but now I think you don't trust yourself." She shook her head. "I don't want a man like that. I need a man with guts, who's sure of himself, confident enough to stand by me. I need a man who's not afraid to take a risk or two for something important."
"I've taken a risk or two," he said, "and you don't scare me. Come up here on the porch."
"No. Not until you say that if we stay solid, there will be a real relationship and a family. I don't want any of this. I don't get involved shit. It's all crap, Luke. You can have some time to be sure. I'm patient. But I'm not giving you up." He smiled at her.
"I don't need time to be sure. I know how I feel."
"Still on that? Still that never gonna happen bullshit?"
"Okay, I guess it could happen," he said. "If it did happen, it would happen with you. I just always thought you deserved more."
"More than everything I've ever wanted in the world? See what an idiot you turned out to be?" He had to laugh. She was something, this woman.
"Shelby, come here." I don't have to think about it. You're the most solid thing I've ever had in my life. Now come here.
I thought I wasn't enough for you, but I was too much, she said. And you don't get to decide what I deserve. What I deserve is a man who looks at me grow fat on his baby and feels pride, love and pride.
Okay then, he said. I love you. Come here.
Not good enough. You have to say something to convince me this is worth the gamble. I came a long way and I came alone. I was betting on you, on us. I love you and you love me and I'm sick of screwing around. Say the right thing for once. Say something profound. He stared at her and his smile slowly faded. He put his hands on his hips. He took a deep breath and felt tears gather in his eyes.
You're all I need to be happy, Shelby, he said. You're everything I need.
He actually surprised her. Her arms dropped from over her chest and she gaped at him for a second.
You're everything, he said. It scares me to death, but I want it all with you. I want you for life. I want what you want, and I want it right now.
Huh?
Everything, Shelby. I want you to be the lead in my shoes that keeps me on the ground, the mother of my children, my best friend, my wife, my mistress. It's a tall order. He took a breath. If you won't quit, I won't.
You sure about that? She asked him.
Sure it scares the hell out of me you'll change your mind? Or sure I want it all? Oh, yeah, honey, I'm sure.
I won't change my mind, she said softly.
I can't hear you, he yelled. I can't hear you because you won't come out of the frickin' rain.
She ran up the porch steps and into his arms. He lifted her off the floor and went after her mouth hungrily. She cried against his lips. He had a tear or two he ignored, loving her tears of relief. Am I enough? She asked.
Way more. You always were, he said. I want you so bad. I never wanted you to go. I don't know if this is fair to you.
Here's the deal. I decide what's fair to me. You decide what's fair to you. We stop deciding for each other. The idea is to work together. You're a little controlling.
I'm flawed in many ways.
All I want is that you love me enough to make a life with me. It doesn't have to be tomorrow you make the promise, but you have to give us a chance.
It can be tomorrow. It can be tonight. Losing you almost killed me.
Oh, God, she whimpered. Can you love me forever?
Probably longer. It's like I don't have a choice. Think you can handle that?
She took a deep breath. You just try me.
We're pleased to offer you exclusive information and insight into the Virgin River series from none other than the narrator of the audiobooks, but also a co-star on Season 1 of the Netflix series, Therese Plummer. Welcome, Therese. How did it feel to see the books you've narrated come to life in the Netflix series?
Seeing the books that I've narrated come to life in the Netflix series was surreal. It was unbelievable. When you narrate a book, I have all of my characters and the story kind of playing as a movie in my head as I'm recording it. And so to see who they chose for Mel and for Jack and for Preacher and for Paige, it was definitely not what I saw in my head, and it fit perfectly. It was amazing. I loved it. It took me a minute because when you're so used to one genre of, just doing books and reading them and performing them, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it visually on a screen, it's totally different.
and I had to leave all of my experiences with Virgin River on the back burner and just go in with like a blank slate and see what was coming to life on the screen. And as you've seen, it's a total hit. It's absolutely addictive. Everybody is loving it. And I think especially now with everything going on, it is just exactly what the world needs right now.
Tell us about having a role in the show. Was it surreal to find yourself as a citizen of Virgin River?
Well, getting to play a role on Virgin River Season 1, I'm in Episode 4. I played Caroline, and I come into Jack's bar, and Paige and I bump into each other, and I recognize her. And as you know from the books or, from the show, Paige is hiding out. She's got a lot going on with her ex-husband. And I dropped the ball and I'm like, hey, oh my God, I haven't seen you in so long. And she's got covered tracks and preachers behind her watching, like, what's going on? And it's a super quick scene, but it was so much fun. So much fun. It whet my appetite and I just was ready for more. And the actors that played Preacher and Paige and everybody else could not have been sweeter. Just the entire set and cast and crew, it was all based in Vancouver, Canada, and it was unbelievable. I will be honest with you, when I walked into Jack's bar and I saw that they had created this, after recording it for so many years and again, seeing it in my head, and I went into this actual Jack's bar where there's booths and you can sit and there's a pool table and there's a bar with Jack behind it. I got verklempt. I got emotional because it was just so amazing to live in this world, which mostly was between my ears. I mean, I know I performed it and so many people, but it lives between your ears too as listeners. And then to actually be on the set and be sitting in a booth in Jack's bar and just, it all comes to life. It's magical. I felt like a little kid. I felt like all those books that you read when you're a little kid and you imagine, like, what if it was real? Well, it became real and I was a part of it, and it was, I'm so grateful. I'm so unbelievably grateful that I was able to have a small part in it. And the other funny thing is I was telling Colin Lawrence and I were talking, that's the actor who plays Preacher, and I was explaining to him how I record all the audiobooks and I bring all the voices to life. And I said, I'm laughing so hard because I know I'm playing Caroline, but I can do all of your voices. And we were dying. We were just laughing backstage, offset. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Did the set of the series match what you'd pictured when narrating the books? What impressed you most about being on the set?
No, this is such a great question. And the set and Jack's bar had a more modern feel than what I saw in my head as I was telling these stories, a more present day feel. And I know that the books Robyn wrote weren't, in the old days, but it definitely, I think Jack's bar in my head was a little bit more dilapidated, maybe not as modern and with all the amenities and stuff like that. I think in my head it was just a little humbler bar, and Doc's, house, and just different things that the show has been able to bring into current day. When I was telling the stories, I think it was just a little bit more in my head, mind you. This is just in my head and what came off the page with what Robyn wrote. A little bit more, like a poorer town in Northern California that was able to build itself up and build each other up in the process. I think it's that humility and that kind of hard-working ethic that really came across in the books. We kind of just land where everything's already established with the TV show, which is awesome because then you can just get into the action scenes and all that kind of stuff. But I think what was so special about the books is, for me at least, we built the town. New characters came in with each book, and old characters continued to evolve, and buildings were, constructed, and, the little cabins by the lake, started to get rented out, and there were stories there. And it was just like the town evolved with each book over the years, and it felt very close to home. So, but trust me, the set designers and whoever created Jack's Bar and Hope and Doc's house and all the set are brilliant because it's beautiful. The set is absolutely beautiful, and the land in Vancouver where it's filmed, oh my God, just breathtaking, unbelievable. And I got to be there because the second scene I was in the Airstream. And we were on location near the river, and I think I cried. I was like, oh my God. And there were the director's chairs, with Virgin River on the back. And I was like, how does this happen? I feel like I'm living in a little magic bubble. It was really cool.
Why do you think the books and the Netflix series are so popular?
I think, for TV value, they've got to amp it up a little bit, and they're able to. I thought the part that was so cool were the marijuana farmers and the camps in Northern California, because, again, as I record it, I see it in my head, but when they displayed it in the show, especially in season 2, the drama value just skyrocketed. I was like, wow, this is intense. Like, the stakes got really high. And I think that's the difference of what needs to happen visually. You need to really, make it exciting and bring the drama value. And I do that the best that I can with the books and with performing it. But again, I have to respect that you're listening to this in your earbuds, and I'm telling you a story. And so there's an intimacy level that, you get to kind of break that barrier with TV, and you get to kind of, do all the bells and whistles and the flashiness and the sex scenes and the fight scenes and all of this craziness. You get to see it, you get to act it out, and it's amazing. But when I'm bringing that same scene to you with just my voice and being all the people, it's a little different experience. And I don't think you'd appreciate if I was like blowing things up in my studio for you. But that is the bonus of the TV show. Like, that's why it's so cool. It's absolutely so cool and so addictive. They just got signed for season 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes for a while.
Do you have a favorite character or book in the series?
Yeah, I do have a favorite. My favorite is Virgin River, where it all starts. That was my favorite. I loved learning about Mel. I loved learning about, just this city girl coming into the mountains to be like a country doctor and everything she comes up against, and meeting all the characters for the first time. My favorite character to play was Ricky. And I said this before in an interview, but I loved his journey. And I loved just, what Robyn gave me as a performer and an actor, the opportunity to do vocally with Ricky's emotional journey and what he went through going away and fighting in the war and then coming back and dealing with his PTSD and his injuries and his anger and his frustration. That's an actor's dream. I mean, those are flavors and emotions and colors that we dream of. I mean, that's just a complex character that I love to play. I love to play. And so to this day, I mean, I love Mel. I love Mel. But she's my staple. She's like she's the grounding post in every book. But when these new characters came in, especially Ricky, I had a real soft spot in my heart for him.
What do you enjoy most about narrating the series?
I think the thing I enjoyed most about narrating the series is that it was completely unexpected. It was when I first came into recording audiobooks, and Claudia Howard at Recorded Books gave me a chance to audition for this, and it happened. And if I could have told you all that was to come, especially the relationship with Robyn Carr, there's no way I would have been able to do that because it has been such an incredible journey. Robyn and I have been able to do events together, book signings together. We talk to each other on the phone. She is the funniest woman I've ever met. Most of our conversations is just me crying, laughing on the phone because she's so funny. And just the kindest, most grounded. And she's so like, you know what she told me? She's like, I'm so grateful when her show got bought by Netflix and was going to be going. She said, I'm so grateful that this is going to employ so many people. That just makes me feel so grateful. And I had this moment where I was like, that's who this woman is. And that's who I want to be when I grow up. I want to, no matter how successful and amazing and New York Times bestselling these books have become and will continue to become, she's just a grounded, humble, beautiful, talented, funny, graceful woman. And what she was more excited about was that because she chose to sit down and write these books, a lot of people were able to work. And I just think that's everything. So I am incredibly grateful. I hope you guys enjoyed these answers. If you ever need anything, please reach out at www.tereseplummer.com. I get emails all the time. I respond. I love talking to you guys. You are what has made Virgin River possible. The listeners, the fans, you guys are the best. So keep enjoying. I can't wait for season 3. I will be right there with you.
Thank you, Therese. Be sure to check out all the titles in the Virgin River series and lose yourself in the most heartwarming romances and friendships of this small California mountain town.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Temptation Ridge, a novel by Robyn Carr, performed by Therese Plummer, presented by Mira and Harper Audio, executive producer Jennifer Lopes, text copyright 2009 by Robyn Carr, production copyright 2021 by Recorded Books. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.